Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
No, all in. Wait for the right moment, and let's attack its legs together. Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, with unquestionable determination in his voice. Nuo Lin heard this, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. He took a deep breath, adjusted his state, and waited for the decisive moment. Finally, when the holy toothed dog jumped to the ground again, preparing to launch a new round of attack, the two men suddenly jumped up at the same time, like two lightning bolts, and went straight for the holy toothed dog's legs. The attacks of the two men were like two lightning bolts that cut through the night sky, arriving in an instant. Nuo Lin's sword flashed with a cold light and pierced directly into the joint of the holy toothed dog's left front leg, which was the key to supporting its huge body. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his sword shining like a dragon, aiming directly at the same position on the right hind leg of the holy toothed dog. The two of them had a tacit understanding, as if they had practiced it countless times. The holy toothed dog felt an unprecedented crisis. A flash of fear flashed across its eyes, but was immediately replaced by endless rage. At this critical moment of life and death, it displayed amazing explosive power. Huge amounts of its body twisted in the air, and its legs swept out like iron pillars, trying to overwhelm everything with its strength. Bang! The sword tips of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tian 02 hit the target almost at the same time, but the muscles of the holy toothed dog were like cast iron, and it actually endured the blow. Only the harsh sound of metal rubbing against bones could be heard, and the air was filled with a heart-pounding smell of burning. Its defense is too strong. Nuo Lin's face was pale, and his arms trembled slightly due to the recoil force, but he did not retreat, but instead strengthened his determination. The same was true for Xiang Tianlu. He knew very well that he must not waver in the slightest at this moment. He growled, as if some kind of power was awakened in his body. His eyes turned red, and the sword shone again. This time, he no longer sought to kill with one blow, but instead launched a continuous offensive, with each sword hitting the vital points of the holy toothed dog in an attempt to win by numbers. The holy toothed dog was forced to retreat again and again by Xiang Tianlu's crazy offensive. A trace of fatigue flashed in its eyes, but more of it was anger and unwillingness. It let out a low roar, and every breath seemed to stir up a strong wind. Its body began to emit a faint black aura, which was the ultimate release of its potential. Oh no! It's gathering strength and preparing for a final counterattack. Nuo Lin keenly noticed the changes in the holy toothed dog. He loudly reminded Xiang Tianlu, and at the same time retreated violently, preparing to create distance and look for new attack opportunities. However, the speed of the holy toothed dog was beyond imagination. It seemed to have gotten rid of the constraints of gravity. In a flash, it appeared in front of Nuo Lin. Its claws, with the power to tear apart space, went straight for Nuo Lin's heart. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu exclaimed, and his sword light instantly accelerated, trying to save Nuo Lin at the critical moment. But the holy toothed dog was faster, and its claws had already touched Nuo Lin's collar. At this critical moment, Nuo Lin made an unexpected move. He actually gave up resistance, and instead used the holy toothed dog's power to fall like a leaf. At the same time, the long sword in his hand drew a strange arc in the air and pierced directly under the holy toothed dog's neck, which was its only vulnerable part exposed. Nuo Lin's sword was like a meteor in Proxima Midnight, piercing the void below the holy toothed dog's neck. It was a silver lightning, carrying the breath of determination and death. A trace of disbelief flashed in the eyes of the holy toothed dog, and its huge body suddenly stopped in the air, as if frozen in time. Roar! The holy toothed dog let out its final roar, its voice filled with reluctance and despair. Its claws waved in the air, but Nuo Lin could no longer be found. Nuo Lin used the reaction force of the attack and appeared behind the Holy Tooth Dog like a ghost. His long sword penetrated deeply into its vital points. Blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding ground red. Xiang Tianlu felt relieved when he saw this, but the sword in his hand did not stop shining. He knew very well that although the Holy Tooth Dog was seriously injured, there was still amazing power contained in its huge body. If he relaxed even a little, his power might be lost. Therefore, he continued to swing the sword in his hand, and each sword hit the vital points of the Holy Tooth Dog accurately, trying to end the battle completely. The Holy Tooth Dog struggled in pain, its body tumbling on the ground. Every tumble raised a cloud of dust, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not retreat. They were like two ruthless killing machines, constantly attacking the Holy Tooth Dog. "Hold on, Xiang Tianru." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the dust and blood mist. His eyes were firm and cold. "We will definitely win." He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes equally firm. He knew very well that his persistence and hard work at this moment were not only for his own survival, but also to protect his homeland and loved ones behind him. Therefore, the sword in his hand became more fierce, and every sword seemed to tear the space apart. The Holy Tooth Dog's struggle gradually weakened. The light in its eyes disappeared, and its huge body finally fell to the ground powerlessly. The blood dyed the surrounding land red, and the air was filled with the smell of death. As the Holy Tooth Dog fell, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other. That smile was filled with the joy of victory and a deep trust in each other. They took a breath, withdrawing from the tense battle, and the world around them seemed to have regained its color and vitality at this moment. "It's finally over," Nuo Lin said softly. The tip of his sword lightly touched the ground, making a crisp sound, which was the best testimony to this arduous battle. Nodding towards the sky road and looking into the distance, that is the way home that they have never given up. "Yes, but we still have a long way to go. Let's go, there may be more challenges waiting for us ahead." 153. The two of them calmed down and continued their journey. Soon, they came to a place called Zhuangdong Town. The small town is located on a fertile plain and is surrounded by lush forests, like a pearl inlaid in the green sea. As soon as you step into the town, a tranquil and peaceful atmosphere hits you. On both sides of the cobblestone road are various small shops and houses, and there seems to be a heartwarming story hidden behind each door. The residents of the town are dressed simply but neatly, with friendly smiles on their faces. Occasionally, you can hear children's laughter echoing in the alleys. It's so beautiful here, as if it came out of a painting. Nuo Lin couldn't help but admire, his eyes revealing a long-lost sense of ease and joy. "Yes, we have experienced too many ups and downs along the way. We are really lucky to be able to stay in a place like this for a while." Xiang Tianlu responded, his voice also full of emotion. They decided to stay in Zhuangdong Town for a few days to relax their body and mind. In an inn called Yuranju, the two found a room. After putting down their luggage, they couldn't wait to walk out of the inn and explore this charming town. Walking on the street, they were attracted by a small shop called Time Bookstore. The store is filled with all kinds of books, from ancient classics to the latest travelogues. The two of them walked in at the same time and each picked out books of interest. "Nuo Lin, take a look at this book. It tells the legendary stories of ancient heroes, which are somewhat similar to our experiences." Xiang Tianlu greeted Nuo Lin excitedly, holding a book with a yellowed cover. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin put down the book in his hand and walked over to read it. Indeed, these heroes never back down in the face of difficulties. Their courage and wisdom are worthy of our learning. Time passed quietly as the two read and exchanged their experiences. In the evening, they came to the square in the center of the town, where a lively rally was being held. People sat around the campfire, singing and dancing, sharing their stories and delicacies. "Zhang Dianlu, look at the barbecue over there. It smells so good. Let's go and try some." Nuo Lin pointed to a stall not far away. her eyes sparkling with anticipation. The two joined the happy crowd, tasting various delicacies and communicating with other travelers. They heard many legends and interesting stories about Zhuangdong town and felt the unique warmth and enthusiasm of this small town. In the light of the bonfire, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu held freshly grilled skewers in their hands. The aroma of meat was overflowing, making people salivate. They ate and talked, enjoying this rare leisure time. Nuo Lin, I heard that Zhuangdong town holds a grand harvest festival every year, and all the villagers will gather together to celebrate the year's harvest and peace. Xiang Tianlu said while eating, with curiosity and expectation in his eyes. Really? Then haven't we come at the right time? Nuo Lin's eyes lit up. He looked up and around, as if he had already seen the lively scene of the harvest festival. However, the harvest festival has a special tradition, and that is the wishing tree. Xiang Tianlu smiled mysteriously and continued. On the eve of the harvest festival, people will hang their wishes on a big tree in the center of the town. It is said that as long as the wish is sincere enough, it will come true in the next year. Wow, that sounds so interesting. We must go see the wishing tree tomorrow. Nuo Lin patted Xiang Tianlu's shoulder excitedly, his eyes full of anticipation. The two continued to stroll through the gathering, surrounded by the sounds of laughter and the aroma of food. They stopped from time to time to talk with the villagers passing by and learn about the customs and culture of the town. As the night deepened, the crowd at the rally began to disperse, but the night in Zhuangdong town did not become silent. Lanterns on both sides of the street lit up one by one, and the orange lights swayed in the night, covering the town with a warm and mysterious veil. Walking slowly along the stone paths of Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road, you can feel the tranquility and beauty. Xiang Tianlu, had you ever thought about what kind of life you would choose if one day we complete all the adventures? Nuo Lin suddenly stopped and looked into the distance, his eyes flashing with longing for the future. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, and his eyes fell gently on Nuo Lin. I think I will find a quiet place, such as a small town like this, and open a small bookstore where I can be accompanied by books every day and occasionally receive travelers like you, listen to their stories, and share my experiences. Bookstore? That's a great idea. Nuo Lin's eyes lit up, and then he smiled. But don't forget to include me. I want to join too. We can run it together and make Time Bookstore the most popular place in Zhuangdong town. Good idea. Xiang Tianlu patted Nuo Lin on the back, and their laughter echoed in the quiet night, as if even the air became fresher because of their happiness. They continued walking and soon came to a small river. The river gurgles, and the moonlight shines on the water, making it sparkle just like the Milky Way falling into the earth. On both sides of the river, willow trees drooped and swayed gently in the wind, as if whispering. Look, someone is releasing river lanterns over there. Nuo Lin pointed to the river surface and saw delicate river lanterns floating on the waves. Each lantern was filled with blessings and wishes and flashed a warm light. Let's try it too, Xiang Tianlu suggested, and the two of them immediately ran to a nearby grocery store and bought a few river lanterns and pens and ink. By the river, they each wrote down their wishes, then gently placed the river lanterns into the water and watched them drift away. I hope all our wishes will come true, Nuo Lin said softly, with a determined light in his eyes. I definitely will, Xiang Tianlu responded, and their hands unconsciously clasped together, as if conveying strength and faith to each other. As the night deepened, they decided to return to the inn. On the way back to the inn, the tranquility and harmony of the small town made their hearts feel unprecedentedly peaceful and relaxed. The occasional barking of dogs and croaking of frogs in the distance add a touch of pastoral poetry. The night has become so deep that even time seems to have come to a standstill. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu walked side by side on the way back to the inn, their steps brisk, their hearts full of beautiful visions of the future. However, this tranquility did not last long. An inexplicable sense of crisis quietly surged into their hearts, causing them to stop in their tracks at the same time. Xiang Tianlu, do you feel? Nuo Lin's voice was low, and his eyes scanned the surroundings, trying to capture the subtle abnormality. Xiang Tianlu frowned, closed his eyes, took a deep breath, as if he was perceiving something. Yes, there's a sense of uneasiness in the air. But there was nothing unusual around me, which was really strange. While they were talking, the ground suddenly shook, as if some huge monster had awakened underground and was about to break out of the ground. Then, a low roar came from afar, causing pain in the eardrums of both of them. Let's go. Get out of here. Xiang Tianlu grabbed Nuo and ran towards the inn. However, the cobblestone road beneath their feet began to crack, and the cracks spread out like a dragon, cutting the night into pieces. What's going on? Could it be? Before Nuo finished speaking, he saw the originally calm lake in front of him suddenly boiling. The lake water rolled like boiling water. Water vapor rose, covering half of the sky. Then, a huge amount of whirlpools emerged in the center of the lake, as if to swallow everything. Oh no, there's something wrong with the ground. Find a good high place, Xiang Tianlu shouted. He pushed Nuo toward the towering tree on the side of the road and followed closely behind. The two of them hugged the tree, trunk tightly, to prevent themselves from being swept away by the sudden huge waves. The whirlpool in the lake spun faster and faster, and with a deafening roar, the surface of the lake began to collapse, as if something was trying to break free from the abyss. Powerful energy waves came from the bottom of the lake, impacting the minds of the two people and making it almost impossible for them to stand still. What kind of power is this? Nuo face turned pale. He had never seen such a horrifying scene before, and an unprecedented fear surged in his heart. Xiang Tianlu clenched his teeth and looked determined. No matter what, we must survive. Nuo, are you ready? We have to get out of here. Before he finished speaking, Xiang Tianlu drew the long sword from his waist, and the tip of the sword drew a dazzling arc of light in the night. He took a deep breath, concentrated all his strength on the tip of his sword, and prepared to carve a way out. However, at this moment, the speed of the lake's collapse suddenly accelerated, and a huge amount of black shadows rushed out from the bottom of the lake, carrying endless pressure and aura of destruction, and rushed straight towards the two of them. Xiang Tianlu, be careful, Nuo shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the huge amounts of roar, and he could only watch the dark shadow getting closer and closer. A trace of determination flashed in Xiang Tianlu's eyes, and he swung his sword towards the black shadow. But the moment the sword light touched the black shadow, it seemed to be swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. An irresistible force lifted him and Nuo off the ground. They tumbled in the air and finally fell heavily onto the grass in the distance. When the two men climbed up with difficulty, they saw that the black shadow was already floating above the lake. It was surrounded by black mist, and its eyes were as deep as the abyss, staring at them coldly. The night was as dark as ink, the stars were hidden, and only the huge black shadow floating above the lake was visible, like an ancient demon walking out of the underworld, emitting a frightening aura. The black shadow was none other than the legendary 9-star lizard. Its scales shone with a faint blue luster. Each scale seemed to contain the power of the stars. Intricate patterns were engraved on it, like ancient runes recording unknown secrets. The eyes of the 9-star lizard are as deep as the abyss, revealing endless vicissitudes and indifference. Its body is huge, dozens of feet long, with thick limbs, and every step it takes seems to make the earth tremble. There are 9,777 bright stars on its back, shining brightly. That is the source of its power and the origin of its name. Is this the 9 stars, the legendary king of monsters? Nuo voice trembled slightly. Although he had experienced countless battles, he couldn't help but feel a little fear when facing such a powerful existence. Xiang Tianlu gripped the sword tightly with a determined look, for he knew very well that retreating at this moment would only lead to destruction. Nuo, don't be afraid. We can fight together and win. Before he finished his words, Xiang Tianlu suddenly jumped up and rushed toward the nine-star lizard like an arrow. His long sword drew a bright sword light in the air and went straight to the vital point of the monster. However, the nine-star lizard's reaction speed was beyond imagination. It easily dodged the attack with a slight flick of its tail. At the same time, a powerful demonic energy spewed out of its mouth, forming a black storm that swept towards Xiangtian Road. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, and he formed seals with his hands. A mysterious power surged out of his body and turned into a light shield, covering Xiangtian Road and resisting the black storm. "What a cunning monster!" Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily. He turned in the air, swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, slashing towards the neck of the nine-star lizard, ACC. But the nine-star lizard was no match for it. It opened its mouth and spit out a stream of blazing flame that spurted out, colliding with Xiang Tianlu's sword light, making a deafening roar and sparks flying everywhere. The battle instantly became intense. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu joined forces to engage in a fierce battle with the nine-star lizard. Nuo Lin is good at controlling the power of elements. He keeps changing seals with his hands, summoning natural forces such as storms, lightning, ice, and frost to launch long-range attacks on the nine-star lizard. Xiang Tianlu relied on his superb swordsmanship to engage in close combat with the nine-star lizard. His sword flashed like a weave, and each strike contained a terrifying force that was enough to split mountains and rocks. However, as the king of monsters, the nine-star lizard's power was so great that it could be easily shaken by the two of them. Sometimes it soared into the air and pounced on the two people with the force of a mountain. Sometimes it dived into the water and suddenly jumped out from the bottom of the lake to launch a surprise attack. Each attack was incredibly powerful. "This is not a solution." Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He knew very well that if they continued to waste time like this, sooner or later the two would run out of strength and would undoubtedly be defeated. "We must find its weakness." Xiang Tianlu's eyes were determined. While swinging his sword to block the attack of the nine-star lizard, he carefully observed every move of the monster, trying to find a flaw. At this moment, the nine-star lizard launched another attack. It opened its huge mouth and spit out a bead shining with nine-colored light. The bead spun rapidly in the air, releasing earth-shattering power, and attacked the two. "Be careful, that's its demon pill," Nuo Lin shouted. He knew very well that the demon pill was the essence of the demon beast. Once it was damaged, the strength of the demon beast would be greatly reduced. A trace of determination flashed in Xiang Tianlu's eyes. He retreated violently and swung his sword at the same time, throwing a pre-prepared rune stone into the air. The rune stone exploded in the air, turning into a dazzling curtain of light, blocking the nine-star lizard's demon pill attack. Now is the time. Nuo Lin took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. He formed seals with his hands and summoned a huge amount of lightning pillars, which hit the back of the nine-star lizard. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu also seized the opportunity and stabbed the nine-star lizard from its flank with his long sword like a dragon, going straight for its heart. In a flash, Xiang Tianlu's sword was like the light of dawn, piercing through the thick scales of the nine-star lizard and hitting its vital points. At that moment, the air seemed to freeze, and the distance between the tip of the sword and the heart of the monster was only a millimeter. However, the nine-star lizard was extraordinary after all. It let out a deafening roar, and a surging force erupted from its body, forcibly deflecting Xiang Tianlu's sword. "Damn it!" Xiang Tianlu roared. His body paused in the air. Then he used the force of the force and pounced toward the nine-star lizard again like a whirlwind, waving the long sword in his hand with flashing sword light, and every strike contained enough power to shake the mountains. Nuo Lin was secretly anxious when he saw this. He knew very well that it would be difficult for Xiang Tianlu to defeat the nine-star lizard in a short period of time alone. Then, he formed seals with his hands again, and this time, what he summoned was no longer thunder and lightning, storms, but the wrath of elements that condensed the essence of heaven and earth. "Xiang Tianlu, take my move." Nuo Lin shouted, and he pushed his hand suddenly. A huge tornado made of pure elements appeared out of thin air, sweeping towards the nine-star lizard with the power to destroy the world. The nine-star lizard felt the terrifying power of the tornado, and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes, but was immediately replaced by endless anger. It roared towards the sky, and the scales all over its body suddenly burst into dazzling light, as if every scale had turned into a sharp blade and rushed towards the tornado. Boom! With a loud bang, the tornado collided with the scales of the nine-star lizard, bursting into dazzling light and deafening roar. The storm was cut into pieces by the scales, and the nine-star lizard was also shocked by the force and retreated again and again. But even so, it still did not give up fighting back. Xiang Tianlu took this opportunity to launch another attack. His figure was like a ghost, and his long sword drew silver tracks in the air, and each sword accurately landed on the weak point of the nine-star lizard. However, the nine-star lizard seems to have a regenerative healing factor. Even if it is severely injured, it can still recover quickly and continue fighting. "We can't go on like this," Nuo Lin shouted anxiously. "We must find its real weakness. Otherwise, we won't be able to defeat it." Xiang Tianlu was moved when he heard this. He carefully observed every move of the nine-star lizard, and suddenly he discovered a subtle flaw. Among the star marks on the back of the nine-star lizard, there was one that was the brightest and seemed to contain infinite power. "Nuo Lin, look there!" Xiang Tianlu shouted. He jumped up suddenly and pointed his sword directly at the star mark. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin immediately understood Xiang Tianlu's intention. He formed seals with his hands and summoned the power of elements again. This time, he concentrated all his strength on Xiang Tianlu's sword. "Xiang Tianlu, it's up to you," Nuo Lin shouted. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, and his sword drew a perfect arc in the air, stabbing towards the star mark with endless power. Xiang Tianlu's long sword streaked across the night sky like a meteor, pointing directly at the brightest star mark on the inner lizard's back. However, the nine-star lizard seemed to have sensed the crisis. It turned around abruptly, and its huge body drew an astonishing arc in the air. Its giant tail was like an iron whip, and it lashed towards Xiangtian Road with a whistling sound. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the night sky, but it could not conceal the impending crisis. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the nine-star lizard's giant tail. He was startled, knowing full well how cunning and powerful the nine-star lizard was, and did not dare to be careless in the slightest. The long sword turned in the air, the sword light weaved like a weave, and it slashed towards Jiuxing Chang's star seal again. The nine-star lizard roared continuously, and the light around it became more dazzling. Its scales seemed to have turned into indestructible armor. Every time it collided with Xiang Tianlu's sword light, a deafening roar would erupt. However, Xiang Tianlu did not retreat. His eyes were as firm as iron. As he swung his sword, the sword light was like a dragon, and he continuously attacked the vital points of the nine-star lizard. "Xiang Tianlu, hold on," Nuo Lin shouted from a distance. He formed seals with his hands and continuously summoned elemental power, trying to provide support for Xiang Tianlu. However, the nine-star lizard was more powerful than one could imagine. It seemed to be able to perceive Nuo Lin's intentions, and each attack cleverly avoided Nuo Lin's elemental power. "Damn it," Nuo Lin cursed in his heart. He knew very well that this was not a solution. So he made a bold decision. He decided to go into battle himself and fight alongside Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the nine-star lizard like an arrow. He waved his hands and summoned a shield made of pure elements, covering himself and Xiang Tianlu. The shield shone with dazzling light, as if it could withstand all attacks. When the nine-star lizard saw this, a trace of surprise and anger flashed in its eyes. It suddenly opened its mouth and spit out a stream of blazing flames, trying to break through Nuo Lin's shield. However, Nuo Lin's shield was extremely tough. The flames left charred marks on the shield, but were unable to break it. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. He swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, and he slashed at the star mark of the nine-star lizard again. This time, he left no room for maneuver, and each strike contained a terrifying force that was enough to split mountains and rocks. The nine-star lizard felt Xiang Tianlu's determination, and a trace of fear flashed in its eyes. However, as the king of monsters, it will never surrender easily. It swung its huge tail violently, trying to deflect Xiang Tianlu's sword. However, Xiang Tianlu seemed to have anticipated its action. He turned his sword in the air, cleverly avoiding the giant tail of the nine-star lizard, and continued to stab towards the star mark. Just as Xiang Tianlu's sword was about to touch the star mark, the nine-star lizard let out an earth-shaking roar. Its body seemed to have expanded several times at this moment, and the light around it was extremely blazing, like a star about to explode. Xiang Tianlu, be careful of its counterattack, Nuo Lin reminded anxiously inside the shield. He quickly changed the seals with both hands, trying to strengthen the shield to resist the upcoming terrifying impact. Xiang Tianlu's heart sank. He felt that the terrifying power contained in the nine-star lizard was rapidly gathering. However, he did not back down, but instead became more determined. He took a deep breath, and the light on the sword suddenly intensified, as if connected to the brightest star in the night sky. The tip of the sword was pointing to the door of life and death for the nine-star lizard. At this moment, the giant tail of the nine-star lizard pressed down like a mountain, and with an overwhelming momentum, the long sword written towards the sky road collided in the air. At that moment, the air seemed to be torn apart. The space was shaking. Huge amounts of roars resounded through the sky, and even the mountains in the distance were shaking slightly under this force. Boom! With a loud noise, Xiang Tianlu was knocked back by the force, but he still held the sword tightly in his hand. The light on the tip of the sword did not go out, but became even more dazzling. Under the impact of this force, the nine-star lizard paused slightly, and the light on the star mark flickered. Obviously, it had suffered considerable trauma. Good opportunity. Nuo Lin saw this, and a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. He pushed with both hands suddenly, and the shield instantly turned into a bright beam of light, carrying endless elemental power. Nanjuli blasted away. The nine-star lizard roared continuously. It felt the threat from Nuo Lin, and the light around it burst out again, trying to resist the attack of this beam of light. Zero. Asterisk. However, Nuo Lin's beam of light was like the light of dawn, penetrating the light of the nine-star lizard and hitting its vital points. The beam of light and the light of the nine-star lizard clashed fiercely in the air, like the collision of two stars, bursting out endless sparks and light, illuminating the entire night sky. That destructive force raged in the void, as if it was going to swallow up everything. Nuo Lin, hurry! Kill it while it's sick. Xiang Tianlu steadied his body in the air. He was sweating all over, but his eyes were more determined. He knew very well that this moment was the best time to defeat the nine-star lizard. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin formed seals with his hands again, and his expression became solemn and resolute. I saw his hands drawing mysterious tracks in the air, as if he was communicating with the heaven and earth, summoning more powerful power. Zero. Elements of heaven and earth, obey my orders. Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the night sky, as if carrying endless majesty and power. Following Nuo Lin's shout, the energy of the surrounding heaven and earth began to surge violently, as if being pulled by an invisible force, converging towards the pillar of light. After receiving the blessing of the vitality of heaven and earth, the light column became even more powerful, like a bolt of lightning that cuts through the night sky, heading straight for the vital points of the nine-star lizard. The nine-star lizard felt the terrifying power contained in the light column, and a trace of fear and despair flashed in its eyes. However, as the king of monsters, it will never give up easily. It let out a deafening roar once again, and the light around it instantly reached its peak, as if it was going to drown everything in the light. However, all this was in vain. Under Nuo Lin's control, the beam of light was like an indestructible sword, piercing through the light and scales of the nine-star lizard and striking its heart directly. At that moment, the nine-star lizard's body seemed to be fixed by an invisible force, unable to move at all. Boom! With a loud bang, a beam of light exploded at the heart of the nine-star lizard. The destructive force instantly tore Nine-Star Chang's body into countless pieces. The fragments flew and drifted in the air, and finally turned into wisps of green smoke and dissipated in the night sky. The moment the beam of light exploded, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin felt the soul-shaking wave almost at the same time. They looked at each other and knew without further ado that the battle was coming to an end, but their vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. It really disappeared? There was a hint of uncertainty in Nuo Lin's voice. He stared at the night sky that was once illuminated by the light of the nine-star lizard, but now returned to silence, with mixed feelings in his heart. Xiang Tianlu did not answer immediately, but slowly landed on a piece of scorched earth. This was the center of the battle. The surroundings were covered with traces of the battle, as if even the earth was telling the story of the thrilling moment that had just occurred. He squatted down and gently touched the ground, where there was still some warmth, which was the trace left by the nine-star lizard's final struggle before its fall. Yes, it no longer exists. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and powerful. He stood up and looked through the night mist, as if looking for something. But the battle never really ends. Nuo Lin frowned slightly when he heard this. He understood the deep meaning of Xiang Tianlu's words. In this vast world, every victory in a battle is only a temporary respite. Greater challenges are often hidden in unknown corners, waiting for their arrival. You mean? Nuo Lin's words were filled with a hint of hesitation, as if he was guessing what Xiang Tianlu was thinking. That's right, Xiang Tianlu interrupted Nuo Lin. His eyes became deep and distant. In this world, there are always forces that we cannot predict surging in the dark. The nine-star lizard is just one of them. In the future, we may encounter even more powerful and mysterious enemies. In the darkness of the night, a gust of wind blew, bringing whispers from afar, like the sigh of the earth or the hum of an unknown existence. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked up at the sky at the same time. Although the stars there had disappeared, the unknown in the darkness was even more frightening. The night is as dark as ink, deep and depressing, as if it is the heaviest curtain between heaven and earth, isolating all light and hope. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin stood side by side in the boundless darkness, their breathing heavy and powerful, as if every breath of air contained an unyielding will. In the future, the enemies we face may be beyond our imagination. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the night wind, with a hint of indescribable heaviness. His words were like an invisible sword, cutting through the silence of the night, and also cutting through the mist in the two people's hearts. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with determination when he heard this. He clenched his fists, as if he wanted to condense all his anxiety and fear into this strength. No matter how powerful the enemy is, as long as we fight side by side, we will not be afraid of any challenge. At this moment, an inexplicable wave suddenly spread across the night sky, like an undercurrent, causing a chill to rise in people's hearts involuntarily. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin became alert almost at the same time. Their eyes were as sharp as torches, piercing through the darkness, trying to capture the source of the fluctuation. There's something unusual, Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and his figure suddenly jumped up like an arrow from a bow, rushing towards the center of the fluctuation. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and the two of them were moving so fast that it seemed as if they were going to tear the darkness apart. When they arrived at the source of the fluctuation, they saw a strange fog slowly spreading, swallowing up the surrounding scenery. There is an indescribable power contained in this mist, which makes people's minds turbulent. What is this? Nuo Lin frowned, with a hint of doubt in his tone. He tried to use elemental power to perceive the essence of the mist, but found that his powers seemed to have lost its effectiveness in the face of such domineering power. Xiang Tianlu did not answer. His eyes were as sharp as knives, fixed on the mist. He slowly raised his hand, and a strange energy gathered in his palm. This energy flickered with a faint light in the night, as if it could penetrate all the fog. Be careful, this fog is not simple. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and powerful, with an unquestionable majesty in his tone. As soon as he finished speaking, the fog suddenly surged up, like a raging sea, sweeping towards the two of them. Faced with this sudden attack, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin did not retreat at all. They retreated violently and released their own strength at the same time, trying to resist the invasion of the fog. However, this mist seemed to have endless vitality, and no matter how hard they tried, they could not completely dispel it. "We can't go on like this. We have to find a source," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the mist with a hint of anxiety. He knew very well that if they could not find the source of the fog and destroy it, they would fall into endless passivity. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes gleaming with determination. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all his courage and strength into his body. Then he suddenly jumped up again, like a wild horse breaking free from its reins, and rushed towards the area where the fog was the thickest. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and the two figures appeared and disappeared in the mist, like two lightning bolts shuttling through the darkness. They constantly dodged the attacks of the fog, while searching for the unknown source. Finally, in the haze, they saw 10 signs of strange fruits. It was a vortex emitting a faint light, constantly swallowing up the surrounding fog. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other and read the same determination and vigilance in each other's eyes. The vortex emitting a faint light was like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing everything around it, including the strange and threatening mist. "It's here," Xiang Tianlu shouted softly, and his body rushed towards the whirlpool like an arrow. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and the speed of the two was so fast that they almost tore cracks in the night. As they approached the whirlpool, an indescribable pressure surged out from the whirlpool, as if to crush both of them into powder. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He clenched his hands tightly, and a strange energy condensed in his palms. This energy flickered with a lavender light in the night, as if it contained some kind of mysterious power. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He took a deep breath, and all the muscles in his body tensed instantly, like a beast ready to pounce. He waved his hands forward, and a bright beam of light burst out from his palms and hit the vortex directly. However, the vortex seemed to have an endless, devouring power. The moment Nuo Lin's light column touched the vortex, it was slowly swallowed up and disappeared without a trace. When Xiang Tianlu saw this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, but he did not back down. Instead, he became more determined to find out the truth about the vortex. He quickly formed seals with his hands, and strange runes appeared in his palms, then turned into a stream of light and hit the vortex directly. However, the moment the rune touched the vortex, it seemed to be swallowed up by some mysterious force and disappeared without a trace. What exactly is this vortex? Why does it have such a powerful, devouring power? Nuo Lin frowned, with a hint of doubt and uneasiness in his tone. Xiang Tianlu did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the vortex, as if he was thinking about something. Suddenly, a trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "Let's go in and take a look." Before he finished speaking, Xiang Tianlu had already rushed into the vortex like an arrow from a bow. Seeing this, Nuo Lin followed without hesitation. The figures of the two people quickly disappeared in the vortex, as if they were swallowed up by some mysterious force. When they entered the vortex, the scene before their eyes instantly became blurred and distorted. Countless lights and shadows intertwined and collided around them, as if bringing them into a mysterious and dangerous world. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin leaned against each other tightly, their eyes full of vigilance and determination. Suddenly, a powerful force came from behind them, causing both of them to stagger forward. They turned around quickly and saw a blurry figure approaching them quickly. However, when the figure was about to touch them, it seemed to be blocked by some mysterious force and could not go any further. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other and read the same shock and confusion in each other's eyes. They knew that there was some mysterious power hidden in this vortex that they could not understand. And this kind of power may be the key to their journey. They continued to go deeper into the vortex, and the scene before them became more and more distorted and strange. Countless lights and shadows intertwined and collided around them, as if leading them into an endless abyss. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin did not retreat. They gritted their teeth and moved forward firmly. At this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly surged into my heart. They stopped almost at the same time, staring straight ahead with sharp eyes. I saw a bright light bursting out from the depths of the vortex, instantly illuminating the entire space. There was an indescribable power contained in that light, as if it could penetrate all obstacles. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin couldn't help but close their eyes under the shining light. However, when they opened their eyes again, they found that the scene before them had changed dramatically. They were in a strange space, surrounded by strange lights and smells. And that bright light was floating above their heads, as if a mysterious and powerful being was watching them. In the center of this strange space, under the dazzling light, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other. Without words, thousands of thoughts were conveyed to each other. The strange atmosphere that permeated the space made them feel both depressed and excited, as if every step they took was on the border of an unknown world. "Where is this place?" Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly. He looked around. The lights and shadows were like a dream, but they also carried power fluctuations that should not be underestimated. Xiang Tianlu frowned, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's as he scanned everything around him. "It's not clear, but it's definitely not a good place. We have to tread carefully." Before he finished speaking, the space suddenly shook, and the intertwined lights and shadows seemed to come alive, transforming into twisted tentacles that whistled and coiled towards the two of them. The speed was so fast, like a meteor in the night sky, breaking the silence and bringing the breath of death. He roared to Tianlu, and his body suddenly jumped up like a strong pine tree in the wind, tenacious and unyielding. He waved his hands quickly, and the strange energy gathered in his palms turned into circles of ripples that were invisible to the naked eye, colliding with the tentacles and erupting with a deafening roar. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. His muscles tensed, as if every inch of his skin contained explosive power. Facing the attacking tentacles, he suddenly leaped up and smashed down with his legs like hammers. Every contact made the space tremble. The tentacles broke under his power and turned into points of light and dissipated. However, this space seemed to have infinite recovery power. The broken tentacles quickly reorganized, and their number was even greater than before. They surged in like a tide and surrounded the two of them. Every clash was accompanied by the distortion and tearing of space. The intensity of the battle was enough to scare any spectator. "If we continue like this, we will run out of energy." Nuo Lin panted, sweat dripping down his cheeks, interweaving with the strange smell in the air to form a light film. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were firm. He knew very well that what he said was true, but the unyielding fire in his heart burned even more vigorously. "No, we still have a chance. We must find the core of this space and break it, then we can get out." After saying that, he launched another offensive. This time, he no longer relied solely on strength, but integrated his understanding of space into the attack. Every time he swung his punch, it seemed as if he was tearing the barrier of space, looking for a glimmer of hope. Nuo Lin was encouraged and adjusted his tactics. He began to try to use his own energy to guide those light and shadow tentacles, trying to find the pattern of their flow and break them in one fell swoop. The two fought hard in the interweaving of light and shadow. Every collision was like the falling of a star. It seemed as if the space could not withstand this force, and cracks began to appear. At this moment, the brilliant light suspended above their heads suddenly shone brightly, illuminating the entire space, and an ancient and majestic aura filled the air. Under the dazzling light, Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin seemed to be drawn by an invisible force, their eyes fixed on the source of the light. The antiquity and majesty contained in that light, like the gaze of an ancient god, made their heartbeats accelerate involuntarily. Is this the core of space? Nu Lin's voice was filled with a hint of disbelief. He felt that the power in his body was faintly resonating under the illumination of this light. He nodded to Tianlu, with a look of determination in his eyes. Yes, only by breaking it can we find a way out. Are you ready? Nu Lin took a deep breath, and under the reflection of the light, the muscles all over his body seemed to be given new life and filled with explosive power. Come on, no matter what difficulties lie ahead, we will face them together. The two of them suddenly rose up again, like two lightning bolts cutting through the night sky, rushing straight towards the core of the dazzling light. The strange energy gathered in Xiang Tianlu's hands seemed to turn into an invisible blade at this moment. Every swing tore through the barrier of space, leaving shocking cracks. Nu Lin was like a tiger in a storm. Each of his attacks was full of wild power. The light and shadow tentacles shattered under his power and turned into points of light that dissipated in the air. However, this space seemed to have endless vitality. Every time it was broken, it would reorganize at a faster speed, as if it could never be completely destroyed. The battle became more and more intense. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin's figures moved quickly in the interweaving of light and shadow. Every time they fought, the space shook violently, as if the entire space was trembling under their power. We can't go on like this. We must find the key to the core. Xiang Tianlu's voice was particularly clear in the roar. He knew that if he couldn't find the key to the core, they will eventually run out of power and be trapped here. Nu Lin nodded, his eyes moving through the light, trying to find a flaw. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be some strange fluctuations hidden in the core of the brilliant light. This fluctuation was completely different from the strange breath they had felt before and was full of unknown and mystery. Look there. Nu Lin pointed at the core of the light, looked towards the direction of his finger, and a glimmer of enlightenment flashed in his eyes. The two of them exerted their strength again. This time, they no longer attacked blindly. Instead, they gathered their strength at one point and hit the strange fluctuation directly. As they attacked, the entire space seemed to be ignited, and bright light burst out instantly, illuminating the entire space like daylight. Under the illumination of this light, the core of that space began to vibrate violently, as if it could not withstand this force and was about to collapse. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin held hands tightly, their eyes full of expectation and determination. However, at this moment, an unprecedented sense of crisis suddenly surged into my heart. They stopped almost at the same time, staring straight ahead with sharp eyes. In the core of the light, a vague figure was slowly condensing with a heart-pounding aura, as if it was a god from ancient times, quietly watching them. The bright light suddenly shrank, as if it was suddenly grasped by an invisible hand. Every inch of air in the space seemed to solidify, and even time slowed down. The blurry figure became clearer in the light, but it was neither human nor beast. Ancient and complex runes were wrapped around its body, emitting a suffocating pressure, as if it was a being that had come from another era, quietly examining Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin. Who is this? Nu Lin's voice was low, with a hint of shock that was hard to conceal. He could feel that this power was far beyond their imagination, and even if they joined forces, it seemed difficult to shake its share. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He stared at the figure, and an unprecedented sense of crisis surged in his heart. I don't know, but he's definitely not a good person. We have to be careful about how we deal with this and not let it stop us from leaving here. Before he finished speaking, the figure suddenly moved. It did not use any weapons or cast any spells. It just shook its body slightly, and the whole space was like it had suffered a heavy blow. Trembling violently, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin only felt an irresistible force coming from all directions, as if it was going to crush them into powder. "Hold steady," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he quickly formed seals with his hands. The power in his body surged out like a river bursting its banks, transforming into rays of light, trying to resist the impact of that power. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He tensed all his muscles like a volcano about to erupt. He concentrated all his strength into his fists and blasted at the invisible pressure. However, the power of that figure was too strong. Although their attacks were fierce, they were like a drop in the ocean and could not cause any ripples. On the contrary, the figure's attack became more and more fierce, and every vibration seemed to tear the entire space apart, putting Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin into an unprecedented predicament. "We will be exhausted to death if this continues." Nuo Lin's voice was filled with anxiety. He could feel that his strength was fading quickly while the opponent's offensive was not effective. Not reduced, Xiang Tianlu's eyes were determined. He knew very well that he must not retreat at this moment, otherwise he would be doomed. "No, we can't give up. Find its weakness and kill it with one strike." After saying that, Xiang Tianlu suddenly jumped up like an eagle flying through a storm. With his profound understanding of the laws of space, he tried to find the flaw in that figure. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, and each of his attacks was full of savagery and madness, as if he wanted to pour out all his strength. The two men fought hard in the interweaving of light and shadow. Every collision was like a landslide, and the entire space seemed to tremble under their power. However, that figure was like an indestructible rock. No matter how they attacked, they could not leave any mark on it. Just when Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin were about to run out of strength and fall into despair, the figure suddenly stopped attacking, slowly raised its hand, and pointed to a corner of the space. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked in the direction of its finger and saw a tiny crack appearing there. A faint light shone through the crack, as if it was the only way to the outside world. There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He didn't expect that at this critical moment of life and death, the figure would actually point out a way for them to survive. A glimmer of hope flashed in Nuo Lin's eyes, and he clenched his fists, ready to make the final sprint. Whatever the reason, we must not miss this opportunity. The two men suddenly rose up again, like two lightning bolts cutting through the night sky, and rushed straight towards the crack. However, just as they were about to touch the crack, the figure suddenly moved again, and its figure instantly turned into a stream of light, blocking their way. "Want to leave? Not that easy." The figure's voice echoed in the space like thunder, full of unquestionable majesty. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin's hearts sank suddenly, as if they were pressed down by a 1,000-pound rock and it became difficult to breathe. The figure was moving at an unimaginable speed. In the blink of an eye, it was already standing between them and the escape crack, like an insurmountable mountain. "Since you are here, just stay." The figure's words carried an ancient and vicissitudes of life charm, as if they had spanned endless years, coming from ancient times and striking directly into the depths of the two people's hearts. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were wide open, with an unyielding light flashing in them. He knew very well that any retreat would be futile, and only by fighting to the death could he have a chance of survival. He shouted loudly, and the remaining strength in his body seemed to be ignited, turning into a raging flame that soared into the sky. The same is true for Nuo Lin. The muscles all over his body seemed to be driven by invisible power, bursting out with unprecedented strength. He roared, as if he wanted to pour out all the anger and resentment that had been pent up in his heart, and his fists, carrying the force of thunder, slammed towards the figure. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, rushed towards the figure at the same time, like two surging torrents. However, that figure was as elusive as a ghost. Although their attacks were fierce, they only hit the air, causing circles of invisible ripples. A mere trifle. The figure snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. It flashed and reappeared behind Xiang Tianlu. A huge amount of palm pressed down like a mountain, bringing irresistible pressure. Xiang Tianlu felt a breath of death coming towards him. He was startled in his heart, but he did not retreat. He moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. At the same time, he threw a backhand punch, carrying a dazzling light toward the side of the figure. However, the figure seemed to be wrapped in an invisible shield, and Xiang Tianlu's attack only caused ripples on its surface, but failed to cause any substantial damage to it. It's time to end. The figure's voice sounded again, full of unquestionable majesty. Its figure flashed again, and it appeared between the two of them like a ghost. It clapped its hands at the same time, pressing down on their chests like two huge mountains. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin only felt an irresistible force locking them tightly, as if to completely crush their bodies into powder. Their hearts sank, but they did not give up resistance. They shouted at the same time, concentrating all their strength on their hands, trying to block the fatal blow. However, the power of that figure was too strong, and their resistance was in vain. There was a loud bang, and the two people's bodies flew backwards like kites with broken strings, hitting the barrier of space heavily, splashing bright sparks. Their bodies rolled several times in the air before they managed to stabilize themselves. They coughed up blood, their faces filled with exhaustion and despair. They knew that they had reached a desperate situation, and unless a miracle happened, they would die. However, at this moment, the figure suddenly stopped attacking. It slowly turned around and looked towards a corner of the space again. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin followed its gaze and saw a tiny crack appear there again. The light shining through the crack was brighter than before, as if it was the only hope to the outside world. An inexplicable excitement surged in the hearts of both of them at the same time. They didn't expect that at this critical moment of life and death, that figure actually gave them a glimmer of hope again. Want to leave? Then let's see if you have the ability to do so. 273-inch the figure's voice sounded again, but it was full of ridicule and provocation. It flashed and turned into a stream of light again, rushing towards the crack. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other, with determination flashing in their eyes. They knew this was their last chance. They shouted at the same time and rushed toward the crack again. The speed of the two people was extremely fast, like two lightning bolts cutting through the night sky. They met the figure again in front of the crack and started a thrilling fight. Every collision was like the falling of a star, and every confrontation seemed to tear the entire space apart. However, that figure seemed to possess endless power, and no matter how they attacked, they could not defeat it. The two men's strength was constantly being depleted, and their bodies were constantly being injured. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin's heartbeats were like war drums, and every beat was accompanied by a surge of strength in their bodies. They knew very well that facing this unknown enemy, any slackness could be fatal. Sweat and blood intertwined together, dripping onto the cold spatial barrier, making a subtle but firm sound. Every attack of that figure was like a violent storm, carrying destructive power, as if it would swallow up the entire space. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin could only rely on their instincts and tenacious will to dodge and fight back again and again, trying to find a glimmer of hope in this endless attack. We can't go on like this. We must find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded unusually firm amid the fierce fight. He knew very well that they could not defeat this enemy under the current circumstances. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, and the power in his body burst out again, surging out like a volcanic eruption. He transformed into a stream of light and rushed straight towards the figure, trying to fight with his life to buy Xiang Tianlu a chance to find the figure's weakness. Nu Lin, be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the sound of fierce fighting. He could only watch Nu Lin rushing towards the figure like a moth to a flame, his heart filled with worry and helplessness. However, at this critical moment, Nu Lin suddenly stopped attacking. He turned around abruptly, quickly forming seals with his hands, and the remaining strength in his body seemed to be ignited, transforming into a bright light that shot straight into the chest of the figure. This is... Xiang Tianlu was shocked. He didn't expect that Nu Lin would realize such a powerful attack at this critical moment of life and death. However, what shocked him even more was that the light actually penetrated the figure's defense and hit its chest directly. The figure let out a deafening roar, and its body trembled violently, as if it had suffered great harm. Xiang Tianlu was overjoyed when he saw this. He took the opportunity to leap up and rushed towards the figure like a ferocious cheetah. His hands were like two sharp blades, piercing into the figure's body fiercely. "Break it for me," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the power in his body seemed to have reached its peak at this moment. He exerted force with both hands suddenly, and with a click sound, the figure's body was torn apart by him. A strong smell of blood filled the air, and the figure's body gradually became blurred and finally turned into a ball of blood mist and dissipated in the space. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other and saw the joy and excitement of the rest of their lives in each other's eyes. They knew that they had finally defeated this powerful enemy and successfully escaped from this deadly space. They slumped on the ground, gasping for breath. The surrounding space barriers began to gradually collapse, and the light in the cracks became brighter and brighter, as if welcoming their arrival. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin were still gasping for breath. The air around them seemed to be frozen, and every breath was accompanied by a violent rise and fall in their chests. After the blood mist dissipated, the oppressive feeling in the space did not dissipate with it. Instead, a deeper silence enveloped the surroundings, making people feel chilly. Is this the end? There was a hint of disbelief in Nu Lin's voice. He looked at the space that was once occupied by the enemy, but was now empty, with a complicated look in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu slowly shook his head and glanced around sharply, as if confirming something. No, the battle never ends so easily. There are still secrets in this space. His tone revealed a hint of vigilance. Years of life and death experience told him that there is often a bigger storm hidden under the calm. Before he finished speaking, the seemingly calm space suddenly surged with an inexplicable energy fluctuation, like a sea with undercurrents, calm on the surface, but actually harboring murderous intent. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin noticed this change almost at the same time. They looked at each other, and without saying anything, they stood up tacitly, ready to face the unknown challenge. The spatial barrier began to vibrate violently, as if something was growing inside, ready to break out. Every vibration was accompanied by the distortion and tearing of space, and a heart-pounding atmosphere filled the air. "Are you ready?" Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and firm. He clenched his fists, and the power in his body was stirring, ready to explode at any time. Nu Lin took a deep breath and nodded, with an unyielding fire burning in his eyes. "Whatever comes, we will face it together." Suddenly, a deafening roar broke the silence of the space, and a huge amount of black vortex slowly formed beside the crack, spinning and swallowing up all the light and sound around it, as if it was a portal to another world. "This is..." Xiang Tianlu frowned. He had never seen such a strange phenomenon before, and a strong sense of uneasiness surged in his heart. "No matter what it is, we have to go and take a look." Nu Lin's voice sounded in his ears with unquestionable determination. He took a step forward and walked firmly towards the vortex, with Xiang Tianlu following closely behind. As they got closer, the attraction of the whirlpool became stronger and stronger, as if it was going to suck them into an endless abyss. The two had to use all their strength to resist this force and move forward slowly. While Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin were struggling to resist the suction of the vortex, a stronger energy fluctuation suddenly surged in the center of the vortex, as if something was about to break out of the cocoon. With a low roar, a huge amount of black creature suddenly rushed out from the vortex. It was huge, and its hair was as dark as the night, flashing with a faint light. Its eyes were like two bright stars, but they were cold and cunning. This was the powerful monster, Black Cat. The appearance of the Black Cat instantly broke the original balance. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs. A powerful demonic aura spread out, making the space tremble. Its eyes were fixed on Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin, as if it were looking at two insignificant ants. Is this a monster? Nuo Lin's voice was filled with shock. He had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful creature here. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists, his eyes revealing determination and indomitable spirit. Whatever it is, we can't back down. The Black Cat seemed to be irritated by the tenacity of the two men. It waved its hand violently, and a black energy wave instantly attacked the two men, like lightning in the dark night, at a speed so fast that it was astonishing. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin reacted almost at the same time. They flashed and narrowly avoided the counter-energy wave. However, this energy wave hit the space barrier behind them, instantly tearing a huge amount of holes in it, and rubble and energy fragments flew everywhere. What a fast speed! Xiang Tianlu was secretly shocked. He knew very well that neither he nor Nuo Lin had reached the level where they could easily withstand such an attack. Nuo Lin took a deep breath. The power in his body began to surge, and his eyes burned with raging flames of war. Come on, let's see how strong you are, you monster! Before he finished speaking, Nuo Lin rushed towards Hai Taimo like a flash of lightning. His fists were like two heavy hammers, smashing into Hai Taimo's chest with a whistling sound. However, the Black Cat seemed to have anticipated this attack. It easily dodged Nuo Lin's attack by turning its body to the side and swung out with a claw. A black claw shadow cut through the air like a sharp blade and went straight for Nuo Lin's throat. Nuo Lin was startled and quickly dodged sideways. But even so, the claw shadow still left a deep scar on his shoulder, and the blood instantly stained his clothes red. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu shouted. He knew very well that he couldn't be distracted at the moment, but when he saw Nuo Lin injured, he couldn't help but feel a tightness in his heart. Seeing this, the Black Cat let out a triumphant roar, as if it had seen through the strength of the two men, and began to attack more unscrupulously. Every claw strike is like a landslide, and every roar is terrifying. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu knew that he could no longer be so passive. He took a deep breath, and the power in his body began to surge wildly. His eyes became as hot as flames, as if they were going to burn everything. Nuo Lin, let's go together! Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he rushed towards Hai Taimo like a wild horse, and smashed Hai Taimo's head with his fists with blazing flames. Nuo Lin also came to his senses. He endured the pain in his shoulder and rushed towards Hai Taimo again. His fists hit like a storm, trying to distract Hai Taimo's attention. Under Xiang Tianlu's flaming fists and Nuo Lin's violent attack, Black Cat did not show any sign of panic. Instead, there was an even colder light flashing in its eyes, as if it was mocking the two people's arrogance. Xiang Tianlu's fists smashed heavily on the Black Cat's head. However, the seemingly indestructible cat's head was like soft cotton, turning all of Xiang Tianlu's attacks into invisible. A recoil force came, causing Xiang Tianlu to involuntarily take several steps back, his face turning slightly pale. What a strong defense! Xiang Tianlu was secretly shocked. He knew that his attack was enough to destroy a hill, but in front of the Black Cat, it was just like a tickle. Nuo Lin felt depressed when he saw this, but he did not retreat. Instead, he became more determined to fight. He gritted his teeth, endured the pain in his shoulder, and rushed towards Hai Taimo again. His fists rained down on Hai Taimo's body, trying to find its weakness. However, the Black Cat was like a cunning cheetah. It could cleverly avoid Nuo Lin's attacks every time and take the opportunity to launch a counterattack. Its claws are like sharp blades, and every time it swings, there's a whistling sound, which is terrifying. We can't go on like this. We must find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu shouted. He knew that if he continued to attack blindly, it would only consume his and Nuo Lin's physical strength. Ultimately defeated. 0.10. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, and the power in his body burst out again, surging out like a volcanic eruption. His figure flashed and turned into a stream of light, rushing straight towards the belly of the black cat, attempting to fight with his life and give the black cat a fatal blow. However, Black Cat seemed to have anticipated Nuo Lin's intention. It moved its body to the side, easily dodging Nuo Lin's attack, and swung out with its claws, going straight for Nuo Lin's heart. Nuo Lin was startled and quickly dodged sideways. But even so, the claw shadow still left a deep scratch on his chest, and blood instantly stained his clothes red. Nuo Lin, Xiang Tianlu shouted. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes. 0-0. He knew that at the moment he could no longer hold back and had to give it his all. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, and the power in his body began to surge wildly. His eyes became as hot as flames, as if they wanted to burn everything. He flashed and rushed towards the black cat like a ferocious cheetah. This time, he did not attack blindly, but carefully observed every move of the black cat, looking for its flaws. Finally, when the black cat swung its claws, Xiang Tianlu discovered its weakness, those eyes as bright as stars. Xiang Tianlu was delighted. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the black cat like an arrow. He smashed its eyes with his fists, blazing with flames. Ah! The black cat let out a shrill roar. Its eyes were instantly engulfed by flames, and it rolled on the ground in pain. Nuo Lin was also very happy when he saw this. He took the opportunity to rush towards the black cat, and his fists rained down on it like a storm, trying to give it a fatal blow. However, at this moment, the black cat suddenly stopped rolling. Although its eyes were engulfed by flames, an even crazier light flashed in them. It waved its hand violently, and a black energy wave instantly attacked the two of them at such a speed that it was astonishing. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin reacted almost at the same time. They dodged the energy wave narrowly. However, they were surprised to find that this energy wave actually formed a huge amount of black vortex in the air, as if it was going to swallow the two of them. The black vortex was like a huge mouth of the abyss, swallowing up all the light and sound around it. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin only felt an indescribable suction coming, as if it was going to suck their souls into the endless darkness. No, this is its desperate counterattack. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He knew very well that it was too late to escape at that moment, and he could only bite the bullet and face it. Nuo Lin also gritted his teeth, and the power in his body surged again, as if he wanted to break through the constraints of his body and fight side by side with Xiang Tianlu. The two figures were like two streams of light, rushing straight into the black vortex. However, just as they were about to touch the edge of the vortex, a powerful backlash force came, causing their bodies to tremble involuntarily. "Hold on, we can't be swallowed by it," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the power in his body seemed to be ignited, and the raging flames broke out again, trying to break through the black shackles. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He clenched his fists tightly, as if he wanted to smash the invisible shackles with one punch. There was a firm light in his eyes, as if to say, whether it's life or death, we must face it together. However, the black vortex seemed to have endless power. It constantly devoured the strength of the two people, making them feel increasingly powerless. At this moment, the voice of Black Cat rang out in the vortex like a call from hell. "Do you think you could defeat me like this? This is ridiculous. Today, I will let you see my true power." As Haitomo's voice fell, The black vortex suddenly became more violent, as if it was going to swallow the two of them completely. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin only felt an unprecedented sense of crisis. They knew that if they didn't take action at that moment, they would never have another chance. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, and the power in his body seemed to boil up and surge out like a volcanic eruption. His figure flashed and turned into a golden stream of light, rushing straight towards the core of the black vortex. Nuo Lin, come with me, Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice full of firmness and determination. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin gritted his teeth and followed closely behind like a hurricane. The two of them were like two flashes of lightning, shuttling back and forth in the black vortex, searching for the only chance of survival. However, the black vortex seemed to have its own consciousness. It constantly changed its shape, trying to trap the two people in it. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin can only rely on their extraordinary speed and keen intuition to move forward in the vortex. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly discovered a flaw in the vortex. He was delighted, gritted his teeth, and rushed towards the flaw like an arrow. Nuo Lin, hurry up and catch up, Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice full of anxiety and expectation. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin gritted his teeth and followed closely behind like a hurricane. The two of them were like two flashes of lightning, instantly penetrating the constraints of the black vortex and returning to reality. However, when they looked at the black cat again, they found that it had returned to its original state, with an even colder light flashing in its eyes. Do you think you can escape like this? How naive! The black cat sneered, and its body turned into a black stream of light again, rushing straight towards the two of them. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin had just escaped from the black vortex and had no time to catch their breath when the attack of the black cat followed them closely. The black streak of light was like a comet streaking across the night sky, rushing towards the two of them with unspeakable power. Be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow from the black cat. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with his hands, and the power in his body surged, as if it was about to condense in his substance to resist the impending attack. Nuo Lin also reacted quickly. He retreated violently, trying to distance himself from the black cat. However, the black cat seemed to follow him like a shadow. No matter how he dodged, the black light could always follow him accurately. This is not a solution. We must take the initiative, Nuo Lin shouted. The power in his body seemed to be ignited, and his eyes flashed with a fiery light. Xiang Tianlu nodded upon hearing this. He knew very well that facing such a powerful enemy, escaping would only put himself in a more dangerous situation. So he took a deep breath, gathered his strength again, and prepared to launch a counterattack. The two figures were like two lightning bolts, crossing each other in the air and then converging together in an instant, as if forming an indestructible barrier. They attacked Haitaimo at the same time, and their fists fell on Haitaimo like a storm. However, the black cat seemed to be unaffected at all. Its figure floated in the air like a ghost, and it was able to cleverly dodge the attacks of the two people every time. At the same time, its claws, which were like sharp blades, kept swinging out with a whistling sound, attempting to deal a fatal blow to the two men. It's too fast, we can't keep up, Nuo Lin shouted. He felt his strength being rapidly consumed, while the black cat seemed to be tireless. Xiang Tianlu also frowned. He knew very well that if they continued like this, they would definitely lose. Then, he took another deep breath, and the power in his body seemed to be completely awakened, and his eyes became as hot as flames. Nuo Lin, come with me. Use our strength to break its defense, Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice full of firmness and determination. Hearing this, Nuo Lin gritted his teeth, and the power in his body surged again. The two seemed to merge into one. Their attacks became more swift and powerful, and every punch seemed to tear the space apart. However, the black cat seemed to be even more excited, with a crazier light flashing in its eyes. It waved its hand violently, and a black energy wave attacked the two again, at a speed so fast that it was astonishing. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin reacted almost at the same time. They dodged the energy wave narrowly. The black energy wave exploded in the air, like a firework blooming in the night, brilliant and deadly. Although Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin narrowly escaped the attack, the aftermath still caused them to sway and their faces to change slightly. Its power has increased again, Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, his eyes fixed on the black cat tumbling in the air, with both solemnity and unyielding spirit in his eyes. He nodded to Tianlu and took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the vitality between heaven and earth into his body. His eyes were like two burning flames, illuminating the surrounding darkness and igniting the fighting spirit in his heart. We can't continue to be passive like this. We must find its weakness, Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice echoing in the night sky, as if he was swearing an oath to heaven and earth. Nuo Lin was cheered up when he heard this. He clenched his teeth, and the power in his body surged again, as if it was about to break through the limits of his body. His figure was like a fallen leaf in the wind. Although erratic, every movement was full of deadly threat. The two attacked Black Cat again. This time their attack was even more swift and powerful, as if they were pouring out all their strength. Their fists fell on Black Cat like a violent storm. Every collision stirred up a wave of air, as if even the space was torn apart. However, the Black Cat seemed to become even more excited. There was a crazy light flashing in its eyes, and every time it dodged, it seemed like it was playing a trick on the two of them. Its claws were like sharp blades, and every time it swung, there was a whistling sound in the wind, attempting to deal a fatal blow to the two men. We can't go on like this. We must find its flaw, Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice full of anxiety and determination. Nuo Lin was also extremely anxious. He knew that if this continued, both of them would die of exhaustion. Then he gritted his teeth and the power in his body burst out again, as if to stimulate all his potential. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly noticed a subtle movement of Haitaimo. Although its eyes were flashing with madness, there was a hint of hesitation at that moment. Xiang Tianlu was delighted. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the Black Cat like an arrow. Nuo Lin, come with me, Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice full of determination and confidence. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin gritted his teeth and followed closely behind like a hurricane. The two men were like two bolts of lightning, instantly penetrating the Black Cat's defense and going straight for its vital points. The Black Cat was horrified. It didn't expect that the two people could capture its flaws so keenly. It quickly swung its claws to fight back, but it was too late. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin's fists were like two bright meteors, smashing hard into its body. Bang! With a loud bang, the Black Cat's body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the mountain wall in the distance heavily. Its eyes flickered with reluctance and despair, but soon dimmed. As the Black Cat fell, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin smiled at each other. The relief and joy they felt after experiencing life and death were beyond words. As the night faded and the dawn began to appear in the east, the two decided to put aside their burdens for the time being and find a quiet place to rest. Soon, they came to a beautiful village hidden in the mountains. The village is nestled against the mountains and beside the water, with smoke rising up from the cooking stoves, interweaving with the morning mist to form a tranquil and far-reaching picture. The stream gurgles through the bluestone path, with lush trees and colorful wildflowers on both sides, and the air is filled with the fresh fragrance of soil and flowers. It's so beautiful here, like a paradise on earth, Nuo Lin exclaimed sincerely, with a long-lost sense of ease in his voice. He smiled and nodded to Tianlu. His eyes swept across this peaceful land, and a warm feeling surged in his heart. Yes, we really need a place like this to relax and forget about the fighting and killing. The two walked slowly along the path. From time to time, villagers passed by them, some carrying hoes on their shoulders, and some carrying bamboo baskets in their hands. Everyone's face was filled with a simple and satisfied smile. Children were chasing and playing at the entrance of the village, and their laughter like silver bells echoed in the air, adding a bit of vitality and vigor to this quiet village. Look, there's a small bridge over there. New Orleans pointed to a stone arch bridge not far away. There were a constant stream of people walking on the bridge. The stream under the bridge was crystal clear, and occasionally a few fish jumped out of the water, stirring up ripples. Xiang Tianlu suggested, "Why don't we go to the bridge and take a look at the whole picture of the village?" The two stepped onto the small bridge. The bridge deck was paved with bluestone slabs, and every step echoed the passage of time. Looking from the bridge, the whole village is in sight. The well-arranged houses, winding paths, and the mountains in the distance form a picture of harmonious coexistence. I really hope time can stay at this moment forever. New Orleans said softly, his eyes full of longing. Xiang Tianlu patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Although we can't stay here forever, this memory will be engraved in our hearts forever. Let's go and walk around the village. Maybe we can encounter something interesting." The two continued to stroll in the village, talking with the villagers from time to learn about their lives and stories. They stopped in front of a tea house. The aroma of tea attracted them to go in. In the tea house, several elderly people sat together, drinking tea and chatting. The atmosphere was warm and harmonious. Two young men, "Come and try the tea produced in our village." A kind old lady greeted them warmly and handed them 2 cups of steaming hot tea. Xiang Tianlu and New Orleans took the teacup and took a sip. The fragrance of tea instantly bloomed in their mouths, fresh and mellow, as if it could wash away all their fatigue. "What a great tea!" New Orleans praised sincerely. The old lady smiled from ear to ear. "This is the treasure of our village. It's great to be recognized by you." In the tea house, they listened to the elders telling the history and legends of the village, feeling the simplicity and sincerity. In the afternoon, the sun shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The two of them lie under a big tree at the edge of the village, enjoying this rare peace and tranquility. The sunlight sprinkled on the two of them, bringing a slight touch of warmth. Xiang Tianlu and New Orleans closed their eyes and rested, as if the whole world had quieted down. The gentle breeze and rustling of leaves, together with the occasional crowing of chickens and barking of dogs in the distance, interweave into a melodious pastoral poem. New Orleans, have you ever thought about what you would do if one day we no longer need to fight? Xiang Tianlu suddenly spoke with a hint of tenderness and reverie in his voice. New Orleans opened her eyes slightly, looked at the distant blue sky, and a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth. "I think I will find a place like this, build a small house, plant a vegetable garden, work from sunrise to sunset every day, and enjoy an ordinary and simple life with my beloved." When Xiang Tianlu heard this, he felt inexplicably moved. That's a wonderful vision. However, for me, maybe I will continue to travel, visit every corner of the world, experience different cultures and customs, record them all, and leave a precious memory for future generations. Traveling? That sounds great. New Orleans sat up, his eyes flickering with yearning. Maybe we can meet again on the trip and share our stories and experiences. The two smiled at each other, and their tacit understanding and friendship flowed silently. At this time, a clear child's voice broke the silence. "Big brother, do you want to try the candied haws I made?" They saw a little girl with pigtails, holding a string of crystal-clear sugar-coated candied haws in her hand, blinking her big eyes, standing in front of them. Xiang Tianlu and New Orleans looked at each other and then smiled warmly. "Okay, little sister, thank you." They took the candied haws, took a light bite, and the sweet taste instantly melted in their mouths, as if even their mood became sweet. Seeing this, the little girl smiled even more brightly. "I also know there's a sea of flowers behind the village. It's very beautiful. Do you want to go and see it?" "Sea of flowers?" The eyes of both of them lit up at the same time, and their pursuit and yearning for beautiful things were ignited again. So, the little girl led the way, and Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin followed closely behind. They passed through a bamboo forest, bypassed several farmhouses, and finally arrived at the sea of flowers hidden at the foot of the mountain. Before our eyes, flowers of all colors are competing with each other in beauty, red as fire, pink as clouds, white as snow, yellow as gold, colorful and beautiful. Wow, it's so beautiful here. Nuolin couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He squatted down and gently touched the delicate petals, as if afraid to disturb the tranquility and beauty. Xiang Tianlu stood on a high place, gazing at the sea of flowers, feeling an indescribable emotion in his heart. This place is like a fairyland in a dream, making people forget all the troubles of the world. The little girl ran happily beside them, occasionally stopping to pick a few of the most colorful flowers, making a wreath and wearing on her head. That innocent happiness infected every 10 people. As the sun sets, the sky is dyed with a brilliant golden red. Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin bid farewell to the little girl and set off on their journey home, full of memories and reluctance. The afterglow of the setting sun filled the path on the way home. Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin walked side by side. Their pace was neither hurried nor slow, and they seemed to be enjoying this rare tranquility and harmony. I never thought that this unexpected trip would bring us so many surprises. Xiang Tianlu said softly, his eyes still lingering on the sea of flowers that was gradually disappearing into the distance, his heart filled with reluctance. Nuolin smiled slightly and nodded. Yes, sometimes the beauty of life is often hidden in these unintentional moments. Just like this string of candied haws, although simple, it can make people feel the purest happiness. They continued walking through the bamboo forest and heard the rustling sound of bamboo, leaves rubbing against each other, as if telling an ancient and mysterious story. Occasionally, 1 or 2 birds fly overhead, leaving behind a few crisp chirps, adding a bit of vitality to this quiet bamboo forest. Speaking of which, Xiang Tianlu, have you ever thought about this? If one day in the future we can really find that legendary treasure, what wish would you use it to fulfill? Nuolin suddenly asked, his eyes flashing with curiosity and expectation. Xiang Tianlu stopped, looked up at the sky, and pondered for a moment. If that day really comes, I think I will use it to help those in need. Whether they are poor or sick, I hope to do my part to make them feel warm and hopeful. Nuolin heard this, and a hint of admiration flashed in his eyes. You are such a kind person, Xiang Tianlu. If it were me, I would probably use it to realize my dream of traveling, to explore the unknown world, and record more beautiful moments. The two smiled at each other, and their longing and expectation for the future flowed silently. They continued walking, passed through the bamboo forest, and arrived at the entrance of the village. At the moment, the sky had gradually darkened, and the lanterns at the entrance of the village gradually lit up, guiding the people returning home. Look, that's our tea house. Nuolin pointed to a lantern not far away with a warm smile on her face. They remembered that there were kind old ladies, hot tea, and stories about the village's history and legends. I nodded to Tianlu, and a warm feeling surged in my heart. Yes, that's the starting point of our trip and one of our beautiful memories. Next time we come, we must listen to those stories again. They walked into the tea house and found the old lady still sitting there, holding a cup of hot tea in her hand and a kind smile on her face. Seeing them, the old lady immediately stood up and greeted them warmly. 2 young men, you are back? Come and have a cup of hot tea to warm your body. Xiang Tianlu and Nuolin smiled and nodded, then sat opposite the old lady. They took the hot tea, took a sip, and the familiar tea aroma bloomed in their mouths again, as if bringing them back to that quiet and beautiful afternoon. Grandma, we may have to leave, Xiang Tianlu said softly, with a hint of reluctance in his voice. When the old lady heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes, but she quickly regained her composure. All good things must come to an end, and you have your own path to follow. But remember to come back often. This will always be your home. At this moment, There was a sudden sound of hurried footsteps outside the tea house, accompanied by low roars, as if a ferocious beast had awakened in the night and was approaching here. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin's expressions changed. They knew very well that behind this seemingly peaceful village, there were countless unknown dangers and challenges. It seems that our departure will not be so peaceful. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists, and the long dormant power in his body seemed to be awakened at this moment. He turned and looked at Nu Lin. "Are you ready?" Nu Lin had a cold smile on his face, with a fighting spirit flashing in his eyes. "Definitely, I can't wait." The two of them flashed and rushed out of the tea house. They were facing a huge monster covered with black scales, with eyes like torches and spitting hot flames from its mouth, illuminating the entire night sky red. "Oomph! A mere monster dares to act so presumptuous in front of us." Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily, and his figure shuttled between the monster's attacks like a ghost. Every time his fists and kicks struck, there was an accompanying sound of air exploding, as if even the space was torn apart by his power. Nu Lin was not to be outdone. He was as light as a falcon soaring in the sky. Every move he made was precise and deadly, hitting the vital points of the monster directly. His fists were wrapped in gusts of wind, and every time they hit the monster, sparks would be set off, as if even steel could be pierced by them. Roar! The monster let out a deafening roar, as if it was angry and unwilling to be attacked by the two. It suddenly opened its huge mouth and spewed out even more fierce flames, trying to engulf the two people in the raging fire. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin were like two flashes of lightning, moving freely in the flames. Their figures appeared and disappeared from time to time, and each attack was as powerful as thunder, making it impossible for the monsters to track them down. "Nu Lin, you and I will join forces to kill it with one blow," Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, and his figure, Zhao Zhaohao, accelerated suddenly, like a cannonball fired from a gun, heading straight for the monster's head. Nu Lin understood what he meant, and his body moved accordingly, like an arrow shot from a bow, aiming straight at the heart of the monster. The attacks of the two met in the air, forming a powerful energy storm that instantly enveloped the monster. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar, the monster's huge body collapsed in the energy storm, stirring up a cloud of dust and flames. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin stood on the ruins where the monster fell. Their breathing was a little rapid, but their eyes were shining with excitement and anticipation. Although the battle was short, it made the blood in their bodies boil completely, as if the whole world was trembling for them at this moment. What a thrilling battle! Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath of the slightly burnt air, and a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He looked at Nu Lin, his eyes full of admiration. "Your speed and accuracy are truly amazing." Nu Lin gently dusted off his body, his eyes also shining with admiration for Xiang Tianlu. "Your strength and tenacity are beyond my reach. When the two of us join forces, we are truly invincible." At this moment, there was a sudden noise of footsteps in the distance, accompanied by the sound of weapons clashing and rude curses. Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin looked at each other, and at the same time, they felt an ominous premonition. "It seems that our journey is not peaceful." Nu Lin frowned and looked vigilantly in the direction where the sound came from. Xiang Tianlu clenched his fists, and the power in his body surged again, as if he was ready to meet new challenges at any time. "No matter what comes, we cannot back down. Let's go and have a look." The two figures flashed like two black lightnings and quickly rushed towards the direction where the sound came from. Soon, they saw a group of robbers wearing tattered leather armor and holding various weapons, looting the houses in the village with impunity. There were flames and cries. "These robbers are so bold." Xiang Tianlu's eyes were wide open, and he accelerated again, rushing towards the group of robbers like an angry lion. Nu Lin followed closely behind. His figure was like a ghost, and every time he moved back and forth, there was a gust of wind, making it impossible for the robbers to track him. His fists fell like raindrops, and every time 043 hit the robber, he would fall down wailing. Xiang Tianlu was like a moving mountain. Every time he charged, the robbers fell to the ground. His fists were as heavy as hammers, and every time he swung his fists, there was a sound of breaking bones. Ah! The robbers screamed in horror. They had never seen such ferocious enemies. It was as if these two men were shuras from hell, who came specifically to reap their lives. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin were like tireless gods of war. Their attacks became more and more fierce. The bandits were like fragile scarecrows in front of them and could not resist them at all. At this moment, a roar suddenly came from the group of bandits, and a burly bandit leader holding a huge axe rushed out from the crowd. His eyes were as fierce as a beast, as if he wanted to eat Xiang Tianlu and Nu Lin alive. How dare you be so arrogant? Today I will let you know how powerful we are. The bandit leader waved a huge axe and chopped towards Xiang Tianlu fiercely. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, turned his body to the side, easily dodged the chop of the giant axe, and at the same time threw a punch, hitting the bandit leader in the abdomen. The bandit leader was struck hard and flew backwards involuntarily, falling heavily to the ground. The bandit leader fell heavily to the ground, with dust flying everywhere. He struggled to get up, but Xiang Tianlu's heavy punch had obviously caused severe damage to his internal organs. His face was as pale as paper, and there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. "How dare you? How dare you?" the bandit leader panted, his eyes full of hatred and unwillingness. "No one in this land dares to do this to us." Xiang Tianlu sneered and slowly walked towards the bandit leader. Every step seemed to step on the bandits' hearts, making them feel an unspeakable fear. In this land, the strong are respected. If you choose to be a robber, you must be prepared to pay the price. Nu Lin, at the moment, also ended the massacre of a group of bandits. He shuttled through the battlefield like a ghost. Every move he made was extremely accurate. The bandits in front of him were like a group of lambs to be slaughtered, without any power to resist. "Xiang Tianlu, stop talking nonsense to this guy." Nu Lin wiped the blood off his hands, walked to Xiang Tianlu, and looked at the bandit leader with cold eyes. "Just kill him and save trouble." Upon hearing this, a trace of despair flashed in the bandit leader's eyes, but he did not give up resistance. He endured the pain and stood up again, waving the huge axe in his hand, and rushed towards Xiang Tianlu and the other man. "Oomph, you don't know how to live or die." Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, and his figure flashed like a ghost, easily avoiding the bandit leader's axe. At the same time, he kicked him on the knee. With a click, the bandit leader's kneecap shattered instantly, and the whole person fell to the ground again. Seeing this, Nu Lin moved like a hunting cheetah, instantly appearing beside the bandit leader and punching him directly in the temple. The bandit leader felt a black screen before his eyes, and his whole body flew backwards like a kite with a broken string, hit a wall heavily, and then slid to the ground weakly, his life or death unknown. Nu Lin stood beside the bandit leader, staring coldly at the gradually spreading blood on the ground. There was no fluctuation in his eyes, as if everything that had just happened was just an insignificant farce. "This is the path you have chosen," Nu Lin said softly. Although his voice was soft, it was like a chill wind that froze the air around him. "Do you think you can do whatever you want on this land with just a giant axe?" Seeing this, the surrounding bandits retreated in horror. They had never seen such a cold-blooded and ruthless opponent. Every move of Nu Lin was like the death god reaping lives, making them feel an unprecedented fear. At this moment, a robber suddenly plucked up the courage, brandished the sword in his hand, and rushed towards Nu Lin. There was a crazy light flashing in his eyes, as if he was willing to exchange his own life for a glimmer of hope. "Oomph, you overestimate your own abilities." Nu Lin snorted coldly, and his figure flashed like a ghost, easily dodging the robber's sword, and at the same time kicked him in the abdomen. The robber was kicked in the abdomen by Nu Lin. He flew backwards like a fallen leaf caught in a strong wind, drawing a long arc, and finally hit a sturdy tree hard. There was a loud bang sound, and the leaves fell to the ground. His body also slid down weakly, and his life or death was uncertain. New Orleans' eyes became colder and colder, and he glanced at the remaining bandits around him like a ruthless judge. The robbers were touched by his gaze, as if frozen by invisible frost. Their bodies became stiff, and they even lost the courage to escape. Who else wants to come up and die? New Orleans' voice was deep and powerful, echoing in the night sky, shaking people's hearts like thunder. The robbers looked at each other, their eyes full of fear and despair. They knew that the two people in front of them were truly powerful, and they could not contend with each other. However, at this moment, a bandit suddenly shouted loudly, "Brothers, we can't just sit there and wait to die. Let's go together and kill them." His shouts were like an invisible force, stirring up the madness and despair deep in the hearts of the robbers. They roared, brandished their weapons, and rushed towards New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu, like a group of enraged beasts trying to make up for the gap with Emperor Kong by numbers. New Orleans sneered and moved through the crowd like a ghost. Each of his moves was precise and deadly, like the scythe wielded by the death god, reaping the lives of the bandits. His fists were as heavy as meteorites. Every time he hit an enemy, the opponent would scream miserably and then fall down powerlessly. Xiangdianlu is like a moving fortress. His figure is tall and mighty, standing tall like a mountain. He swung his fists and knocked away the robbers who rushed towards him like leaves swept away by the wind. Each of his charges was as shocking as an earthquake, causing the robbers to fall down before him like straws blown up by a hurricane. "Humph, a bunch of rabble." Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, his voice full of disdain and ridicule. "You dare to be our enemy?" Although the robbers were numerous, they fell one after another like fallen leaves swept by autumn wind under the fierce attack of New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu. Their screams and wails echoed in the night sky, which was creepy. Finally, with the joint efforts of New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu, all the robbers were knocked to the ground and escaped. Their bodies lay limply on the ground, neatly arranged like harvested crops, while the air was filled with the strong smell of blood and death. New Orleans stood beside the bodies of the robbers, his eyes without any fluctuation or pity. He watched all this coldly, as calmly as if he was just completing a task. "This is your end," New Orleans said softly, his voice full of indifference and determination. "In this land, the strong are respected. If you choose to be a robber, you must be prepared to pay the price." It was a dark night, and the moonlight fell like a thin frost on the corpses of the bandits scattered all over the ground, adding a bit of eerie tranquility to this bloody scene. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu stood side by side. Their breathing was slightly rapid, but their eyes were still firm and cold, as if they had just woken up from an endless killing, but had not yet completely gotten rid of the bloodthirsty impulse. "Let's go. There's nothing worth staying here." Xiang Tianlu spoke first, with a hint of barely perceptible fatigue in his voice, but more of a determination towards the unknown. He looked into the distance, which was the direction of the village. Faint lights flickered in the night, like a beacon of hope, guiding the lost travelers forward. New Orleans nodded, shifted his gaze from the corpses on the ground, and stared at Xiang Tianlu, with a complex emotion flashing in his eyes. "Although we won this battle, we also paid a heavy price. I hope there will be fewer tragedies like this on this land from now on. Things in this world are unpredictable. All we can do is try our best." Xiang Tianlu responded calmly, then turned around, strode forward, and set foot on the path back to the village. New Orleans followed closely behind, and their figures lengthened and shortened in the moonlight, as if they were rising and falling in the long river of time. On both sides of the path are lush forests. The night breeze blows gently, and the leaves rustle, as if whispering a hymn to the return of the two heroes. However, this tranquility did not last long. A sudden gust of wind broke the silence of the night, and an indescribable sense of crisis quietly enveloped the hearts of the two. Be careful. Nu Lin stopped suddenly and turned to the side. Almost at the same time, a black shadow passed through the treetops and went straight to the back of Tianlu. Tianlu reacted extremely quickly, retreating violently and narrowly avoiding the sudden attack. "Who are you? How dare you ambush here?" Tianlu shouted angrily, tensing his muscles in preparation for the upcoming battle. Nu Lin was also on high alert, with eyes as sharp as torches, scanning the surroundings, trying to find the enemy hiding in the dark. However, there was no other sound except the sound of wind and swaying leaves. The black shadow was like a ghost. After missing the target, it disappeared without a trace again, leaving only a faint smell of blood in the air and an indelible shadow in the hearts of the two men. The night was as dark as ink, deep and depressing, as if everything between heaven and earth was bound by an invisible force. Nu Lin and Tianlu looked at each other, and they both read solemnity and vigilance in each other's eyes. They knew that this ambush was not accidental, but was well prepared. "It seems that we are not completely out of trouble." Nu Lin's voice was low and powerful. He clenched his fists, and his muscles were tense, as if he was ready to face the next round of attack at any time. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes as sharp as an eagle's as he scanned the surroundings, trying to capture the danger hidden in the dark. "We have to be careful. Since the enemy chose to ambush here, they must have something to rely on." At this moment, a stronger gust of wind suddenly sounded, sweeping in like a violent storm. Nu Lin and Tianlu retreated almost at the same time. They knew that this was not a natural wind, but an attack launched by the enemy. In the darkness, one black shadow after another shuttled back and forth like ghosts, an astonishing speed, almost beyond the limits of human beings. They either attacked Nu Lin or Tianlu. Each attack was fierce and deadly, as if to tear the bodies of the two into pieces. Nu Lin and Tianlu were agile and moved through the darkness like cheetahs. Each dodge was just right, as if they had merged into the darkness. Zero. Their fists swung out like lightning, and every time they hit the black shadow, there was a dull roar, as if a heavy object had fallen to the ground. However, these black shadows seemed endless. Every time they were hit, they would quickly dissipate and then recondense in another direction, like an inexhaustible source. Nu Lin and Tianlu became more and more frightened as the fight went on. They knew that if they continued like this, sooner or later they would run out of energy and fall into the enemy's trap. "We must find the enemy's weakness, otherwise we will lose sooner or later." Tianlu's voice echoed in the darkness, with a hint of anxiety and helplessness in his tone. Nu Lin nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. "Let's attack together and find the enemy's weakness." The two of them were in tune with each other, and their bodies suddenly rose up at the same time, cutting through the darkness like two bright meteors. Their fists swung out like a violent storm, and every time they hit the black shadow, a deafening roar was heard. However, at this moment, a terrifying incident suddenly occurred. The black shadows that were originally scattered around suddenly gathered together, forming a huge amount of black vortex. This vortex devoured everything around it like a black hole. Even the air was sucked in and distorted and shape-shifting. Nu Lin and Tianlu retreated violently. They knew that this vortex was beyond human power to resist. However, no matter how fast they retreated, they could not outrun the devouring power of the black hole. The bodies of the two people seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand and flew towards the center of the vortex, without control. "Are we really going to fail here?" Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of unwillingness and despair. Nu Lin didn't answer, his eyes flashing with madness. He knew that there was no way to retreat now, and the only option was to fight to the death. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the center of the vortex, as if some mysterious power was awakening in it. This ray of light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, tearing the vortex into pieces. Nu Lin and Tianlu took the opportunity to escape. They retreated rapidly away from the dangerous place. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu steadied themselves and looked at the broken vortex with serious eyes. The shock in their hearts was beyond words. The sudden light, like the first ray of dawn, tore through the endless darkness, but also left a deeper mystery. What is this power? Xiang Tianlu panted, his tone full of disbelief. A faint fighting spirit surrounded him, which was a symbol of the boiling power in his body. Even when facing such unknown fear, he never retreated. Nuo Lin clenched his teeth, his eyes like burning flames, staring at the space that was gradually returning to calm. His muscles were tense in the moonlight, as if every inch was accumulating strength before exploding. Whatever it is, we can't just sit there and wait for it to happen. Get ready to fight again. Before he finished speaking, waves of uneasiness surged in the air again. Those originally dissipated black shadows, as if pulled by the invisible power, began to slowly reorganize, each one exuding a more intense breath of death than before, like evil spirits crawling out of the abyss, bringing with them unspeakable horror. Come on, Nuo Lin roared, and his figure instantly turned into a 587 afterimage and rushed straight into the black shadow. His fists were wrapped in the sound of wind and thunder, and every time he swung his fists, the air exploded, as if he wanted to tear the night apart. Xiang Tianlu followed, closely behind. His movements were even more agile, like an elf jumping in the woods. Every dodge was just right. At the same time, he took advantage of the gaps in the opponent's offensive to launch a counterattack. Although his punches were not as domineering as Nuo Lin's, they were more accurate, and each strike was aimed directly at the vital points of the Black Shadow. The battle broke out again, this time more intense and more brutal. The Black Shadows seemed tireless, and their attacks were continuous like the tide, but Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like reefs in the wind, standing firm and building a line of defense with their flesh and blood. These guys seemed to have no end. Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but roar after dodging a narrow escape. Sweat and blood mixed together, slid down his cheeks, dripped onto the ground, and instantly formed a thin layer of white. Then beat them until they are exhausted. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the roar. His eyes became more and more determined, and he put all his strength into every attack, as if he wanted to integrate all the fear and despair into the wind of the fist and completely crush it. The battle entered a fierce stage, and the space seemed to be torn apart by this fierce confrontation. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and visible ripples. The figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu intertwined in the darkness, like two beams of unyielding light, illuminating the battlefield shrouded in death. However, just when the strength of both sides was close to being exhausted and the outcome was about to be revealed, something strange happened again. The shadows suddenly stopped attacking, as if controlled by an invisible force, and slowly retreated, eventually disappearing into the night, leaving only a dead silence. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with relief and deeper uneasiness in their eyes. This sudden ending is more heart-wrenching than any battle. Why are they retreating? Xiang Tianlu panted, searching around, trying to find the answer. Nuo Lin shook his head. His eyes were deep, as if he could penetrate the night and look directly at the unknown source. Perhaps it is the calm before the bigger storm. We must be more careful. The night was as dark as ink, deep and depressing, as if everything between heaven and earth was bound by an invisible force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood side by side. Their breathing was a little rapid, but their eyes were still as firm as iron, as if they had just escaped from an endless killing, but still had not completely gotten rid of the bloodthirsty impulse and boiling fighting spirit. They have retreated, but this is by no means the end. Nuo Lin's voice was low and powerful, and his clenched fists were trembling slightly, which was a sign that his strength had accumulated to the extreme. His eyes were as sharp as an Xiang Tianlu nodded. His face looked slightly pale, but there was an unyielding smile on the corner of his mouth. Yes, This is just the calm before the bigger storm. We must be prepared to meet the challenges ahead. Just then, a breeze blew by, causing the surrounding grass and trees to rustle. This is a very common natural phenomenon, but in the ears of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, it seems to foreshadow something ominous. They jumped up almost at the same time, like two arrows shot from a bow, and rushed straight to the place where the grass was swaying. Their movements were swift and decisive, as if they had anticipated the danger lurking here. Sure enough, the moment they rushed into the grass and trees, dark shadows emerged from all directions, approaching silently like ghosts. The speed of these black shadows was extremely fast, almost beyond the limits of human beings. Every flash was accompanied by the distortion of space and the explosion of air. "Come on!" Nuo Lin roared. His figure instantly turned into a shadow and started a fierce battle with the black shadows. His fists swung out like a violent storm, and every time they hit the black shadow, there would be a deafening roar, as if to tear the world apart. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He was agile, like an elf leaping in the woods. Every dodge he made was just right. He also took advantage of the gaps in the opponent's offensive to launch fierce counterattacks. Although his punches were not as domineering as Nuo Lin's, they were more accurate and deadly, and each of his punches was aimed directly at the Black Shadow's vital points. The battle broke out again, this time more intense and brutal than any previous one. The shadows seemed tireless, attacking like a tide, but Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like reefs in the wind, standing firm and using their flesh and blood to build an impenetrable defense line. Their figures intertwined in the darkness, like two beams of unyielding light, illuminating the battlefield shrouded in death. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening roar and visible ripples, as if even the space was torn apart by this fierce confrontation. However, just when the strength of both sides was close to being exhausted and the outcome was about to be revealed, something strange happened again. The shadows suddenly stopped attacking, and their bodies began to twist and shape-shift, as if they were controlled by some mysterious force. "This is..." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu exclaimed at the same time, their eyes filled with disbelief and shock. I saw those black shadows gradually gather together, forming a huge amount of black vortex. This vortex devoured everything around it like a black hole. Even the air was sucked in and distorted in shape-shifting. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently in 1.0 form. They knew that this vortex was beyond human power to resist. However, no matter how fast they retreated, they could not outrun the devouring power of the black hole. The bodies of the two people seemed to be grabbed by an invisible giant hand and flew towards the center of the vortex without control. Are we really going to fail here? Xiang Tianlu's voice was filled with a hint of unwillingness and despair. Nuo Lin did not answer, his eyes flashing with madness and determination. He knew that there was no way to retreat now, and the only option was to fight to the death. At this moment, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the center of the vortex, as if some mysterious power was awakening in it. This ray of light pierced through the darkness like a sharp sword, tearing the vortex into pieces. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to escape, and they retreated away from the dangerous place. However, when they stood firm again and prepared to face the next challenge, they found that the scene around them had changed dramatically. The surrounding scenes seemed to be reshuffled by some ancient and powerful force, becoming both familiar and unfamiliar. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, each with deep shock and confusion in their eyes. The land beneath their feet was no longer the battlefield shrouded in the breath of death, but had turned into a vast wasteland. The sky was gray, as if covered by a thick veil with no light letting in. "Where is this?" Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the empty wasteland with an indescribable tremor. Nuo Lin shook his head, his eyes piercing as he scanned the surroundings, trying to get a glimmer of hope in this endless desolation. "It's not clear, but it's definitely not a good place. We must remain vigilant." Before he finished speaking, A strong wind suddenly blew up, sweeping up the yellow sand all over the sky. There was chaos between heaven and earth, and the vision was obstructed. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu quickly stood back to back, with spiritual power surging around them, forming an invisible shield to resist the invasion of wind and sand. There was a faint roar in the sound of the wind, as if some huge monster was approaching. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were extremely nervous. They knew that this sudden change was no accident. "Here it comes," Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure instantly turned into a stream of light. He took the initiative to attack, trying to seize the initiative in the face of unknown danger. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind. Although his speed was not as fast as Nuo Lin, every step he took seemed to produce some subtle resonance with the earth, making his figure looming in the wind and sand elusive. In the wind and sand, two figures engaged in a fierce battle with the invisible enemy. The wind from the fists and the shadows from the palms intertwined, and every collision caused ripples visible to the naked eye, as if even the air was torn apart by this force. Roar! A deafening roar sounded, accompanied by an indescribable pressure. A huge black shadow emerged from the wind and sand. Its shape was blurry, but the heart-pounding breath could not be ignored. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked at the same time. Their attacks were like a violent storm, dense and fierce, trying to suppress this unknown monster. However, the monster was extremely cunning, always avoiding fatal blows at critical moments and counterattacking at an astonishing speed, forcing the two to concentrate their attention and not dare to be careless at all. The battle lasted for a long time, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's physical and spiritual strength were almost exhausted, but their eyes were still firm, and they had no intention of retreating. "This is not a solution. We must find its weakness," Xiang Tianlu panted, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Nuo Lin nodded, knowing full well that this was true. However, the monster was too huge and its movements were elusive, so it was not easy to find its weakness. Just when the two were locked in a bitter fight and at a loss as to what to do, the monster suddenly let out a shrill howl, and then its body began to gradually shrink, eventually turning into a black shadow and disappearing in the wind and sand. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with relief in their eyes, but also deeper confusion and vigilance. "It ran away?" There was a hint of disbelief in Xiang Tianlu's voice. Nuo Lin did not answer. His eyes were still fixed on the direction where the monster disappeared, and an inexplicable premonition surged in his heart. "No, it didn't go far. It's just hiding for the time being." Nuo Lin's voice was low and powerful, and his eyes were shining with determination. At this moment, the wind and sand suddenly stopped, and the sky gradually became clear. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked around, only to find that the surrounding scene had changed again. They were actually back to the battlefield they were on before, but this time there was no trace of the dark shadow on the battlefield. "What is going on?" Xiang Tianlu murmured to himself, his heart filled with confusion and bewilderment. Nuo Lin said nothing. He just stood there quietly, staring into the distance, as if thinking about something. Nuo Lin's eyes were like two flashes of lightning, scanning the empty battlefield, trying to capture the slightest abnormality. He took a deep breath, and a powerful force surged in his body. It was the foundation of his years of practice and his last resort when facing unknown challenges. This battlefield seems to be controlled by some force. Nuo Lin's voice was low, but with unquestionable firmness. Xiang Tianlu's expression froze when he heard this. He felt an unprecedented sense of crisis, as if something terrible was about to happen. He clenched his fists tightly, with spiritual power surging in his body, ready to deal with any emergency at any time. At this moment, a strong energy wave suddenly surged in the center of the battlefield. The wave was like a raging storm, instantly sweeping across the entire battlefield. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently. They knew that this force was not something they could easily resist. However, The energy fluctuations did not explode as they expected, but instead condensed into huge amounts of light beams that shot straight into the sky. In the beam of light, strange runes could be vaguely seen flashing, as if they contained some ancient and mysterious power. What is this? Xiang Tianlu widened his eyes. A strong shock surged in his heart. Nuo Lin did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the beam of light, and an inexplicable sense of familiarity surged in his heart. He seemed to see something, but also seemed to see nothing. However, the feeling made his whole body tremble, as if he had touched the edge of some taboo. At this moment, the beam of light suddenly exploded and turned into countless rays of light, falling like a meteor shower. Each ray of light contained powerful energy. Wherever it passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, leaving behind a series of heart-stirring cracks. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu jumped up suddenly, like two lightning bolts shuttling through the light, trying to avoid the deadly attack. However, those lights seemed to have spirits and followed them closely. No matter how they dodged, they could not avoid them completely. "We can't go on like this. We must find a way to break it." Nuo Lin roared, his voice echoing on the battlefield with unquestionable majesty. Nodding to Tianlu, he knew very well that what he said was true. However, faced with this sudden change, how can they solve it? At this moment, Nuo Lin's gaze suddenly fell on a certain position in the center of the battlefield. There, a faint light was flickering, seemingly completely different from the surrounding light. There, Nuo Lin pointed to that location, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately rushed in that direction. He was extremely fast, like a flash of lightning, and he arrived in front of the light in an instant. However, just as he was about to touch the light, a powerful force suddenly bounced him away. He flew backwards like a kite, with a broken string, and fell heavily to the ground. Cough, cough. Xiang Tianlu lay on the ground, coughing violently. His face was as pale as paper, and it was obvious that he had suffered considerable injuries. Nuo Lin saw this, and felt a strong surge of anger in his heart. He flashed, and instantly came to Xiang Tianlu's side and helped him up. "Are you okay?" Nuo Lin asked with concern. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. "I'm fine, we must continue." As Xiang Tianlu finished speaking, a dull and heavy sound of footsteps slowly sounded from the center of the battlefield, as if some huge monster was approaching. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a solemn look flashed in their eyes. I saw huge amounts of toad monster slowly walking out from the shadows in the center of the battlefield. It was burly, like a hill, and its skin was a strange dark green color, covered with dense bumps, as if each of them contained explosive power. Its eyes were like two lanterns burning with green flames, flashing with cruelty and cunning. The toad opened its huge mouth full of fangs and let out a deafening roar. The sound was filled with endless majesty and intimidation, as if it wanted to swallow up the whole world. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were tense. They knew that this battle was inevitable. "Be careful. Its power is extraordinary," Nuo Lin whispered to Xiang Tianlu. There was a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, but more of it was determination and unyielding. Xiang Tianlu nodded, his eyes fixed on the toad spirit, spiritual power surging in his body, ready to respond at any time. The toad spirit seemed to sense the hostility of the two people. It suddenly kicked its hind legs and shot out like an arrow, heading straight for Nuo Lin and Zhang Dianlu. Its speed was so fast that it was beyond imagination, as if the space was torn apart by it. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, and his figure instantly turned into a stream of light, and he took the initiative to meet him. His fists were like two sharp blades, drawing brilliant trajectories in the air and heading straight for the toad spirit's vital points. However, the toad spirit was extremely cunning. It suddenly turned in the air and dodged like a ghost, while extending its long tongue covered with mucus and heading straight for Nuo Lin's face. Nuo Lin moved his body to the side, and narrowly avoided the long tongue's attack. But the toad spirit did not give up. It rolled in the air and rushed towards Nuo Lin again, opening its huge mouth, revealing a mouthful of fangs, as if it wanted to swallow Nuo Lin in one gulp. Nuo Lin roared, and the spiritual power in his body burst out instantly. His fists were like two bright stars, exploding in the air and heading straight for the giant mouth of the toad spirit. Bang! With a loud bang, Nuo Lin's attack collided with the toad's giant mouth, bursting into dazzling light. The toad spirit was shocked by the attack and retreated repeatedly, but its body was unusually stable, as if it was not greatly affected. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately seized the opportunity and shot out like a cheetah, heading straight for the back of the toad spirit. His fists left afterimages in the air, and each punch contained a powerful fluctuation of spiritual energy, as if it was going to pierce the toad spirit's back. The toad spirit seemed to sense the danger behind it. It turned around suddenly, and its huge palms slapped out like two small mountains, heading straight towards the sky road. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack of the giant palm, but his sleeves were stuck by the mucus on the giant palm and were corroded into holes in an instant. That was a close call. Xiang Tianlu cried in his heart. He knew that he could no longer hold back. So, he took a deep breath, and the spiritual power in his body surged to the extreme. He suddenly rose up again and rushed straight towards the toad spirit. At the moment, Nuo Lin had also launched a fierce attack from the front of the toad spirit. His figure shuttled across the battlefield like a furious lion, his fists waving in the air like two sharp swords. Each strike contained enough power to split mountains and rocks. Every punch Nuo Lin threw was accompanied by an explosion in the air, as if the space was trembling under the wind of his punches. The green flames in the toad's eyes grew brighter. It was obviously enraged by Nuo Lin's fierce attack. Huge amounts of its body moved in the air, and each dodge was unusually agile, which was totally disproportionate to its huge size. "You damn reptile! Today, I will let you know how powerful I am." Nuo Lin roared, his voice echoing over the battlefield, as if it could penetrate the sky. His fist smashed into the toad spirit's head again with the sound of wind and thunder, trying to subdue it with brute force. The toad spirit snorted coldly, opened its huge mouth, and a strong fishy smell rushed towards its face. At the same time, a green mist spurted out of its mouth. That was the highly poisonous gas in its body, which was enough to corrode gold and stone. Nuo Lin was quick-witted and moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the fatal blow. But even so, his shield was still corroded and left with 10 spots. Damn it! Nuo Lin cursed in his heart. He knew that fighting this toad spirit was much more difficult than he had imagined. On the other side, Xiang Tianlu had already circled to the side of the toad spirit. He stared at the toad spirit's weakness, ready to deliver a fatal blow. His figure was like a ghost, shuttling between the huge body of the toad spirit. Every attack was precise and deadly, but the toad spirit's skin was extremely tough. Even if he struck Tianlu with all his strength, only shallow marks could be left on it. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. Xiang Tianlu shouted to Nuo Lin while attacking. Nuo Lin's heart moved when he heard this. He carefully observed the movements of the toad spirit. Suddenly, he found that after each attack, the toad spirit would have a short pause. That was the moment when it adjusted its breathing and strength. Watch the opportunity and attack together. Nuo Lin shouted and leaped up again. This time, he did not attack blindly, but waited for the critical moment. Finally, after a fierce attack, the toad spirit paused slightly. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu attacked almost at the same time. Nuo Lin punched the toad monster in the abdomen, while Xiang Tianlu kicked its hind legs. Boom! With a loud bang, the toad elf's huge body was hit and tilted slightly, revealing a soft area on its abdomen. Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with ruthlessness when he saw this. He once again gathered all his spiritual power and punched the soft area. Ah! The toad spirit let out a shrill scream. Its abdomen was sunken by New Orleans' punch, and green blood splattered everywhere. Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity, made his hands into claws, and plunged them into the toad spirit's eyes, gouging out his eyes. The toad's screams echoed over the battlefield. Its body trembled violently, and the severe pain from having its eyes gouged out drove it crazy. Green blood gushed out like a fountain, dyeing the surrounding land red, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood and stench. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not give the toad spirit a chance to breathe. They knew that the toad spirit was in a desperate situation at this moment, and it was the best time to give it a fatal blow. Nu Lin's figure was like a tiger descending from a mountain. He jumped up again, and his fist slammed into the toad spirit's head like a meteorite. This time, he gathered all his strength, and wherever the fist passed, the space seemed to be torn apart, emitting bursts of explosions. Although the toad spirit was blind, it still felt the horror of Nu Lin's attack by instinct. It let out an even more shrill roar, and huge amounts of its body rolled in the air, trying to avoid the attack. However, Nu Lin's attack was as accurate as a homing missile, and no matter how Toad rolled, he could not avoid it. Finally, the punch hit Toad's head hard, making a deafening noise. The friction between the fist wind and the air produced a sharp whistling sound, and Nu Lin's attack seemed to shake the entire world. The Toad's body, tumbling in the air, suddenly stopped, and then as if hit by a giant hammer, its huge body slammed to the ground, splashing dust and gravel everywhere, creating a small storm. Boom! The ground seemed unable to withstand the huge amounts of impact and cracked into pieces. The toad spirit's body was deeply embedded in it. The green blood mixed with the soil, forming a strange picture. Nu Lin's body shook, and the recoil from his fist made him take a few steps back. He looked at the toad spirit's body sunk into the ground, and a hint of ruthlessness and determination flashed in his eyes. He knew that although the toad spirit had been severely injured, the vitality of monsters was often beyond imagination, and he had to ensure that it completely lost its combat effectiveness. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu flashed like a ghost. He quickly approached the toad spirit, gathered spiritual power in his hands, and prepared to deliver the final blow. However, at this moment, the toad spirit suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its body suddenly struggled, breaking free from the crack in the ground and rising into the air again. It's not dead yet. Xiang Tianlu was shocked. He didn't expect that the toad spirit's vitality was so tenacious. Nu Lin was also stunned, but he reacted quickly. He suddenly jumped up again, rushing towards the toad spirit like a wild horse, and his fist hit the toad spirit's head again with a whistling sound. Toad rolled in the air, trying to dodge Win's attack again. But Nu Lin seemed to have predicted its movements, and his fist followed closely, always locking onto the toad spirit's vital points. Bang! 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 The fist wind kept colliding with the toad spirit's body, making loud noises. Every collision made the toad spirit's body more limp, and green blood flowed down like a stream, dyeing the ground beneath the toad spirit red. Xiang Tianlu was not idle either. He kept shuttling through the air, and every attack was precise and deadly. His fists rained down on the toad spirit, and every blow made the toad's spirit roar in pain. "You damn monster, today is your end," Nu Lin roared, his voice echoing over the battlefield as if it could penetrate the clouds. The toad's body kept tumbling in the air, and each tumble carried with it a mixture of green blood and soil. Its eyes had lost their light, leaving only 2 empty eye sockets, but it still kept roaring as if it wanted to show its indomitable spirit and anger even in this last moment of its life. Finally, after a violent collision, Toad's body collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Its limbs no longer moved, and no more roars came out of its mouth. Green blood continued to flow out from its wound, dyeing a large area of the surrounding land red. The toad's body finally fell silent, without any movement. Only the green blood was still flowing slowly, as if the fire of its life was gradually extinguished. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and they could see a hint of fatigue in each other's eyes, but more of it was the joy of victory. This guy's really tough. Nuo Lin took a breath, his fist still trembling slightly, which was the sequelae left by the continuous attacks just now. Xiang Tianlu nodded, walked to the toad spirit, and gently kicked its body with his foot to confirm that it had completely lost its fighting ability. Yeah, but we still won. The two smiled at each other, then turned around together, ready to leave this battlefield filled with blood and killing. However, at this moment, something strange happened. Akf! The toad spirit's body, which had been silent, suddenly began to tremble again, and a powerful demonic energy surged out of its body, as if something was awakening inside it. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were horrified. They didn't expect that this toad spirit had a backup plan. Oh no, it's going to self-destruct. Xiang Tianlu was quick-witted and quick-handed. He grabbed Nuo Lin and retreated violently. Sure enough, the moment they retreated, the toad spirit's body suddenly exploded, and green blood and evil spirit flew everywhere, forming a terrifying green storm. Although Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated in time, they were still affected by the powerful impact and staggered a few steps involuntarily. Nuo Lin looked at the scene in front of him. A hint of astonishment flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that this toad spirit would choose such an extreme method as self-destruction to end his life. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression on his face. He looked at the battlefield surrounded by the green storm, and a feeling of uneasiness welled up in his heart. Let's go. This place is about to become unsafe. The two men didn't dare to stay any longer. They moved back and forth on the battlefield like ghosts, avoiding the scattered evil spirits and blood. Finally, after a difficult journey, they successfully left this dangerous area. However, when they stopped and prepared to take a rest, they found that the surrounding environment became extremely strange. The originally clear sky has now become extremely gloomy, with dark clouds covering it, as if a heavy rain is about to come. The air around was also filled with a sense of oppression and heaviness. What's going on? Nuo Lin looked at the scene around him and felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Xiang Tianlu also frowned and shook his head, indicating that he didn't know either. I don't know, but this feeling is not good. Just when Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were filled with doubts and uneasiness, a low wolf howl suddenly sounded all around them, like a ghost in the night, approaching silently. Their faces suddenly changed, and they looked at each other, seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. It seems that we accidentally broke into a place we shouldn't have been. Xiang Tianlu whispered. His voice sounded particularly suppressed in the dull air. Nuo Lin nodded, clenched his fists, and looked around vigilantly. The surrounding trees seemed to become twisted and strange in an instant, with faint green light flickering between the branches and leaves, as if countless pairs of eyes were spying on them in secret. Prepare for battle, Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, his body slightly crouching like a cheetah ready to attack. At this moment, a group of wolves in black robes emerged from all directions. They were agile and moved very fast, shuttling through the woods like ghosts. There was a bloodthirsty gleam in the eyes of each wolf, as if they wanted to eat Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu alive. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically. He had never seen such a powerful wolf pack in Guiquan City. The wolf clan's great demon. Nuo Lin roared, and his figure shot out like an arrow from a bow, rushing straight towards the nearest wolf shadow. The wind from the fists whistled, and the friction with the air made a sharp whistling sound. Each of Nuo Lin's punches contained great power, pushing back the wolf shadows one after another. However, these wolves seemed tireless, and their numbers were so large that they soon surrounded Nuo Lin. Xiang Tianlu saw this and did not dare to be negligent. He moved among the wolves like a ghost, his hands gathering spiritual power, and every attack was precise and deadly. His fists rained down on Wolf Shadow's body, and each blow was accompanied by a low muffled sound. However, these wolf shadows seemed to possess a regenerative healing factor. Even when they were hit, they would only pause slightly before pouncing again. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu became more and more frightened as the fight went on. They knew that if they continued like this, sooner or later they would run out of spiritual power and fall into the wolves' mouths. We must find their weakness. Nuo Lin roared, his voice sounding particularly loud amid the roars of the wolves. Xiang Tianlu nodded and observed the wolf shadows carefully, trying to find their flaws. However, these wolf shadows seemed like demons born from the darkness, without any weaknesses at all. At this moment, an extremely large wolf suddenly stood out from the wolf pack. Its eyes were like burning flames, and it exuded a frightening, evil aura. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were startled. They knew that this wolf shadow was definitely the leader of the wolf pack, and also their biggest enemy on this trip. Kill it! Nuo Lin roared, and rushed towards the huge wolf shadow like a wild horse. Nuo Lin leaped up like a bolt of lightning, cutting through the night sky, and went straight for the vital point of the huge wolf shadow. His fists were wrapped in the sound of wind and thunder, and every time he swung his fists, it seemed to tear the air apart, causing bursts of explosions. The wolf shadow leader did not dodge or evade. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit, and he let out a deafening roar, as if he wanted to intimidate his opponent. Its body twisted flexibly in the air, avoiding Nuo Lin's attack at an incredible angle. At the same time, its sharp claws counterattacked like lightning, and every swing was accompanied by a sharp sound of tearing the air. Bang! Nuo Lin's fist collided with Wolf Shadow's claws in the air, bursting into dazzling sparks. The collision of the two forces caused the surrounding air to tremble, leaves to fly, dust to rise, and a chaotic battlefield was formed. What a strong power! Nuo Lin was secretly shocked. He didn't expect the strength of this Wolf Shadow leader to be so terrifying, far beyond those ordinary wolf shadows. Xiang Tianlu saw this and didn't dare to stand by and watch anymore. He flashed and appeared beside No Lin, quickly forming seals with his hands, and his spiritual energy surged, as if he was trying to condense some powerful force. Let's attack together. We can't let it catch its breath. Xiang Tianlu shouted. His voice sounded unusually firm amid the roar of the wolves. Nuo Lin nodded, and the two of them rose up again, like two gusts of wind, sweeping towards the wolf shadow leader. Their attacks became more and more fierce, and the wind from their fists and the shadows from their claws intertwined together to form a dense battle net, in which the wolf shadow leader was firmly trapped. The wolf shadow leader was not to be outdone. He let out bursts of angry roars, and the demonic aura on his body became increasingly strong, as if he was trying to break free from the restraints. Its claws were like sharp blades, and every swing brought with it a terrifying force that was enough to tear through steel. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu became more and more courageous as the battle went on. Their figures moved quickly on the battlefield, like two erratic shadows, making them hard to grasp. Their attacks became more and more intense, and every collision seemed to tear the world apart. However, at this moment, changes occurred again. The wolf shadow leader suddenly let out a deafening roar, and its body seemed to have expanded several times at this moment, and the demonic aura on its body became extremely strong. It leaped suddenly and broke through the attack network of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu and rushed straight toward the two of them. Be careful, Nuo Lin shouted, and he retreated quickly, trying to avoid the fatal blow. However, the wolf shadow leader was incredibly fast and arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye. Xiang Tianlu was also horrified. He quickly formed seals with his hands, trying to form a final defense. However, the minions of the wolf shadow leader were like the dawning light, penetrating through layers of defense and heading straight for Tianlu's heart. At this critical moment, Nuo Lin flashed and stood in front of Xiang Tianlu. His fist slammed into the wolf shadow leader's minions like a meteorite, and the two collided in the air, bursting into dazzling sparks. Bang! With a loud bang, the wolf shadow leader was knocked back several steps by Nuo Lin's punch, but there was no sign of retreat in its eyes. Instead, it roared even more crazily. New Orleans' body was not stable yet, but his eyes were burning with fighting spirit. He knew very well that he could not relax at this moment. Although the wolf shadow leader was repelled, his demonic energy became even more violent, and he was obviously planning a more violent attack. 0 request flowers. Xiang Tianlu, be careful of its next attack. This guy is not simple. New Orleans said as he adjusted his breathing, with spiritual power surging in his body, preparing for the upcoming fierce battle. Xiang Tianlu nodded with a serious look. He knew very well that what New Orleans said was true. The two stood back to back, forming an indestructible line of defense. Facing the gradually approaching wolf shadow leader, they were not afraid at all. The wolf shadow leader roared again, his voice filled with endless anger and unwillingness. His body flashed and turned into a green afterimage, rushing towards New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu at lightning speed. This time, its speed was faster than before, and its power was even greater, as if it wanted to tear into pieces everything that stood in its way. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu moved almost at the same time. They moved quickly on the battlefield like two whirlwinds, trying to avoid the deadly attack with their agility. However, the wolf shadow leader's attacks were like a violent storm, so dense and fierce that they had almost no chance to catch their breath. Bang! 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 The fist wind and claw shadows collided continuously, and each confrontation was accompanied by a deafening noise and flying sparks. Scars gradually appeared on New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu's bodies, but their eyes remained firm, and they did not retreat at all. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness, Xiang Tianlu said breathlessly, his voice revealing firmness and determination. New Orleans nodded. He carefully observed the attack pattern of the wolf shadow leader, trying to find a flaw. However, the wolf shadow leader was like a tireless war machine, attacking continuously, leaving no room for any flaws. At this moment, New Orleans suddenly noticed that every time the wolf shadow leader launched an attack, its abdomen would shrink slightly, as if it was accumulating strength. This subtle discovery made him think, perhaps this is its weakness. Xiang Tianlu, attack its belly. New Orleans shouted. His voice was particularly clear in the fierce battle. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. His figure flashed, and he turned into a stream of light, heading straight for the belly of the wolf shadow leader. His fist gathered all the strength in his body, as if he wanted to shatter the entire world. Xiang Tianlu's fist was like a violent storm, with a sound of breaking through the air, and it directly hit the wolf shadow leader's seemingly indestructible abdomen. The wolf shadow leader obviously had not expected that Xiang Tianlu could catch such a tiny flaw of his. A trace of astonishment flashed across his eyes, but was immediately replaced by a more violent fighting spirit. It turned its body sharply, trying to avoid the fatal blow with its agility, but its attack on Tianlu was like an arrow shot from a bow, difficult to retract. The fist wind collided with the belly of the wolf shadow leader, making a deafening roar as if thunder in the sky exploded at this moment. Bang! With a loud bang, the huge body of the wolf shadow leader was rolled in the air by this punch, and demonic energy filled his body, as if he was trying to break free from some kind of restraints. When it landed, the ground shook, dust flew, leaves fluttered, and the scene was a mess. Good. Seeing this, New Orleans couldn't help but shout, cheering for Xiang Tianlu's accurate attack. He knew very well that although this attack did not directly inflict heavy damage on the wolf shadow leader, it had greatly weakened its offensive and bought them a precious 243 chance to catch their breath. However, the wolf shadow leader did not give up. It roared continuously, and the demonic energy around it condensed again, as if it was about to launch an even more violent attack. New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, with determination and firmness flashing in each other's eyes. Come again, New Orleans growled, and rushed towards the wolf shadow leader again like a wild horse. His fists were like raindrops in a strong wind, dense and powerful, and every punch seemed to tear the air apart. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He moved quickly around the wolf shadow leader like a shadow, looking for the next opportunity to attack. Each of his attacks was precise and deadly, as if he wanted to tear apart every inch of the wolf shadow leader's skin. The wolf shadow leader became more violent under the attack of the two people. Its attacks became more fierce. The claws were like knives, and every swing brought with it the terrifying power to tear through space, interweaving with the fists of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, forming the battlefield of October chaos. Bang! 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 The fist wind and claw shadows collided continuously, and each confrontation was accompanied by a deafening noise and flying sparks. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's bodies were gradually covered with scars, but they seemed tireless and continued to fight hard. "We can't fall," Xiang Tianlu said breathlessly, his voice filled with determination and indomitable spirit. Nuo Lin nodded. He knew very well that this battle was not only about their life and death, but also about the faith and dignity in their hearts. He punched out again, and together with Xiang Tianlu, the whole world was shrouded in the wind of their fists. Under the continuous attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, the roar of the wolf shadow leader became more and more shrill, like a captive beast struggling in despair. Its figure moved left and right on the battlefield, sometimes turning into a green afterimage, trying to use its speed advantage to get rid of the siege of the two people, but each time it was tightly entangled by Nuo Lin's fist wind like a storm and Xiang Tianlu's shadowy body movement. Bang! Another fierce collision. Nuo Lin's fist and the wolf shadow leader's claws met in the air, bursting out with dazzling light. The power of the two reached its peak at this moment. The air around them seemed to be torn apart by this power, forming cracks that were visible to the naked eye. "It can't hold on any longer." Xiang Tianlu's eyes were sharp, and he caught the dawn of victory from the wolf shadow leader's increasingly disordered breathing and trembling body. He accelerated again, like a ghost, and instantly appeared on the flank of the wolf shadow leader, punching its vulnerable waist. The wolf shadow leader roared in pain as a heavy blow to the waist twisted his entire body. This attack not only disrupted its attack rhythm, but also caused its demonic energy to temporarily dissipate. Nuo Lin seized the opportunity and leaped up like a dragon in the raging waves, punching the wolf shadow leader one after another as densely as raindrops. Roar! The wolf shadow leader let out a final roar, madness and unwillingness flashing his eyes, but his body was no longer able to launch an effective counterattack. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's attacks were like a violent storm, breaking down its defenses bit by bit until its huge body could no longer withstand it, and it fell to the ground with a bang. At the moment when the wolf shadow leader fell to the ground with a bang, the entire battlefield seemed to be still. Only the dust was still slowly drifting away, and the air was filled with an indescribable feeling of depression and relief. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood opposite each other, their chests heaving, their breathing heavy, sweat sliding down their cheeks and dripping onto the dry ground, being swallowed up in an instant. Finally, Xiang Tianlu panted, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, which was the release after reaching the double limits of physical strength and will. He looked at the wolf shadow leader who was lying on the ground, his eyes filled with both the joy of victory and deep emotion for the battle. Nuo Lin was silent for a moment, his eyes deep, as if thinking about something. "We won, but..." He suddenly stopped talking, frowned, and glanced at the huge body of the wolf shadow leader again, as if looking for something. "But what?" Xiang Tianlu noticed that Nuo Lin was different and felt uneasy. He took a few steps closer, stood side by side with Nuo Lin, and followed Nuo Lin's gaze. Although the body of the wolf shadow leader had lost its vitality, his eyes were not completely closed. There seemed to be some emotion lingering in his eyes, resentment, and a hint of indescribable complexity. What's even more frightening is that the evil spirit around its body has not completely dissipated. Instead, There's a strange fluctuation slowly brewing, like a dormant volcano that may erupt again at any time. It's accumulating strength, Nual Lin whispered, his voice revealing an unprecedented solemnity. He could feel that the demonic energy that was gathering was definitely not something that the wolf shadow leader could possess. It was more like some older and more powerful force surging in the dark. Xiang Tianlu's face changed suddenly when he heard this. He clenched his fists and tensed his whole body, ready to face the unknown challenges that might come. Could it be that there's an even more powerful being? Nual Lin shook his head, his eyes becoming more profound. It's unclear, but we have to be careful. This power is beyond our imagination. Perhaps this is just the beginning. Just as the two of them were looking around vigilantly, preparing to deal with possible crises, the wolf shadow leader's body suddenly burst into a dazzling light. The light contained pure demonic power and was as dazzling as the scorching sun. Then, the light retracted, and the body of Wolf 2.8 Shadow Leader actually began to shrink slowly, and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated into the air, leaving only an empty battlefield and a faint demonic fragrance in the air. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and saw the astonishment and vigilance in each other's eyes. The disappearance of the wolf shadow leader did not bring relief, but instead made the empty battlefield even more weird and heavy. What kind of method is this? Xiang Tianlu said in a low voice, his tone full of disbelief. He looked around, trying to catch a clue from the dissipating green smoke, but there was nothing except the increasingly strong, evil fragrance in the air. Nual Lin frowned, his eyes like torches, scanning every inch of land, as if he wanted to see through the battlefield. No matter what means are used, they're definitely not kind. We must be more cautious to avoid falling into unknown traps. Just as the two were concentrating on being alert and preparing to deal with possible accidents, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook, as if a giant beast had awakened, making a dull roar. Then cracks spread from the ground like dragon scales, quickly spreading out and cutting the entire battlefield into pieces. "Be careful!" Nual Lin shouted, retreated violently, and at the same time grabbed Xiang Tianlu, narrowly avoiding the sudden crack. From the cracks, streams of hot air gushed out, accompanied by low roars, as if something was waking up underneath and trying to break out of the ground. Is it some kind of secret technique of the wolf shadow leader? Xiang Tianlu's face was pale, and there was a hint of trembling in his voice. He knew very well that if this was true, they would be facing an unprecedented fierce battle. Nual Lin did not answer. His eyes were fixed on the ever-widening cracks, and he was secretly thinking of a countermeasure in his mind. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly rushed out from the crack, as fast as a meteor in the night sky, and rushed straight towards the two of them. "Come on!" Nual Lin shouted, and instead of retreating, he advanced, his fists wrapped in a sharp sound of wind as he rushed forward. He and the black shadow collided in the air, and the collision of fist wind and flesh erupted with a deafening roar, as if the heaven and earth were shaking at this moment. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu did not dare to delay. He moved quickly across the battlefield like a shadow, looking for an opportunity to take action. Each of his attacks was precise and deadly, trying to interrupt the attack rhythm of the black shadow. However, the black shadow was extremely cunning, as if it could see through every move of the two people and always avoid a fatal blow at the critical moment. Its attacks became more and more ferocious. Every time it swung its claws, it brought with it the terrifying power to tear apart space. It intertwined with the fists of Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu, forming a chaotic battlefield. Bang! 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 The fist wind and claw shadows collided continuously, and each confrontation was accompanied by deafening noise and flying sparks. Nual Lin and Xiang Tianlu's bodies were gradually covered with scars, but they seemed tireless and continued to fight hard. "We can't fall," Xiang Tianlu said breathlessly, his voice filled with determination and indomitable spirit. He knew very well that this battle was not just for survival, but also for protecting the beliefs and dignity in his heart. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes flashing with determination and ruthlessness. He swung his fist out again, and together with Xiang Tianlu, they covered the entire world with the wind of their fists. Under the continuous attacks of the two, the Black Shadow's offensive gradually became chaotic, but its eyes flashed with an even crazier light, as if it wanted to pour out all its anger and unwillingness on this battle. Just when the three were in a stalemate, a dazzling light suddenly burst out from the center of the battlefield, engulfing the three figures. The light contained pure demonic power. It was also mixed with an indescribable aura of holiness, as if two completely different forces were colliding and blending at this moment. When the light faded, the Black Shadow disappeared, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu collapsed on the ground, gasping for breath. When the light completely dissipated, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were still gasping for breath, looking around for the mysterious Black Shadow, but found that it had disappeared without a trace, leaving only an empty battlefield, a faint evil fragrance in the air, and mottled scars on their bodies. What is going on? Xiang Tianlu's voice was bewildered. He had never seen such a strange, yet powerful enemy before. He couldn't help but feel helpless. Nuo Lin stood up slowly, his eyes deep, as if he was thinking about something. I'm not sure, but I can feel that the power did not originally come from the Wolf Shadow leader. There may be a more terrifying secret hidden behind it. The two looked at each other, their eyes full of determination and vigilance. They knew that although this battle had come to a temporary end, the real crisis might have just begun. We have to keep moving forward and look for answers, Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, with an unquestionable determination in his voice. Xiang Tianlu nodded. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he also understood that this was not the time to stop. The two smiled at each other, their tacit understanding needing no further words, and then turned around and continued on their way. After crossing the battlefield, they came to a ruined temple. However, the monks seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep and did not respond to Xiang Tianlu's calls. The dog shadow became more and more ferocious, and each attack carried a terrifying force that could tear apart space, as if it wanted to completely devour Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. At this moment, the bell from deep in the temple rang again. The distant bell sound seemed to have crossed the boundaries of time and space, bringing with it a mysterious and powerful force, instantly calming the noise and chaos on the battlefield. The dog's movements suddenly paused, and a hint of confusion and fear appeared in its eyes, which were flashing with madness. Then, its body began to shrink slowly, and finally turned into a wisp of green smoke and dissipated in the night sky. The monk suddenly opened his eyes, with a bright light flashing in his eyes, as if he had woken up from a deep sleep. Thank you both for saving us. The monk stood up and put his hands together. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu bowed deeply. His voice was calm and deep, as if it contained some mysterious power. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, their eyes full of surprise and curiosity. They knew that this monk was no ordinary person and that he must be hiding more secrets. Before the monk finished speaking, the air in the entire hall suddenly froze, as if even time had stopped at this moment. Before Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu recovered from their shock, they felt an even more powerful pressure descending from the sky, so heavy that they could hardly breathe. Be careful, Nuo Lin shouted in a low voice. He keenly perceived that this pressure did not come from the monks, but from an even more ancient existence deep in the temple. Before he finished speaking, the ground of the hall suddenly shook, and cracks spread out like a spider web. Immediately afterwards, a thick black mist gushed out from the ground, quickly covering the entire hall and swallowing up all the light around it. What is this? Xiang Tianlu exclaimed. He had never seen such a strange sight before, and a strong sense of uneasiness arose in his heart. It is an evil force, more powerful than the previous dog shadow, Nuo Lin said in a deep voice. His eyes became firm, and his muscles were tense, ready to deal with the upcoming battle at any time. In the black mist, hideous figures slowly emerged. They had different shapes. Some were as huge as giant beasts, and some were as ethereal as ghosts. These figures exuded a strong, evil aura, as if they were demons crawling out of hell, ready to completely devour Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. "Monk, what's going on?" Xiang Tianlu asked loudly, trying to get an answer from the monk. However, the monk's face became extremely solemn. He shook his head slowly and said in a low voice, "These are evil spirits sealed in the temple. They were temporarily suppressed by the bell, but now they seem to be awakened by some power." Before the king finished speaking, those hideous figures surged towards Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road like a tide. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and without further ado, they both jumped up at the same time and faced the evil spirits. The battle broke out instantly, and Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seemed to transform into two lightning bolts, shuttling through the black mist. Their fists and claws were as dense as a violent storm, and every collision was accompanied by a deafening noise and flying sparks. The power of these evil spirits is too strong. We have to find their weaknesses. Nuo Lin shouted loudly. While fighting, he observed the attack patterns of the evil spirits. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, a surge of blood boiled in his heart. He nodded and cooperated more closely with Nuo Lin. The two of them, one attacking and one defending, one in front and one behind, seemed to have formed an indestructible line of defense. However, those evil spirits seemed endless. They constantly emerged from the black mist and launched fierce attacks on Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu had more and more scars on their bodies, but they did not retreat and continued to fight hard. At this moment, the monk suddenly shouted loudly, "Two donors, please retreat to my side." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were delighted when they heard this. They knew that the monk must have discovered the evil spirit's weakness. The two men retreated violently and instantly came to the side of the monk. The monk put his hands together and muttered something. Suddenly, his eyes became unusually bright, as if two golden rays of light shot out from his eyes, shooting directly towards the evil spirits. The moment those evil spirits came into contact with the golden light, they seemed to have met their nemesis. They let out miserable screams, and their bodies began to dissipate rapidly. The black mist gradually dissipated, and the entire hall was illuminated again. "Thank you for your help, monk." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu thanked the monk at the same time, their hearts filled with gratitude. The monk smiled and said, "You are welcome, my two benefactors. This is my duty as an Asgardian of the temple." As soon as the monk finished speaking, a more violent wave suddenly surged in the hall, as if an ancient and powerful force was awakening. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces suddenly changed. They realized that the real challenge had just begun. "Monk, this..." Before Xiang Tianlu finished speaking, he saw a huge amount of black shadow rising slowly from the depths of the hall. It was like a giant beast crawling out of the abyss, emitting a frightening evil aura. This is the core of the seal and the source of the evil spirit. The monk's voice became unusually heavy, his eyes fixed on the black shadow, as if he was looking at an ancient and terrifying enemy. The black shadow let out a low roar, and its shape kept changing in the air, sometimes hovering like a dragon, and sometimes looking as hideous as a demon. Waves of black energy emanated from it, surging towards Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road like a tide. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, and he jumped up and rushed towards the black shadow like a flash of lightning. His fists were like a violent storm, and each attack carried great force in an attempt to repel the black shadow. However, the black shadow seemed endless. Its body was wrapped in black energy, like a hard shield blocking Nuo Lin's attack. Every collision was accompanied by a deafening noise, and the entire hall seemed to be shaking. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu felt a strong desire to fight. He shouted loudly and rushed towards the shadow like a tiger descending from the mountain. His claws were like lightning, and every attack tried to tear open the Black Shadow's defense. However, the Black Shadow seemed to have infinite power. It constantly changed its shape and neutralized the attack on Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu was shocked. He had never seen such a powerful enemy. Two donors, your strength is not enough to defeat it. The monk's voice rang in the ears of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. His figure flashed and instantly appeared in front of the Black Shadow. His eyes became unusually bright, as if two golden lights were flashing. The monk clasped his hands together and muttered something. Suddenly, his figure became blurred, as if blending into the surrounding air. Then, a golden light burst out from his body, as dazzling as the sun. The golden light instantly enveloped the entire hall, swallowing up the black shadows and black energy. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu only felt a warm and powerful force flowing through them, as if it had injected them with infinite strength. In the golden light, the monk's figure seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth. Every step he took was accompanied by a slight tremor in space, as if even time was trembling in the face of this power. Under the shining of this holy light, the black shadow began to become restless, and its roar became even more shrill, like a trapped beast struggling in despair. "Monk, how can we help you?" Nuo Lin asked loudly. He felt the power surging in his body, which was given by the monk's golden light, but he knew very well that this power alone was not enough to confront the black shadow head-on. "You guard the four directions, and don't let its power leak out and affect innocent people." The monk's voice echoed in the golden light, sounding extremely firm. His figure began to spin slowly, and golden light spread as he moved, forming a huge amount of golden barrier that trapped the black shadow firmly inside. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu immediately dispersed to the four corners of the hall. They each gathered their strength to form four radiant barriers, which echoed the monk's golden barrier and formed a perfect defensive formation. The black shadow struggled frantically inside the golden barrier, and the black energy it released hit the barrier like a violent storm. Every collision shook the entire hall, as if it was about to collapse. But the monk's golden barrier was indestructible. No matter how the black shadow struggled, it could not break through it at all. "Hold on, we must find its weakness." Xiang Tianlu clenched his teeth. His voice sounded weak but firm in the vibrating air. He kept observing the changes in the black shadow, trying to find a flaw. Nuo Lin was doing his best to maintain the defensive barrier. His sweat slid down his cheeks, dripped onto the ground, and evaporated into nothingness in an instant. He knew very well that every minute and every second at this moment was crucial, and he could not relax at all. Just when the two sides were in a stalemate, the monk suddenly groaned, and his figure suddenly accelerated, like a golden lightning, rushing straight towards the black shadow. His hands drew golden tracks in the air, and every touch made the black shadow scream even more miserably, as if its outer skin had been peeled off, revealing its inner fragility. "Now!" The monk's voice exploded in the ears of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. They acted almost at the same time. Nuo Lin rushed to the left side of the black shadow at an astonishing speed, while Xiang Tianlu attacked from the right side. The power of the two people converged in the air, forming an unprecedented storm, which directly hit the core of the black shadow. Under the impact of this force, the black shadow finally showed real panic. Its body began to shrink rapidly, and the black energy quickly dissipated into the air like smoke being drawn away. As the black shadow shrank rapidly, the once frightening evil aura also dissipated, and the air in the entire hall seemed to be purified, becoming fresh and peaceful. However, the battle did not end there, but entered a more intense stage. The power of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu converged in the air, and the storm formed was like a dragon, roaring towards the core of the black shadow. Under the impact of the storm, the black shadow looked fragile, like a leaf about to be torn into pieces. However, at this critical moment, it suddenly burst out with an even more violent force, trying to break free from the restraints. Oh no, it's counterattacking. The monk's voice rang out in the storm. His figure shuttled back and forth like a ghost. Golden light flickered around him, and every touch seemed to have 1,000 pounds of force, trying to stabilize the storm and prevent it from being broken by the counterattack of the Black Shadow. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt the force of the counterattack. Their faces changed suddenly, but they did not retreat. On the contrary, they strengthened their faith and poured all their strength into this storm. Driven by them, the storm became even more violent, like a wild horse running out of control, raging in the hall. The Black Shadow let out shrill screams as the storm raged, and its body began to blur, as if it was about to be completely swallowed up by this force. However, at this critical moment of life and death, it once again erupted with astonishing power, trying to perish together with the storm. "Be careful!" The monk's voice rang out again, and his figure appeared between the storm and the shadow like lightning. Golden light burst out from his body, forming an indestructible barrier that isolated the power of the storm and the shadow. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt a strong sense of respect when they saw this. They knew that the monk was using his own life to protect them in this land. They gritted their teeth, gathered their strength again, and prepared for the final battle. The power of the storm and the shadow collided in front of the monk's barrier, making a deafening roar. The entire hall seemed to collapse at this moment. The air was torn into pieces, and the space became distorted under the impact of this force. However, just as this power was about to reach its peak, the monk suddenly groaned, and his eyes became unusually bright, as if two golden lights were flashing. Then he clasped his hands together, muttered something, and an ancient and mysterious power burst out from him, instantly engulfing the storm and the Black Shadow. Under the cover of this force, the storm and the shadows began to gradually dissipate and eventually turned into nothingness. The entire hall returned to peace, leaving only the monk, Nuo Lin, and Xiang Tianlu standing there. They all radiated golden light, as if they had experienced a life-and-death experience. General, when the storm and the shadows finally vanished, the entire hall fell into a strange silence, with only the heavy breathing of the three people echoing. The monk's figure looked particularly sacred against the backdrop of the golden light, and his eyes were like two deep pools of water, containing endless wisdom and power. Is this the end? Nuo Lin's voice trembled slightly. He looked at everything in front of him in disbelief, as if he had just experienced a dream battle. Xiang Tianlu also showed a look of astonishment. His clenched fists slowly loosened, and sweat slid down his fingertips and dripped onto the ground, making a slight sound. He took a deep breath and said, "Monk, do we really do it?" The monk smiled slightly, but there was an indescribable solemnity in that smile. He shook his head slowly and said, "The battle has never really ended. What we are facing is just the tip of the iceberg. The real test may have just begun." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both shocked when they heard this. They knew very well that what the monk said was true. Although this battle was difficult, it was perhaps only a small part compared to the challenges they might encounter in the future. At this moment, the ground of the hall suddenly began to shake, as if some huge monster was awakening below. The three people's faces suddenly changed. They looked at each other and knew without saying anything that a new crisis had quietly arrived. "We have to leave here," Nuo Lin shouted, and he jumped up and rushed toward the exit of the hall like an arrow. However, just as he was about to rush out of the hall, a powerful force suddenly descended from the sky and pressed him back. "What is going on?" Nuo Lin raised his head with difficulty, looking at the huge pressure that seemed to have dropped from the sky, his heart filled with horror. Xiang Tianlu also felt the pressure. He clenched his teeth and clenched his fists, trying to resist. However, this power seemed to be endless, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not shake it in the slightest. The monk's expression became extremely solemn, and he stared at the source of that power, as if trying to find a flaw in it. However, as time went on, the power grew stronger and stronger, enveloping the entire hall. What should we do? There was a hint of despair in Xiang Tianlu's voice. He had never encountered such a powerful enemy, nor had he ever felt such a desperate situation. The monk took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming with determination. He opened his mouth slowly and said, "No matter what difficulties we face, we must not give up. As long as we work together, we can overcome everything." Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu felt an inexplicable power surge in their hearts. They looked at each other and nodded at the same time, indicating that they were willing to face the upcoming challenges together with the monk. At this moment, the pressure from the sky suddenly intensified, and the entire hall seemed to be crushed. Zero. Asterisk. The three of them gritted their teeth and tried their best to resist this force. However, at this moment of life and death, an even more powerful force suddenly erupted from their bodies, instantly defeating the pressure. Peace returned to the hall once again, but the three of them understood that this was only a brief respite. The real challenge is still waiting for them ahead. When the pressure that came from the sky was defeated by the three people together, the hall once again returned to a brief period of peace. However, this peace did not last long. A low and long roar suddenly sounded from the depths of the hall, like a call from ancient times, which made people feel cold. The three people's faces suddenly changed. They looked at each other, and a trace of solemnity flashed in their eyes. Then, a huge figure slowly walked out from the shadow of the hall. It was a huge amount of snake demon. Its body was as thick as a mountain range, and its scales were flashing with cold light, as if each scale contained endless power. The snake demon's eyes were like two burning flames, staring at the three people, with cruelty and disdain in its eyes. It kept spitting out tongues, making a hissing sound, as if mocking the powerlessness of the three people. "Is this a snake demon?" Nuo Lin's voice was filled with surprise. He had never seen such a huge snake demon, and he had never thought that he would encounter such a powerful enemy in a place like this. Xiang Tianlu also clenched his fists, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. He knew very well that no matter what kind of enemy they faced, they could not retreat and had to fight with all their might. The monk narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the snake demon carefully, trying to find its weakness. However, the snake demon was so powerful that he could not find its flaws for a moment. At this moment, the snake demon suddenly launched an attack. It opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and pounced on the three people like a flash of lightning. Upon seeing this, Nuo Lin immediately stepped forward, clenched his hands into fists, and released powerful force to try to resist the snake demon's attack. However, the snake demon was too fast and too powerful. Although Nuo Lin's fist hit the snake demon, it was like a drop in the ocean and could not cause any harm to it. Instead, the snake demon's tail swept across like a giant whip, whipping Nuo Lin heavily and sending him flying. "Nuo Lin!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he immediately rushed forward, trying to catch Nuo Lin. However, the snake demon did not give them any chance to breathe. Its body suddenly swirled up and attacked the two of them like a tornado. Xiang Tianlu gritted his teeth and waved his weapons with both hands, trying to resist the snake demon's attack. However, the snake demon's scales were as hard as steel, and his weapon could not leave any marks on them. Instead, the snake demon's head suddenly stretched out and bit Xiang Tianlu's neck. At this moment of life and death, the monk suddenly flashed and appeared beside Xiang Tianlu, with his hands clasped together and muttering something. A golden light burst out from his body, instantly defeating the snake demon's attack. The snake demon let out a roar, as if it was angry at the appearance of the monk. It opened its bloody mouth again, ready to launch a more violent attack. However, the monk did not give it any chance. His figure was like 060, and he shuttled around the snake demon like a ghost, and every touch seemed to be with 1,000 pounds of force. Under his attack, the snake demon kept roaring in pain, and its body began to shrink gradually. "Monk, be careful!" Nuo Lin shouted. He noticed that there was a cunning light flashing in the snake demon's eyes, as if he was plotting something. The monk's body was as fast as the wind, moving quickly around the snake demon. Every light touch with the snake demon's scales caused a series of sparks, like the collision of metal and stone, deafening. His expression was solemn, but his eyes were as sharp as an eagle's. He fixed his eyes on the snake demon's flaming eyes, searching for the fragility hidden beneath the tyrannical appearance. A mere trifle. The snake demon snorted coldly, its voice full of disdain. It suddenly twisted its body and, like a mountain collapsing, brought up a gust of wind and pounced towards the monk. The monk moved his body strangely to the side, dodging the blow that could have leveled the mountain in the nick of time, and, at the same time, threw a backhanded punch, with a whistling sound like it broke through the air. Snake Demon Chichio. The snake demon reacted extremely quickly, narrowly avoiding the attack by turning its head, but a faint golden mark was still left on its scales, which was the mark left by the Vajra power contained in the monk's fist. The snake demon roared in pain, and its huge body began to twist wildly. Every swing was accompanied by the sound of tearing air, as if it was going to destroy the entire hall. Xiang Tianlu, help me, the monk shouted, his voice revealing unquestionable determination. Hearing this, Xiang Tianlu immediately pulled himself together. He knew that this was not the time to hesitate. He clenched his weapon tightly with both hands and shot forward like an arrow, piercing the other eye of the snake demon. The snake demon roared and quickly turned its head in an attempt to avoid the fatal blow. However, Xiang Tianlu's attack was like a maggot on the tarsal bone, following closely. Each attack was precise and fierce, forcing the snake demon to be distracted to deal with it. At this moment, Nuo Lin also got up from the ground, with determination and indomitable spirit on his face. He gathered strength in his hands again, ready to join the battle. He knew very well that it would be difficult for the monk and Xiang Tianlu alone to defeat this powerful snake demon in a short period of time, so he had to contribute his own strength. Nuo Lin, you are responsible for restraining the enemy and looking for an opportunity. The monk shouted orders while dodging the snake demon's attack. Nuo Lin nodded, and in a flash, he appeared at the tail of the snake demon, using both hands to try to slow down the snake demon's movement. Inside the hall, the battle between the three and the snake demon entered a white-hot stage. Each attack of the snake demon was accompanied by a sound like a landslide, while the counterattacks of the three people were like a continuous drizzle, which seemed gentle but actually contained murderous intent. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and the unyielding will of the three people. This is not a solution. We must find its weakness. The monk thought while fighting, and his eyes suddenly fell on a scale on the snake monster's belly. Compared with other places, that scale was slightly darker, as if hiding some secret. Xiang Tianlu, attack its belly, the monk shouted, and at the same time he flashed and deliberately exposed his flaws to lure the snake demon to attack. The snake demon was fooled and opened its bloody mouth to bite the monk. However, just when it was about to succeed, Xiang Tianlu seized the opportunity and delivered a heavy blow to the dark scales on the snake demon's abdomen. Bang! A loud noise, like the ringing of an ancient bell, echoed throughout the hall. The heavy blow to Tianlu was like a falling star, instantly leaving deep cracks on the dull scales, as if breaking some kind of restraint. The snake demon let out a shrill howl, and its body trembled violently, as if struck by lightning. A strange light flashed on its scales. The light contained ancient runes, as if it was a sign that some seal was being released. Oh no, it's going to transform. The monk's face suddenly changed. He felt the powerful force surging in the snake demon's body. It was an ancient and mysterious force that was enough to overturn the balance of the entire hall. The snake demon's body began to swell rapidly, and its scales gradually became transparent, as if blending into the surrounding air, leaving only flowing lines that were like star trails, brilliant and mysterious. The flames in its eyes burned even more vigorously, as if they could devour everything. Nuo Lin, retreat quickly, the monk shouted. He felt the terrifying pressure from the snake demon after its transformation. It was a force that was enough to crush everything. However, New Orleans seemed not to have heard it. There was a determined light in his eyes, and his hands were clenched into fists, ready to meet the coming impact. "I can't retreat." New Orleans' voice was firm and powerful. He knew very well that retreating at this moment would mean failure and death. He must stand up, even when facing an unimaginably powerful enemy. The snake demon's tail swung violently, like the collapse of the sky and the splitting of the earth, with the sound of endless wind and thunder, smashing towards New Orleans. New Orleans gritted his teeth and crossed his hands over his chest, trying to block the attack. However, the force was too strong, and he was smashed away like a kite with a broken string, hitting the wall of the hall with a dull sound. "New Orleans," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his eyes filled with anger and unwillingness. He knew very well that at this moment he had to be even crazier in order to protect his companions and defeat this power. He leaped up like a tiger descending from a mountain, holding the weapon tightly in both hands, and chopped at the snake demon's head with the sound of endless wind and thunder. The snake demon snorted coldly and easily dodged the attack by turning its head. However, Xiang Tianlu's attack was like an endless tide, surging towards the snake demon wave after wave. "Xiang Tianlu, be careful," the monk shouted. He felt an even more terrifying power surging in the snake demon's body. However, Xiang Tianlu seemed not to have heard it. In his eyes, there was only the figure of the snake demon, and in his heart, there was only the will to fight. The snake demon suddenly opened its bloody mouth, revealing its sharp fangs, and bit towards Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. However, the snake demon's tail swept across like a giant whip, bringing with it the sound of endless wind and thunder, and lashed towards Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu gritted his teeth, held the weapon tightly with both hands, and tried to block the attack. However, the force was too strong, and his weapon was knocked away directly, and his body was also hit hard, flying out like a kite with a broken string. "To the sky!" the monk shouted, his eyes filled with anger and determination. He knew very well that at this moment, he had to stand up, even if he was facing an unimaginably powerful enemy. His figure was like a ghost, moving quickly around the snake demon. Every touch was like a falling star, carrying endless power. The snake demon roared continuously, and its body began to shrink rapidly, as if it wanted to concentrate all its strength at one point and deliver a fatal blow. "Monk, be careful!" Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu shouted at the same time, their voices full of worry and anxiety. However, the monk seemed not to have heard it. In his eyes, there was only the image of the snake demon, and in his heart, there was only the will to fight. He clasped his hands together, muttered something, and a golden light burst out from his body, instantly enveloping the snake demon. The golden light contained endless Buddha power and wisdom, as if it could purify all evil and darkness. The golden light collided with the snake demon, causing a deafening roar. The entire hall seemed to be shaking. Ancient runes flowed in the light, interweaving with the lines on the snake demon's body, forming a series of mysterious patterns. "Monk, hold on!" Nu Lin got up from the ground, his eyes burning with unyielding flames. Although his body was in great pain, his will was as firm as a rock. He knew very well that he could not fall down at this moment. He had to buy time for the monk and contribute his strength to the victory of this battle. The snake demon struggled in the golden light, its eyes filled with anger and unwillingness, as if it wanted to completely tear apart the light that bound it. Its tail swung violently, and with the sound of endless wind and thunder, it smashed towards the monk, trying to break the golden cage. The monk's face was solemn. He clasped his hands together, muttered something, and golden light burst out again, as if countless Buddhas appeared in the void, jointly resisting the attack of the snake demon. The light contained endless Buddha power and wisdom, which neutralized Shirtian's attack. Nu Lin, hurry! The monk shouted, with a hint of urgency in his voice. He knew very well that this golden light would not last long, and he had to find a way to defeat the snake demon as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Nu Lin jumped up and rushed towards the snake demon like an arrow. He clenched his hands into fists and struck the snake demon's weak spot with endless strength and determination. However, the snake demon seemed to see through his movements and easily avoided the attack by turning its head. Nu Lin was not discouraged. He turned in the air and landed on the tail of the snake demon like a whirlwind. He used both hands to try to flip the snake demon's body over. However, the snake demon's body was as solid as a mountain and did not move at all. Damn it! Nu Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with madness. He knew very well that he had to be even crazier at this moment in order to defeat this powerful enemy. He exerted force again, and his hands were like two sharp blades, stabbing into the snake demon's scales. However, the scales were as hard as steel, and his hands were actually hurt by the shock. Nu Lin, be careful, the monk shouted. He could sense the snake demon's counterattack coming. However, Nu Lin seemed not to have heard it. There was only the will to fight in his heart and the figure of the snake demon in his eyes. The snake demon suddenly opened its bloody mouth and bit Nu Lin. Nu Lin moved to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. However, the snake demon's tail swept across like a giant whip, lashing towards Nu Lin with endless sounds of wind and thunder. Nu Lin gritted his teeth and clenched his fists, trying to block the attack. However, the force was too strong, and his hands were actually whipped away, and his body was also hit hard, flying out like a kite with a broken string. Nu Lin, Xiang Tianlu, and the monk shouted at the same time, their voices filled with worry and anxiety. However, Nu Lin did not fall down. He rolled several times in the air and landed steadily on the ground. There was a more determined light in his eyes, and he exuded an unyielding aura. He knew very well that he could not fall down at this moment, and had to continue fighting until the snake demon was completely defeated. He rushed towards the snake demon again, and his hands were like two sharp swords, stabbing into the snake demon's eyes. The snake demon roared continuously, with fear flashing in its eyes. It began to struggle frantically, trying to get rid of Nu Lin's attack. However, Nu Lin seemed not to hear anything. There was only the will to fight in his heart. His hands were as fast as lightning. Finally, he inserted his hands into the snake demon's eyes and dug out its eyes. The snake demon let out a shrill wail, and its body began to shrink rapidly, eventually turning into a pool of pus and blood and dissipating into the air. The entire hall returned to peace again, leaving only the panting figures of 3 people and the mess on the ground. The disappearance of the snake demon did not dissipate the tension in the air, but instead left behind an eerie tranquility. Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and each other's perseverance and determination were reflected in their eyes. The monk slowly retracted the golden light. His face looked slightly pale, but his eyes were shining with relief. "Monk, thanks to you," Nu Lin said gratefully, with a hint of hoarseness in his voice, which was a mark left by the battle. The monk smiled and shook his head. "It is your courage and persistence that have helped us overcome this difficulty together." The 3 of them exchanged a few brief words, decided to rest for a while, and then prepared to continue their journey. Nu Lin and monk Xiang Tianlu bid farewell. The monk put his hands together and said softly, "May the Buddha bless you, and have a safe journey." The 2 nodded, turned around, and left, embarking on the road to the town. The town is surrounded by mountains, with smoke rising from the chimneys, giving people a feeling of tranquility and peace. But Nu Lin and Xiang Tianlu know that the quieter the place, the more likely it is to hide unknown secrets. As they walked deeper, the scene of the town gradually appeared before their eyes. On both sides of the stone road, there are scattered wooden houses. Flowers are placed in front of every house, and the air is filled with the faint fragrance of flowers and food. However, under this tranquility, Nu Lin keenly sensed a hint of something unusual, an indescribable feeling of oppression, as if the entire town was shrouded in an invisible net. Xiang Tianlu, do you feel something is wrong? Nuo Lin asked in a low voice, his eyes moving through the crowd, trying to find the source of the oppressive feeling. Xiang Tianlu nodded, frowning. Indeed, it's too quiet here, so quiet that it makes me feel uneasy. The two continued to move forward, gradually going deeper into the town. Suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps came from the front, and a ragged old man staggered over with a look of fear on his face. When he saw Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, he grabbed their sleeves as if they were his saviors. Go, get out of here. Don't stay in town at night. The old man's voice trembled, and his eyes were full of fear. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other, and a hint of determination flashed in their eyes. They decided to stay and uncover the secrets behind this small town. As night fell, the town fell into darkness, with only a few scattered lights swaying in the wind. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu sneaked into a house, trying to find clues. The room was dark, with only an oil lamp swaying in the wind, casting mottled shadows on the wall. The two were searching carefully, when suddenly, a slight sound came from outside the house, as if something was approaching quietly. The subtle sound seemed particularly harsh in the silent night, like the ghost in Proxima Midnight, approaching silently. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu immediately became alert, and their breathing became unusually light, as if they didn't even want to disturb the air. It's a fox demon, Xiang Tianlu said in a low voice. A hint of coldness flashed in his eyes, and it was obvious that he was not unfamiliar with this kind of creature. Nuo Lin nodded without saying much, but just tightly grasped the dagger in his hand, which was the only weapon that was not destroyed in his battle with the snake demon. The two stood back to back, looking vigilantly in the direction of the door, ready to deal with the impending crisis at any time. The noise outside the house was getting closer and closer, accompanied by an indescribable fishy smell that made people feel cold. Suddenly, the door was slammed open, and a nimble fox demon rushed into the house. Its eyes were like burning flames, flashing with cunning and cruelty. The fox demon was so fast that it almost turned into a shadow as it pounced towards Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin reacted quickly, moving his body to the side and narrowly avoiding the fox demon's claws. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu took a sudden step forward and punched the fox demon in the abdomen. However, the fox demon seemed to have the ability to teleport. At the critical moment, it twisted its body strangely and avoided Xiang Tianlu's attack. Its tail was like a nimble whip, lashing towards Xiang Tian Road with a whistling sound. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly and retreated violently, narrowly avoiding the fox demon's tail. But the fox demon's attack did not stop. Its claws were like sharp blades, drawing silver tracks in the air, and it continued to launch fierce attacks on Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin fought side by side with Xiang Tianlu. The two cooperated well, one attacking and the other defending, and they fought a fierce battle with the fox demon. Nuo Lin held a dagger in his hand, constantly looking for the fox demon's weakness, while Xiang Tianlu relied on his amazing speed and strength to deal with the fox demon. Be careful of its tail, Nuo Lin shouted, reminding Xiang Tianlu to pay attention to the fox demon's attack method. However, before he could finish his words, the fox demon's tail struck like lightning, and Xiang Tianlu was unable to dodge and was hit hard. Xiang Tianlu let out a muffled groan, staggered back, and his face turned pale in an instant. Nuo Lin saw this. A trace of anger and determination flashed in his eyes. He rushed forward suddenly. The short knife drew a bright cold light in the night sky and went straight to the fox girl's vital point. The fox demon obviously didn't expect Nuo Lin to fight so hard. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes, but then it regained its ferocity. It twisted its body again and avoided Nuo Lin's fatal blow. Nuo Lin missed the attack, but he was not discouraged. He turned in the air and landed steadily beside the fox demon like a light fallen leaf. His short knife drew a graceful arc in the air and slashed towards the fox demon's neck again. The fox demon snorted coldly, and its body twisted again like a ghost, narrowly avoiding Nuo Lin's attack. There was a cunning gleam in its eyes, as if it was mocking Nuo Lin's incompetence. Damn it! Nuo Lin gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with rage, as if he wanted to devour the fox demon completely. He rushed forward again, waving the dagger in the air like a silver lightning, continuously launching fierce attacks on the fox demon. The fox demon was agile and kept shuttling back and forth in space, avoiding Nuo Lin's attacks. Its tail was like a flexible whip, constantly lashing at Nuo Lin, narrowly brushing past Nuo Lin's body each time. Xiang Tianlu, how are you? Nuo Lin shouted to Xiang Tianlu while fighting. Xiang Tianlu's face was pale, but there was a gleam of determination in his eyes. He endured the pain, stood up, clenched his fists, and rushed towards the fox demon again. Although his speed was not as fast as the fox demon's, each of his punches contained amazing power, which made the fox demon dare not underestimate him. When the fox demon saw this, anger flashed in his eyes. It no longer dodged but actively attacked Xiang Tianlu. Its claws were like sharp blades, constantly slashing towards Xiang Tianlu, narrowly avoiding Xiang Tianlu's vital points each time. Although Xiang Tianlu was brave, he gradually felt overwhelmed by the fox demon's attacks. Blood marks began to appear on his body, which are the marks left by the fox demon's claws. Nuo Lin, be careful! Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, reminding Nuo Lin to be careful of the fox demon's sneak attack. However, Nuo Lin seemed not to hear it, and there was only the will to fight in his heart. His dagger waved in the air like a silver storm, continuously launching fierce attacks on the fox demon. The fox demon was also enraged by Nuo Lin's bravery. It no longer dodged, but fought head-on with Nuo Lin. Every collision made a deafening sound, as if even the air was shaking. Just when the two were fighting fiercely, the demon suddenly let out a sharp howl. Its shape began to become blurred, as if it was swallowed by an invisible force. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both stunned when they saw this. They didn't expect that at this critical moment, the fox demon would suddenly lose its combat effectiveness. However, just as they were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the fox demon's figure suddenly condensed again and became more solid. There was a crazy light flashing in its eyes, as if it wanted to pour all its anger on Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. The fox demon's body suddenly grew in size, as if it had metamorphosed from a cunning beast into a violent giant beast in an instant. Its eyes were like two burning fireballs, emitting a heart-pounding light, staring straight at Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. It's trying its best, Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the small room with an unquestionable firmness. Xiang Tianlu nodded. Although his face was still pale, his eyes were full of unyielding spirit. He gritted his teeth and rushed towards the fox demon again, as if he wanted to pour all his strength into this attack. The fox demon roared and rushed towards Xiang Tianru like a wild horse. Its claws were like two sharp daggers, flashing with cold light, pointing straight at Tianlu's chest. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the fox demon's attack. But his sleeve was cut by the fox demon's claws, and a blood mark instantly appeared on his arm. Xiang Tianlu, be careful, Nuo Lin shouted, and his short knife drew a silver track in the air, like a silver dragon, rushing straight to the back of the fox girl. The fox demon seemed to have eyes on its back, and its body twisted strangely again to avoid Nuo Lin's attack. But its tail, like a poisonous snake, silently wrapped around Xiang Tianlu's ankle. Xiang Tianlu paused, his face instantly turning pale. He struggled hard, but the fox demon's tail was wrapped tightly around him like an iron chain, making him unable to move. Nuo Lin, save me, Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of despair in his voice. Nuo Lin's eyes turned red instantly when he saw this. He rushed forward like an enraged lion. His dagger waved in the air like a silver storm, continuously launching fierce attacks on the fox demon. Although the fox demon was ferocious, it began to seem powerless under Nuo Lin's desperate attack. Wounds began to appear on its body, which are the marks left by Nuo Lin's dagger. "Go to hell, you beast!" Nuo Lin shouted, his short knife drawing a bright cold light in the air, going straight to the fox demon's vital point. The fox demon let out a sharp wail, and its shape began to become blurred. But in this blur, there seems to be an invisible force surging. "Oh no, it's gathering strength," Nuo Lin shouted. He could feel the rising violent aura from the fox demon. At this critical moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, "Nuo Lin, get out of the way!" Nuo Lin was stunned, but then reacted. He retreated violently, narrowly avoiding the fox demon's fatal blow. However, although the attack was dodged, the fox demon's tail was like a flexible whip and lashed at Nuo Lin again. Nuo Lin couldn't dodge in time and was hit by Wolf 467. He uttered a muffled groan, staggered backward, and almost fell to the ground. But at this critical moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly burst out with amazing power. He broke free from the fox demon's tail and rushed towards the fox demon like a wild horse. His fists were like two cannonballs, constantly bombarding the fox demon. Every bombardment made a deafening sound, as if even the air was shaking. Under Xiang Tianlu's violent attack, cracks began to appear on the fox demon's body, as if it were cloth torn by strong winds. A dark light overflowed from each crack, which was a sign that its demonic power was leaking out. Its eyes still burned with a flame of unwillingness, but they had lost their previous sharpness and became empty and blurred. Today is your doom." Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the turbulent air with irresistible majesty. Each of his punches contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers. He smashed the fox demon's huge body against the walls again and again. The whole room seemed to be shaking, with gravel and with chips flying, and smoke and dust rising. Nuo Lin saw this, and endured the pain, and flashed around to the flank of the fox demon. His short knife flashed coldly in the dim light, and every time he swung it, it accurately cut into the fox demon's wound. Every time he cut, the fox demon's wails became more miserable, and the demonic aura filled the air, almost drowning the small space. "Nuo Lin, you and I will join forces to bring this evildoer to death today." Xiang Tianlu's voice pierced through the roar, and his fists were like two eternal flames burning with The fox demon finally realized the threat of death. It let out a deafening roar, and the demonic energy in its body boiled, as if it wanted to concentrate all its strength into one final blow. Its eyes suddenly burst into an unprecedented light, which was the despair and madness deep in its soul, which turned into a tangible shockwave and spread in all directions, attempting to exchange its life for the lives of the two and die together with them. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin are not easy to deal with. Xiang Tianlu's body suddenly accelerated, like a stream of light traveling through time and space, and punched the fox demon on the forehead, which was the core of its demonic power. Wherever the fist went, the space seemed to be torn apart, and a shocking hole appeared on the fox demon's forehead, and the demonic power dissipated like the tide. Nuo Lin took the opportunity to get close, and the short knife stabbed into the fox demon's heart continuously like lightning. Each stab was accompanied by a violent tremor, which was a witness to the fox demon's vitality slipping away. His eyes were cold, but his movements were extremely precise, and every strike was a precise grasp of the laws of life. "It's over," Nuo Lin said in a low voice, with a hint of fatigue in his voice, but more of the joy of victory. The fox demon's body finally fell down weakly, and its huge body hit the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Its eyes lost their light, leaving only emptiness and deathly silence. The evil spirit gradually dissipated and returned to nothingness. Acti, when the fox demon's body fell and stirred up dust, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin did not let down their guard. The air was still filled with residual fluctuations of demonic energy. Although weak, it was like an undercurrent, foreshadowing unknown changes. Be careful. Even though the monster is dead, its power may not have dissipated completely, Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle, scanning the surroundings as if he wanted to see through every inch of space. Nuo Lin nodded, holding the dagger tightly, his body tense, like a sword ready to be unsheathed at any time. He knew very well that battles often ended at the most unexpected moment and often started again at the most unexpected moment. At this moment, a strange energy wave suddenly surged where the fox demon fell. The fluctuations were not strong, but they carried an indescribable weirdness and evil, as if a cold breath seeped in from another world. "What is this?" Nuo Lin frowned, and his short knife drew a cold trajectory in the air, trying to cut off the strange aura, but found it as elusive as nothingness. Xiang Tianlu's expression also became solemn. He slowly approached the fox demon's body, his eyes sharp as torches, trying to find the source of the breath. It seems that this monster is not as simple as it appears on the surface. It may be hiding a deeper secret. Just when Xiang Tianlu was about to touch the fox demon's corpse, a sudden force erupted, knocking him back several steps. That power carries an ancient and evil aura, as if it was a demon awakened from the ancient abyss, trying to break free from its restraints and return to the human world with an irresistible force. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted. His figure flashed like a ghost and instantly appeared beside Xiang Tianlu. He waved his dagger, trying to cut off the invisible bond of power. However, that force seemed to have no substance, and every attack was like a stone sinking into the sea, failing to cause any waves. After being repelled by the sudden force, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other, with both vigilance and confusion in their eyes. But this ruin, shrouded in evil spirits, is obviously not a good place to solve the mystery. So, the two decided to leave temporarily, find a quiet place, rest for a while, and then make plans. They walked along the winding mountain road, through lush forests, and soon came to a beautiful village hidden in the mountains. This village seems isolated from the world, quiet and peaceful. The air is filled with the faint scent of flowers and earth, which is refreshing. "Look, how beautiful it is here." Nuo Lin couldn't help but sigh, with a hint of relaxation and joy in his voice, as if all the previous tension and fighting were melted away by Yushojing. Xiang Tianlu also nodded, with a rare tenderness in his eyes. "Yes, I really hope I can stay in a place like this forever." In the village, on both sides of the bluestone paved paths, are houses scattered in an orderly manner, each of which is full of simplicity and elegance. The villagers were dressed in simple clothes, with simple smiles on their faces, and they greeted passers-by enthusiastically. "Two warriors, you are from other places, right? What brings you to our village?" An elderly villager came up to them warmly when he saw Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin. Xiang Tianlu smiled and replied, "We are travelers passing by here. We were attracted by the beautiful scenery and wanted to rest here for a night." "Welcome, welcome." The old villager smiled from ear to ear. "Although our village is not big, it is picturesque and the people are simple and honest. You will definitely like it. Come, come, I'll take you to the village chief's house, and he'll arrange accommodation for you." Under the guidance of the old villagers, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin came to the village chief's house. The village chief was a middle-aged man with an amiable face. After learning the purpose of the two people's visit, he immediately ordered the villagers to prepare a clean and tidy guest room for them and a sumptuous dinner. After dinner, the two strolled along the path in the village, feeling the rare tranquility and harmony. The moonlight is like water, sprinkling on the bluestone path, casting mottled light and shadows. The breeze blew gently, and the leaves rustled, as if whispering. The two of them strolled along the path in the village, enjoying this rare tranquility. The moonlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, sprinkling on their bodies in a mottled manner, adding a bit of mystery and romance to this quiet night. Nuo Lin, do you feel that everything here seems so harmonious, as if time has stopped here? Xiang Tianlu said softly, his voice sounding particularly soft in the night breeze. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes gently sweeping over the surrounding scenery. "Yes, it is indeed beautiful here, making people forget all their worries and disputes. If I could choose, I would stay here forever. But reality is always full of unknowns and challenges. Xiang Tianlu smiled slightly, with a hint of helplessness in his tone. However, with you by my side, I feel that no matter what difficulties I encounter, we can all get through this together. Nuo Lin felt a warm feeling in his heart when he heard this. He turned to look at Xiang Tianlu with a determined light in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu, I am the same. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles there are in the future, as long as we fight side by side, nothing can stop us from moving forward. The two smiled at each other, and the tacit understanding and trust needed no words. They continued along the path and came to an open area in the village. There's a clear pond here. The water in the pond shines silvery under the moonlight, like a huge amounts of mirror reflecting the stars in the night sky. Look, the pond over there is so beautiful. Nuo Lin pointed at the pond, with a hint of surprise in his tone. Looking in the direction of Nuo Lin's finger, I saw a picturesque scene. He nodded and suggested, "Why don't we go sit by the pond? The scenery there must be very suitable for relaxing." Nuo Lin readily agreed. The two came to the pond and found a clean stone to sit on. The lotus flowers in the pond swayed gently in the night breeze, emitting a faint fragrance. Occasionally, the sound of frogs croaking from the pond adds a bit of tranquility and harmony to the countryside. The two were immersed in the tranquility and harmony by the pond, when suddenly, a burst of hurried and heavy footsteps broke the silence. Then, a group of huge wild boar monsters with exposed fangs rushed out from the dark woods and headed straight for the village. Oh no, it's wild boar monsters. Nuo Lin stood up suddenly, staring at the group of aggressive monsters with sharp eyes. Xiang Tianlu also reacted quickly. He grabbed Nuo Lin and whispered, "Don't panic. Let's take a look at the situation first." However, the group of wild boar demons obviously did not intend to give them a chance to observe. They roared, their fangs flashed coldly in the sunlight, and they rushed towards the village like a group of crazy beasts. "The villagers are in danger. We must take action," Nuo Lin said anxiously, his hands clenched into fists, ready to fight at any time. He nodded to Tianlu, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. "Okay, we are." The two of them rushed out of the pond like a flash of lightning. Nuo Lin is agile and moves like a cheetah among the woods. The Xiangtian Road was like a towering mountain, standing firmly in front of the wild boar monster. Roar! The largest wild boar demon took the lead in attacking. It opened its bloody mouth, and its fangs were like two sharp daggers, piercing straight into Xiang Tianlu's chest. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, and instead of retreating, he moved forward. He clenched his fists and slammed out like two small mountains, colliding with the fangs of the wild boar monster. There was a loud bang, and the wild boar demon was blown backwards, hitting the tree trunk behind it, letting out a series of wailing sounds. However, this is just the beginning of the battle. More wild boar monsters came from all directions, roaring and waving their sharp fangs, trying to drown the two in the sea of monsters. Nuo Lin's figure was like a ghost. He shuttled among the wild boar monsters. His hands were like two sharp knives, constantly leaving deep wounds on the monsters' bodies. Blood splattered everywhere, staining his clothes red, but his eyes became more determined. "Xiang Tianlu, be careful behind you," Nuo Lin suddenly shouted, reminding Xiang Tianlu to be on guard. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu suddenly turned his body to avoid a sneak attack from a wild boar demon. He threw a backhand punch, and the wild boar demon was smashed into a bloody mess. The battle became more and more intense, and the figures of the two men constantly flickered among the wild boar monsters. Each of their attacks exploded like thunder, causing the surrounding air to tremble. Why would these wild boar monsters suddenly attack the village? Xiang Tianlu asked in a deep voice while fighting. "Not sure, but we have to deal with them first," Nuo Lin roared, his voice sounding unusually firm amid the roar of the wild boar demon. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared on the flank of a wild boar demon. His hands were like two sharp blades, deeply embedded in the wild boar demon's flank. Blood gushed out, staining his hands red. Zhang Dianlu was like an unshakable mountain, standing firmly in place, facing the crazy attack of the wild boar monster. Every time he swung his fist, there was an explosion in the air, which sent the wild boar demon in the front into a bloody mess. Roar! A wild boar demon of even larger size rushed out from behind. Its fangs were like two huge amounts of sickles, flashing with cold light, heading straight for Tianlu's neck. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and cleverly dodged the attack. But then, another wild boar demon pounced from the other side, opening its big mouth full of fangs. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly and pushed his hands forward suddenly. A powerful force burst out from his palms, blasting the wild boar demon back repeatedly. However, the battle did not end there. More wild boar monsters came from all directions. They seemed to be driven by some force and rushed towards the two people regardless of everything. Nuo Lin shuttled among the wild boar monsters. His figure was like that of a nimble cheetah, and every move he made was precise and deadly. But even so, he gradually felt overwhelmed. There were so many wild boar demons that they seemed endless and constantly rushed out from the darkness. This is not a solution. We must find their leader. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly. His voice was unusually clear amid the roar of the wild boar demon. Zero, request flowers? Nuo Lin heard this, and a glimmer of understanding flashed in his eyes. His body flashed, and he instantly appeared in front of the largest wild boar demon. He clenched his fists and punched its head hard. Bang! With a loud bang, the wild boar demon's head exploded instantly, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. After seeing this scene, the other wild boar monsters stopped in their tracks, with horror in their eyes. Found it! Nuo Lin shouted, and rushed out again like lightning, heading straight for the wild boar demon that had just shown a look of fear. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his fists blasted out like two small mountains, blasting away the wild boar monsters in front of him. The two men, one in front and one behind, were like two sharp knives, piercing straight into the heart of the monster group. Nuo Lin moved as fast as lightning, crossing several meters in an instant and facing the terrified wild boar demon leader. The wild boar demon was huge in size, with sharp fangs, but under Nuo Lin's sharp gaze, it seemed to have lost its former ferocity, with only fear and despair in its eyes. Humph! So you're the leader of this group of wild boar monsters. Nuo Lin said coldly, his tone full of unquestionable majesty. He clenched his hands again, and the muscles in his arms bulged, entwining like a dragon, full of explosive power. The wild boar demon leader seemed to sense the powerful aura emanating from Nuo Lin. It let out a terrified howl and tried to turn around and run away. But how could Nuo Lin give it this opportunity? He flashed and appeared at the side of the wild boar demon leader like a ghost. His hands were like two huge amounts of hammers, fiercely hitting the wild boar demon leader's flank. Bang! With a loud bang, the wild boar demon leader's body was like being hit by a giant hammer. His entire body caved in, and blood and internal organs spurted out, staining the surrounding land red. But it did not fall down immediately. Instead, it let out an even more shrill howl, its fangs flashing coldly in the sunlight, attempting a final counterattack. However, Nuo Lin would never give it this opportunity. His figure flashed again, and he appeared above the head of the wild boar demon leader like a flash of lightning. His hands pressed down like two mountains, pressing the entire body of the wild boar demon leader underneath. Crack! A crisp, bone-breaking sound was heard, and the spine of the wild boar demon leader was broken by Nuo Lin. Its body finally collapsed to the ground powerlessly, and all the light in its eyes was gone. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu was also killing a group of wild boar monsters. His fists blasted out like two small mountains. Every time he swung his fist, there was an explosion in the air, which sent the wild boar monsters in front of him flying. His figure shuttled among the wild boar monsters like a tiger, descending from the mountains, invincible. Xiang Tianlu, be careful. Nuo Lin suddenly shouted, and his sharp eyes caught a wild boar demon that attacked Xiang Tianlu from behind. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu suddenly turned his body and cleverly avoided the wild boar demon's sneak attack. He threw a backhand punch, knocking the wild boar demon into a bloody mess, with its entire body caved in. The fighting continues, but the situation is becoming clearer. With the joint efforts of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu, the wild boar monster group has fallen into an absolute disadvantage. They began to flee in all directions, trying to escape from this horrific battlefield. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu would never let them go. They shuttled through the herd of wild boar monsters like two bolts of lightning, and every attack was precise and deadly. The wails of the wild boar demons rose one after another, and their blood dyed the entire land red. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood like two undefeated war gods on the ruins of the wild boar monsters. Their figures stretched out in the afterglow of the setting sun. Every step seemed to be stepping on the dust of the past. The wild boar demons' wailing gradually faded away, replaced by dead silence, a kind of heart-pounding tranquility. Humph! These beasts dare to challenge our dignity. Nuo Lin snorted coldly. His voice was as cold as the wind, penetrating every inch of space on the battlefield. His clothes were soaked with sweat, but made him look even more brave and fearless. His eyes were like stars in the night sky, shining with determination. Xiang Tianlu had a solemn look on his face. He knew very well that although victory seemed certain, the real crisis was often hidden behind the dawn of victory. Don't be careless, Nuo Lin. The appearance of these wild boar monsters is by no means accidental. There must be a bigger conspiracy behind it. As the two were talking, a rapid sound of footsteps came from deep in the forest, accompanied by heavy breathing and low roars. A larger wild boar demon walked out slowly. Its body was almost as big as a small mountain. Its fangs were like two sharp swords, flashing with cold light, and its eyes revealed an ancient and evil wisdom. Is this the wild boar king? Nuo Lin's eyes narrowed. He could feel the powerful demonic aura emanating from this wild boar king, which far surpassed all the previous wild boar demons. It seems that the real battle has just begun. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, his muscles tensed like a lion about to explode. The wild boar king let out a deafening roar and instantly accelerated, rushing towards the two of them like a huge amount of meteorite. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Without further ado, they already had a tacit understanding. Nuo Lin leaped up like a nimble falcon and pounced directly on the wild boar king's head. His hands turned into two afterimages, as fast as lightning, and hit the wild boar king's eyes hard. The wild boar king howled in pain, but Nuo Lin did not stop. His body rolled in the air, and his feet were like two sharp scissors, cutting towards the wild boar king's neck. Xiang Tianlu chose to fight on the ground. He was like a moving fortress, and the ground trembled with every step he took. He clenched his hands into fists, and every punch was accompanied by a roar in the air, blasting away the wild boar monster that tried to approach. Facing the attack from the wild boar king, he did not retreat but advanced instead like an unshakable mountain, enduring the fierce blow from the wild boar king. Bang! There was a loud noise, dust flew up, and the figures of two people were looming in the smoke. When the smoke and dust cleared, Nuo Lin was seen landing safely on the ground, and two deep blood marks were left on the wild boar king's face, which are the masterpieces of Nuo Lin's attack just now. Xiang Tianlu also took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. He rushed towards the wild boar king like an awakening bull, and his hands were like two huge amounts of iron pliers, tightly locking the wild boar king's neck. The wild boar king struggled desperately, but Xiang Tianlu's power was as steady as a mountain and did not move at all. Roar! The wild boar king let out a final roar, but his voice had obviously become weaker. Upon seeing this, Nuo Lin leaped up again, like a vengeful tiger, his hands transformed into two lightning bolts that struck the wild boar king's heart. Puss! With a soft sound, the wild boar king's body trembled violently, and then fell to the ground weakly, and the light in his eyes gradually dissipated. The battle was finally over. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on the tired but determined faces of the two men. The surroundings were filled with the corpses of wild boar monsters, and the air was filled with a strong smell of blood. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood beside the huge body of the wild boar king, and their panting sounds were particularly clear in the empty battlefield. Sweat slid down their foreheads and dripped onto the blood-stained land. Every drop seemed to carry the hardship and glory of the battle. It's finally over. Nuo Lin took a deep breath, with a barely perceptible tremor in his voice, an emotion mixed with exhaustion and relief after the battle. He looked towards Xiang Tianlu, his eyes flashing with complex expressions, which included admiration for his comrades and uncertainty about the future. He nodded to Tianlu, his eyes equally solemn. Yeah, but this battle is just the tip of the iceberg. The truth behind it is far more complicated than we imagined. He looked into the distance, as if he was looking for something, or as if he was thinking about some deeper problem. The conversation between the two, though brief, was full of weight. They know that there are too many unknowns and dangers hidden on this continent, and every battle is just a small episode in their journey of exploring the unknown and safeguarding peace. The afterglow of the setting sun gradually sinks to the west, and night falls quietly. The bloody smell on the battlefield became stronger in the night, making people feel cold. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu don't care at all. All they have in their hearts is determination and faith in the future. Let's go towards the sky. The safety of the villagers is temporarily relieved, but greater challenges are still waiting for us ahead. Nuo Lin took the lead, his figure standing tall in the night, like a lion ready to charge at any time. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, and the footsteps of the two echoed in the empty battlefield, and every step was taken with firmness and determination. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was thin. Only a few rays of light penetrated the clouds and sprinkled on their resolute faces. Perhaps there are more battles waiting for us ahead. Xiang Tianlu's voice sounded particularly deep in the night. His eyes were like two sharp swords, piercing through the darkness and looking straight into the unknown distance. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes gleaming with an unyielding light. No matter how many difficulties and obstacles we face, we must not stop, because we are Asgardians, the backbone of this continent. In the night, the two figures gradually walked away, but their conversations seemed to echo in the air for a long time. Suddenly, the silence of the night was broken by the sound of hurried footsteps, but it was not the enemy's attack. Instead, the two men quickened their pace, as if racing against time. They shuttled through the dense forest, and the ground trembled slightly with every step they took. The branches and leaves of the trees swayed in the night wind, making rustling sounds, as if cheering for their bravery and determination. But Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu had no time to appreciate the beautiful scenery in the night. Their minds were only filled with the unknown and challenges ahead. Suddenly, a black shadow jumped down from the tree and headed straight towards Nuo Lin. But Nuo Lin reacted very quickly. He moved his body to the side and avoided the attack from the black shadow. At the same time, Xiang Tianlu had also sensed the danger. He turned around abruptly and punched the black shadow. However, the black shadow was as elusive as a ghost, and Xiang Tianlu's punch missed. The black shadow rolled in the air and pounced towards Nuo Lin again. Nuo Lin snorted coldly, clenched his fists, and slammed into the black shadow. Bang! With a loud bang, the black shadow was knocked backwards by Nuo Lin's fist and hit a big tree, making a dull sound. But surprisingly, the black shadow actually got up from the ground again, as if it had not suffered any harm. What is this? Nuo Lin frowned. He could feel that this black shadow was not an ordinary beast or demon beast, but some more mysterious existence. Xiang Tianlu also frowned. He stared at the black shadow, trying to find its flaw. But the black shadow is like a fog in the darkness, making it impossible to grasp its true form. We have to be careful. This thing is not simple, Xiang Tianlu whispered, his voice full of vigilance and solemnity. Nuo Lin nodded and looked at the black shadow again, with a determined light in his eyes. Whatever it is, we can't back down, because we are Asgardians, the backbone of this continent. The two fought side by side again, and they engaged in a fierce battle with the black shadow. Fists whistled, feet flew, and every collision seemed to tear the night sky apart. But the black shadow was extremely cunning. It always avoided the attacks of the two people at the critical moment, and then looked for opportunities to launch a surprise attack. The battle lasted for a long time, and both men were exhausted, but there was still an unyielding light in their eyes. They knew that this battle was not only about their own survival, but also about the peace and tranquility of the continent. Just when the two were about to use up their last bit of strength, the black shadow suddenly let out a shrill howl, then turned into a black shadow and disappeared into the night. The night seemed to become even darker because of the shrill howl, and everything around them became extremely quiet, with only the two people's breathing and the occasional cry of night birds in the distance interweaving together. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. There was both relief at surviving the disaster and deep curiosity and vigilance towards the unknown black shadow in their eyes. "What on earth is that?" Nuo Lin asked breathlessly, his eyes flashing with an inquiring gleam, as if he wanted to penetrate the darkness and uncover the true face of the mysterious creature. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, frowning. "I have never seen such a strange creature. It seems to be able to blend into the darkness, move silently, and has amazing recovery ability. I'm afraid there's a new threat on this continent." The two of them slowly walked towards the place where the shadow had disappeared before. There were only a mess of branches and leaves and a shallow scratch left there, proving that the battle just now was not an illusion. The moonlight shines through the treetops, dappling the area, adding a bit of weirdness to this mysterious night. "It seems that our mission is more difficult than we imagined," Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice. He looked up at the starry sky, as if looking for guidance. "We must return to the village as soon as possible and inform the Elders' Council of this matter. At the same time, we must strengthen our vigilance to prevent similar creatures from attacking again." Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes firm. "That's right. We can't let the villagers fall into danger again. Moreover, I always feel that there is a bigger secret behind this matter." The two continued to move forward through the dense forest and came to an open area. Under the moonlight, the outline of the village in the distance gradually became clear, and the lights were dim, making it look particularly warm and peaceful. Just as the two were about to step into the village territory, a cold wind suddenly blew up, rolling up the fallen leaves on the ground and bringing an ominous smell. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stopped at the same time, their eyes sharp as torches, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. "Something's happening," Xiang Tianlu whispered. His voice seemed to tremble a little in the night wind, not because of fear, but because of excitement and nervousness. At this moment, a black shadow suddenly jumped out from the bushes in the distance and rushed towards the two of them like a wild horse. Under the moonlight, the shadow gradually revealed its true appearance. It turned out to be a huge amount of werewolf with red eyes, hair standing up like steel needles, sharp fangs in its mouth, and a heart-pounding cold light. This werewolf is no ordinary beast, but a powerful monster transformed from it. The evil aura it exudes is enough to scare ordinary creatures. It was extremely fast, almost as fast as lightning. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of the two people, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin snorted coldly and moved his body to the side, cleverly avoiding the werewolf's attack. At the same time, he clenched his fists, gathered all his strength, and punched the werewolf's flank. The fist wind whistled, bringing with it waves of air-breaking sounds. However, the werewolf was extremely cunning. It seemed to be able to predict the trajectory of Nuo Lin's attack. It twisted its body slightly in the air and avoided the attack. Then it suddenly turned around and pounced towards Nuo Lin at a speed that was astonishing. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly and rushed towards the werewolf like an arrow. He clenched his fists, and golden light flashed on his fists, as if they contained some mysterious power. He punched the werewolf's head fiercely, and the wind from his fist was as strong as a dragon, with a deafening roar. Although the werewolf was ferocious, he had to retreat temporarily under Xiang Tianlu's full-strength attack. There was a hint of surprise in its eyes. It obviously did not expect that this seemingly ordinary human in front of it actually possessed such powerful strength. Nuo Lin took advantage of the opportunity. His figure was like a ghost, moving quickly around the werewolf, looking for a flaw in his attack. Each of his attacks was precise and deadly, but the werewolf seemed to possess a regenerative healing factor, and no matter how badly injured he was, he could recover in a very short time. This monster is really tricky, Nuo Lin thought to himself. He knew very well that in order to defeat this werewolf, he had to find its weakness. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly shouted, and he jumped up like a tiger coming down the mountain and pounced on the werewolf. He quickly formed seals with his hands in the air and muttered something, as if he was casting some mysterious spell. Xiang Tianlu's figure drew a brilliant track in the air, like a meteor across the night sky, carrying endless power and determination. He formed seals with his hands quickly and chanted incantations, as if he was communicating with heaven and earth and drawing on some ancient and powerful power. Demon Wolf, today is your end. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the night sky with unquestionable majesty. The werewolf seemed to sense the terrifying aura emanating from Xiang Tianlu. It roared, and its body suddenly swelled up, with its hair standing on end as if it wanted to tear apart the air around it. There was madness and unwillingness in its eyes, and it was obviously unwilling to surrender. At this moment, Xiang Tianlu suddenly put his hands together, and a golden light burst out from his palms, like a rising sun, illuminating the entire night sky. The light contained endless heat and energy, as if it was going to melt everything within it. "Suppress it!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and the golden light turned into a huge amount of golden palm, which slapped towards the werewolf with a roar. Seeing this, the werewolf roared and rolled in the air, trying to avoid the fatal blow. However, the golden hand seemed to have the ability to track, and no matter how the werewolf dodged, it could not escape its coverage. Bang! With a loud bang, the golden palm slammed heavily on the werewolf, knocking its huge body directly into the ground, with dust flying everywhere, as if a hill had been blown down. However, the werewolf did not fall down. It struggled to crawl out of the ruins. Although its body was covered with scars, its red eyes were flashing with an even crazier light. It seemed to be completely enraged and let out a deafening roar, rushing towards Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin again. Nuo Lin saw this and appeared on the werewolf's flank like a flash of lightning. He clenched his fists, gathered all his strength, and punched the werewolf in the waist. The fist wind whistled, accompanied by bursts of sonic booms, as if it was going to tear the space apart. This time, the werewolf's speed was obviously affected. Although it barely avoided Nuo Lin's attack, its body had become staggering. Nuo Lin took the opportunity and moved around the werewolf like a ghost, looking for fatal flaws. "Demon Wolf, your doom has come." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the night sky, carrying with it endless murderous intent and determination. At this moment, the werewolf suddenly let out a shrill roar. There was despair and unwillingness in its eyes, as if it had foreseen its own end. However, at this critical moment of life and death, it seemed to have made some kind of decision. Its body swelled again, and its hair stood on end, as if it was about to burst out with its final strength. Oh no, it's preparing for a final counterattack. Xiang Tianlu was horrified. He knew very well how terrifying this demon wolf was. If he allowed it to successfully launch a counterattack, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Nualin did not back down. He stared at the werewolf with his eyes fixed, his body like a cheetah, ready to attack. At this moment, the werewolf suddenly pounced on him at a speed that was astonishing. "Come on, demon wolf. Today I will let you see my true strength," Nualin shouted, and his figure drew a graceful arc in the air, like an eagle soaring high in the sky. His hands quickly formed seals in the air, as if resonating with the heaven and earth, absorbing some mysterious power. Then, a bright light burst out from his palm, like the blazing sun, illuminating the entire night sky. The light contained endless heat and energy, as if it was going to melt everything within it. "Die!" Nualin shouted, and the bright light turned into a sharp sword light, and with a roar, it slashed towards the werewolf. The sword light was like a dragon, cutting through the night sky, with the power to destroy the world and go straight for the werewolf's head. At this moment, the werewolf seemed to feel the threat of death. A trace of fear flashed in its eyes, but was immediately overwhelmed by endless madness. "Roar!" The werewolf let out an earth-shaking roar, and his body swelled again. His muscles bulged like mountains, and his hairs were like steel needles, flashing with cold light. It rushed towards the sword light regardless of everything, as if it wanted to withstand the fatal blow with its flesh and blood. "Foolish demon wolf, today is the day of your demise." Nualin's voice rang out behind the sword light, with unquestionable firmness. The moment the sword light collided with the werewolf, a dazzling light burst out, as if two stars collided in the air, releasing destructive energy. Huge amounts of roars were deafening, and the entire space seemed to be shaking. Dust and gravel were blown away by the powerful shockwave, forming a chaos. When the light gradually faded, the werewolf's huge body was split in half by the sword. Blood spilled like a fountain, dyeing the earth red. However, at this critical moment, something strange happened. The two halves of the werewolf's body began to wriggle, and a strange green light flashed at the wound, as if some mysterious power was repairing its body. "What? How is this possible?" Nualin was horrified. He never expected that the demon wolf could have such an amazing recovery ability. No, this is the special ability of the demon wolf tribe. They can burst out with powerful vitality at critical moments. It is difficult to kill them completely unless they are killed with one strike. Xiang Tianlu's voice, before he finished speaking, the werewolf stood up again. Although his body was still covered with wounds, his red eyes were flashing with an even crazier light. It roared and rushed towards the two again, faster and more powerful than before. It seems that we underestimated the strength of this demon wolf. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, and a look of determination flashed in his eyes. "Nualin, prepare to fight. This time we must go all out." Nualin nodded, with the same determination shining in his eyes. The two men jumped up at the same time, like two tigers rushing down the mountain, and rushed towards the werewolf. For a moment, fists whistled, palms flew, and the whole space was filled with the atmosphere of fierce fighting. Bang! 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 The sounds of fists and feet hitting each other were endless. Every collision seemed like a thunder, shaking the surrounding rocks slightly. Although the werewolf's power was amazing, he gradually fell into a disadvantage when the two of them joined forces. "Demon wolf, your doomsday has really come," Nualin shouted, and his figure was like a ghost, instantly appearing behind the werewolf and punching its spine 10 times. With a loud crack, the werewolf's spine was broken and his huge body fell powerlessly to the ground. This time, the werewolf never stood up again. Its eyes gradually lost their luster, and its body began to become cold and stiff. Just when Nualin and Xiang Tianlu thought the battle was over and were about to breathe a sigh of relief, the werewolf lying on the ground suddenly underwent a strange change. Its body began to emit a faint green light. Its wounds healed at a speed visible to the naked eye, and its broken spine miraculously reconnected. "What the hell is this?" Nualin was stunned. He had never seen such a bizarre phenomenon before, and a chill rose in his heart. This is the forbidden technique of the demon wolf tribe, the secret method of rebirth. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and serious. He stared at the werewolf with surprise and vigilance in his eyes. This technique can make the demon wolf, when it is on the verge of death, consume its own 1,000 years of cultivation in exchange for a chance of rebirth. After rebirth, the demon wolf will be much stronger and become almost invincible. Before he finished speaking, the werewolf stood up again. Its body was taller than before, its muscles were more bulging, and the red in its eyes was deeper, as if it could devour everything. It howled to the sky, its voice filled with anger and unwillingness, as if it wanted to include the entire world in its hatred. It seems that we have to prepare for the worst. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and prepared for the upcoming fierce battle. Nuo-Lin also put away his surprise and fear. He knew very well that this was not the time to retreat. He clenched his fists, stared at the werewolf with his eyes sharp, ready to attack at any time. The battle broke out again, this time even more fiercely. The werewolf was like a violent beast, launching continuous fierce attacks, and every swing of its claws carried the power to tear apart space. Nuo-Lin and Xiangtian Road are like pine trees in the wind and rain, swaying but still standing firm. Bang! With a loud bang, Nuo-Lin was hit by the werewolf's claw. He flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit a huge rock heavily. The huge rock exploded instantly, with debris flying everywhere. Nuo-Lin vomited blood and was obviously seriously injured. Nuo-Lin, Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of anxiety in his eyes. But he quickly calmed down. He knew he had to be more focused at this moment, otherwise both of them might die. He took a deep breath, and his whole body emanated a golden light, as if he was resonating with the heaven and earth and absorbing some mysterious power. He suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the werewolf like golden lightning. Bang! 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 The sound of fists and feet rang out again, and the whole space was filled with the noise of battle. Every punch and kick from Xiang Tianlu was so powerful that it seemed as if they could tear the entire space apart. But the werewolf seemed to feel no pain and kept launching counterattacks. Each attack was extremely ferocious. The two men kept shuttling back and forth in the fierce battle, with fists whistling and palm shadows flying, and the entire forest was shaking. Trees were uprooted, rocks were smashed to pieces, and the whole scene looked like doomsday. Xiang Tianlu, we can't go on like this. We must find its weakness. Nuo-Lin shouted with difficulty, enduring the pain. Xiang Tianlu was moved when he heard this. He carefully observed the werewolf's movements and finally discovered something unusual. After each attack, the werewolf would pause briefly, as if gathering strength. Nuo-Lin's eyes became unusually sharp at this moment, as if he had traveled through the mist of time and space and captured that subtle flaw. He endured the severe pain all over his body, and it seemed that some ancient power was slowly awakening in his body. It was the tenacity and indomitable spirit that came from deep in his blood, and it was a roar against the shackles of fate. Xiang Tianlu, I see. There are gaps in the rhythm of its attacks. That is the price of its secret method of rebirth, the brief weakness after the burst of power. Nuo-Lin's voice was particularly clear amid the roar of battle, as if it had passed through the storm and struck Xiang Tianlu's heart directly. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu's mind suddenly became clear. He paused abruptly, and golden light shone all over his body, as if he had resonated with the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. An indescribable power surged in his body. He shouted loudly, and his body turned into a golden stream of light, shuttling across the battlefield at an incredible speed. Every time he punched or kicked, it carried the momentum of shattering mountains and rivers and went straight to the werewolf's vital points. The werewolf seemed to feel the threat from Xiang Tianlu. It roared continuously. Its eyes were as red as torches, and each counterattack was more ferocious, as if it wanted to pour out all its anger and unwillingness. But it was this desperate madness that revealed more flaws. Bang! With a deafening sound, Xiang Tianlu delivered a heavy punch, accurately hitting the werewolf in the interval of its attack, which was the moment when its strength was at its weakest. The werewolf's huge body was knocked back by this punch, and the ground beneath his feet was torn into a deep crack by this force, with dust flying and gravel scattering everywhere. Okay, upon seeing this, Nuo Lin's eyes flashed with determination. He endured his injuries, and his potential was stimulated to the extreme. He burst out with unprecedented strength, like a phoenix reborn from the ashes. His figure flashed and turned into a black lightning, rushing straight towards the werewolf. His hands were filled with indescribable power, as if he wanted to take the whole world into his palms. Today, I will let you see what true fearlessness is. Nuo Lin's voice echoed between heaven and earth with an unquestionable firmness. The two men and the wolf were once again engaged in a fierce confrontation. Each of Nuo Lin's attacks was full of destructive force, while the werewolf relied on his strong body after rebirth to continuously resist. The collision between the two made the entire forest tremble, as if even the heaven and earth were changing color. Roar! The werewolf let out a final roar. He knew that he had reached a desperate situation. A trace of determination flashed in his eyes, and he decided to fight to the death. The muscles all over its body were swollen to the extreme, and there was a faint green light flowing under its skin, which was the last bit of vitality burning in its body. Nuo Lin, be careful. Xiang Tianlu's face changed drastically when he saw this. He knew very well that this attack was no trivial matter. If he resisted it head-on, the consequences would be disastrous. However, Nuo Lin smiled, a smile that transcended life and death and faced fate directly. He did not retreat, but advanced. The power gathered in his hands had reached its peak, as if he wanted to gather the power of the entire universe into one point. Between heaven and earth, the wind and clouds changed rapidly, and thunder and lightning struck, as if even nature was trembling with fear for this life and death battle. Nuo Lin's figure was like the darkness before dawn, cold and resolute. He was facing a werewolf whose last vitality had been burned out. The red and green lights in his eyes were intertwined, carrying determination and madness. Come on, let our destinies meet at this moment and see who will have the last laugh. Nuo Lin's voice sounded particularly passionate in the wind and rain. The aura of his whole body was like boiling magma, and every inch of his skin seemed to be burning. It was a sign that his potential had been fully stimulated, and it was the ancient blood in his body that was roaring. The werewolf seemed to have heard Nuo Lin's provocation, and it let out an earth-shaking roar like a mountain torrent, with waves rolling and rushing straight into the sky. Its muscles swelled to the point of almost bursting, and the green light beneath its skin became increasingly dazzling. That was the vitality in its body burning, transforming into endless violent force. Bang! The two collided again. Their forces converged, and the ground was colored. Nuo Lin's fists were like falling stars, and every blow seemed to tear the space apart, while the werewolf resisted with its seemingly fragile but actually tough body. The confrontation between the two was like a collision of two worlds, producing an indescribable shock. You are nothing more than that. Nuo Lin sneered during the confrontation, his eyes like cold flames, staring directly into the depths of the werewolf's soul. Each of his blows was more ferocious 963, and each burst of power seemed to encompass the entire world in his fist. The werewolf roared continuously. It felt that Nuo Lin's power was constantly rising. The unimaginable power made it feel unprecedented fear. But as a warrior of the Demon Wolf clan, it will never give up easily. Even if it burns its last vitality, it will prove itself in this final battle. Roar! The werewolf roared again, and its figure was like a whirlwind, rushing towards Nuo Lin madly. Every claw attack carried the power to tear apart the space, as if it wanted to shatter New Orleans into pieces. New Orleans did not dodge or evade. The power in his body had reached its peak, as if resonating with the heaven and earth. Every bit of his power was like the thunder and lightning between heaven and earth, containing destructive power. He clenched his hands tightly, like two towering mountains, facing the werewolf's attack. Between heaven and earth, the wind was howling and lightning was roaming like snakes, as if it was nature's witness to this peak showdown. The battle between New Orleans and the werewolf has gone beyond a physical collision and has become a contest of will and fate. The werewolf's figure was like a ghost, and every claw strike carried the power to tear apart space. The air seemed to be completely torn apart under its claws, emitting a sharp, howling sound. Its eyes were as red as blood, with green light flickering in its pupils. That was the last burning of its life and the embodiment of its indomitable will. New Orleans, however, stands firm like a rock. His fists were as bright as stars, and every time he swung them, there was a roar, as if he wanted to include the entire world in the wind of his fists. His figure swayed in the wind and rain, but his eyes were firm, showing his desire for victory and his challenge to fate. You, a warrior of the Demon Wolf clan, are destined to become dust under my feet today. New Orleans' voice echoed in the wind and rain, with an unquestionable domineering aura. The werewolf roared continuously, and each of its attacks became more ferocious, as if it wanted to pour out all its anger and unwillingness. But New Orleans was like a giant who would never fall. His fists were like two lightning bolts, constantly leaving deep scars on the werewolves' bodies. Bang! With a loud bang, New Orleans' punch finally hit the werewolf's vital point. At that moment, the werewolf's figure seemed to be frozen, and a trace of fear and unwillingness flashed in its eyes. But New Orleans didn't hesitate at all. He swung his fists again and smashed towards the werewolf like two mountains. Boom! With a loud bang that shook the earth, the werewolf's figure was finally completely destroyed by New Orleans' power. Its body exploded in the air, turned into a green light, and dissipated between heaven and earth. As the werewolf's figure turned into green light and dissipated into the sky, New Orleans and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. There was no need for them to say anything. The tacit understanding of fighting side by side was deeply engraved in their hearts. Although the battle has ended, the air is still filled with gunpowder smoke and fighting spirit, as if it is a testimony to their bravery and fearlessness. New Orleans, you are indeed extraordinary, Xiang Tianlu praised. There was a hint of imperceptible fatigue in his voice, but more of it was recognition of New Orleans' strength. New Orleans smiled slightly, his eyes flashing with determination and pride. Thank you for the compliment, brother. Without your help, I'm afraid I would not be able to hold on to the end. Today's battle has benefited me a lot. The two smiled at each other, then adjusted their breathing and recovered the huge physical strength consumed by the fierce battle. After a moment, they were on the road again, their backs lengthened in the afterglow of the setting sun, looking particularly determined and lonely. They walked along a winding mountain road and soon came to a tranquil lake. The lake water is crystal clear, reflecting the gorgeous sunset in the sky, like a beautiful painting, which makes people feel relaxed and happy. However, beneath this tranquility, there seems to be some unknown secret hidden. The occasional ripples on the lake seem to be telling an ancient and mysterious story. This lake looks quite extraordinary. Xiang Tianlu stopped, and his eyes wandered over the lake, trying to catch something. New Orleans nodded. He also felt the unusualness of this lake. Indeed, this place seems to contain some kind of power that makes people feel awe. But since we're here, we might as well find out. The two approached the lake cautiously. As they got closer, the water actually began to vibrate slightly, as if responding to their arrival. Suddenly, a powerful energy wave surged from the center of the lake. A column of water shot up into the sky and turned into a transparent barrier, isolating the two people from outside. With the sudden energy fluctuation in the center of the lake, a column of water rose into the air like a dragon, with a deafening roar and turned into a transparent barrier, isolating Nuo Lin from Xiangtian Road. A strange light was flowing on the barrier, as if it contained an ancient and powerful power of law, which made people feel awe. What is this? Xiang Tianlu's eyes were solemn. He could feel the terrifying power hidden behind this barrier. It was an existence that was enough to subvert their cognition. Nuo Lin frowned, staring at the barrier with a strong fighting spirit in his heart. No matter what it is, since it is blocking our way, we must break it. Before he finished speaking, Nuo Lin moved and rushed towards the barrier like an arrow. His fists were clenched tightly, and his muscles bulged under his skin as if containing infinite power. However, the moment he touched the barrier, he felt a strong recoil force that caused him to involuntarily take several steps back. What a strong force! Nuo Lin's face changed slightly. He knew his own strength very well, but in front of this barrier, he seemed so small. Xiang Tianlu also looked solemn when he saw this. He slowly walked to Nuo Lin's side and whispered, "It seems that we have to join forces." The two looked at each other, then attacked at the same time, launching a fierce attack on the barrier. Their fists were like a violent storm, with whistling sounds constantly bombarding the barrier. However, the barrier was like an indestructible fortress. No matter how fierce their punches were, they could not shake it in the slightest. At this moment, the surface of the lake suddenly boiled, and a powerful energy surged out from the bottom of the lake, echoing the barrier in the distance. Then, a huge figure slowly rose from the lake. It was a gigantic water monster, covered with green scales, and its eyes were like two bright lamps flashing faint green light. "This is a water monster," Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu exclaimed at the same time. They had never seen such a huge water monster, and never thought that they would encounter such a powerful creature in this peaceful lake. The water monster opened its huge mouth and let out a deafening roar, as if declaring war on the two of them. It waved its sturdy limbs, creating huge waves, and pounced towards Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road. Faced with this sudden attack, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not dare to be careless. They dodged the attack of the water monster. However, the water monster seemed to have infinite power and kept attacking from all directions, making it difficult for them to cope with it. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu leaped in the water. Every time they dodged was extremely dangerous. The attack of the water monster was like a storm, continuous and endless. The lake water was stirred up by their fight, with huge waves surging, as if the whole lake was shaking. The power of this water monster is far beyond our imagination, Xiang Tianlu said breathlessly. His clothes had been wet by the lake water and stuck to his body, but his eyes became more determined. Nuo Lin nodded. Sweat slid down his forehead, merged into the lake water, and disappeared. He knew very well that at the moment, any retreat would mean failure. He responded in a low voice, "Brother Xiang, let's stand back to back and deal with it together." The two men quickly adjusted their positions, standing back to back, looking around vigilantly. The water monster seemed to have noticed the changes in the two people. It let out a low roar, and the sound echoed in the lake, making people's hearts palpitate. Suddenly, the water monster attacked again. Its huge body was like a small mountain, and it pounced towards the two with a whistling sound. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu exerted their strength at the same time. They were like an unstoppable torrent, rushing towards the water monster's attack. The two men met in the air, clasped their hands tightly, and strength gathered in their bodies, as if about to explode. They collided with the water monster, making a deafening roar. The lake water boiled in the collision, and huge waves swept out like a tsunami, submerging the surrounding trees and rocks. The water monster obviously did not expect the two men to have such powerful strength. Its huge body was shaken and retreated repeatedly, and the lake water created waves behind it. However, it did not give up. Instead, it attacked even more frantically, going all out each time, as if it wanted to completely submerge the two of them in the lake. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not back down either. They fought fiercely with the water monster. Their figures appeared and disappeared in the water, and each attack contained powerful force, making the water monster overwhelmed. Although this water monster is powerful, it is not invincible. Nuo Lin shouted during the fight, his voice echoing in the lake as if to cheer himself up. Xiang Tianlu also nodded, and he whispered, "As long as we work together, we will be able to defeat it." The words of the two seemed to have touched some mysterious power, and an unprecedented strength surged in their bodies. They exerted their strength again and fought the water monster more fiercely. The lake water was stirred like a boiling oil pan during their fight, with huge waves surging as if they were going to overturn the entire lake. The water monster seemed to have noticed the changes in the two people. It let out a terrified roar, with fear flashing in its eyes. However, it could no longer escape. The attacks from Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like a violent storm, continuous and incessant, forcing it to retreat step by step. At that moment, a hint of determination suddenly flashed in the eyes of the water monster. It opened its huge mouth, and a bead emitting a faint green light flew out of its mouth and headed straight for Nuo Lin and Xiangtian Road. "Be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, and he pulled Xiang Tianlu to dodge quickly. However, the bead seemed to have the ability to track them, and no matter how they dodged, they could not escape its tracking. The bead, with a faint green fluorescence, drew a strange trajectory on the lake's surface at an astonishing speed, as if it had passed through the cracks in time and space and went straight to the vital points of the natives. Zero request flowers. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu turned quickly, like two swimming fish, nimbly shuttling through the water, but they still could not completely escape the lock of the bead. This bead seems to contain some kind of ancient power. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn, and he spoke quickly, dodging while analyzing. Nuo Lin nodded, with a flash of determination in his eyes. "Yes, we can't let it hit, otherwise the consequences will be disastrous." After that, some dormant power in his body seemed to be awakened, and his muscles burst out with amazing strength under the pressure of the lake water. Every movement carried the power of a tsunami. The two of them had a tacit understanding and suddenly changed their tactics. They no longer simply escaped, but took the initiative to attack, replacing defense with offense. Nuo Lin threw a punch. The wind from his fist was like a dragon, with a roaring sound, and went straight to the bead. Xiang Tianlu formed seals with his hands, and the vital energy in his body surged, turning into a curtain of light, trying to block the bead for a moment. Zero. However, the bead seemed to have spirituality. It moved to the side at the critical moment, easily avoiding the attacks of the two, and continued to chase them. The lake water boiled due to the collision of this force. Huge amounts of bubbles kept coming out, accompanied by thunderous roars, and the whole lake seemed to be trembling with this battle. "We can't go on like this. We must find its weakness." Nuo Lin thought quickly and reminded loudly. Xiang Tianlu heard this and carefully observed the trajectory of the bead flight with his eyes as sharp as a torch. Suddenly, he discovered a clue. "Look, its light dims for a moment every time it turns." Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin became alert and immediately adjusted his strategy. He cooperated seamlessly with Xiang Tianlu and took advantage of the moment when the bead's light dimmed to launch a fatal attack. The two of them merged into one again, shining like twin stars. The vital energy in their bodies boiled and turned into an unstoppable torrent, rushing straight towards the bead. On the surface of the lake, the light was bright, as if a star had fallen. Huge amounts of energy fluctuations made the lake water boil to the extreme in an instant. Countless water vapors rose up, forming a hazy sea of fog. In this chaos, the figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu are looming. Every confrontation is accompanied by a deafening roar. The lake is torn into countless pieces and then quickly reassembled, showing the most primitive power of nature. In the chaos fog, the figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were like two meteors streaking through the night sky. They were surrounded by violent energy fluctuations, and every collision seemed to tear the world apart. The lake water boiled around them, turning into a raging wave, and the bead was like an enraged beast, flashing with light and releasing even more ferocious attacks. Its power is increasing. Xiang Tianlu's face changed slightly. He could feel that the power contained in the bead was constantly rising, as if it was going to give them a fatal blow at this last moment. Nuo Lin's eyes were determined. He knew that retreating at this moment would mean failure. So he shouted loudly, and the vitality in his body gushed out like a volcano, dyeing the surrounding lake water red. He suddenly jumped up and swooped down toward the bead like a swooping eagle. "Brother Xiang, give me a hand." Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the roar. He exerted his strength to the extreme, trying to have a final showdown with the bead. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu formed seals with his hands, and the vital energy in his body surged wildly, transforming into a bright beam of light 397 that rushed straight towards the bead. The beam of light collided with the beads, bursting into dazzling light, as if to illuminate the entire lake. On the lake, light and vitality interweave to form a magnificent picture. The figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu shuttled through this painting, and every confrontation was like a collision of stars, releasing a heart-pounding power. The lake boiled around them, turning into a raging ocean, and the bead was like a pearl trapped in it, shining brightly but unable to escape. "We can't let it escape," Nuo Lin shouted. He felt the ancient power contained in the bead trying to break free, so he exerted force again and pushed the vitality in his body to the extreme. Xiang Tianlu also had a solemn expression. He formed seals with his hands, and the vital energy in his body transformed into mysterious runes that locked the beads tightly. These runes flashed with brilliant light, as if they were going to completely seal the power in the beads. On the lake, light and runes intertwined to form a breathtaking picture. The figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu are looming in this picture. They seem to have become the masters of this lake, controlling all power. Finally, with a deafening roar, the light of the bead began to dim, as if all its power had been drained away. Upon seeing this, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu exerted their strength at the same time, pouring out the last of their vitality, which turned into a bright light and directly shattered the bead into countless pieces. As the beads were shattered into countless pieces, the turbulence on the lake gradually subsided, and the lake water returned to its former tranquility, leaving only circles of ripples gently rippling. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other, their eyes filled with gratitude for surviving the disaster and admiration for their mutual understanding. This time it was really dangerous. If you and I hadn't joined forces, I'm afraid we would have had a hard time getting through this. Nuo Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his tone filled with fear. Xiang Tianlu nodded and said with a smile, "Yes, but thanks to that bead, we have been able to unleash our potential between life and death. So this trip is worthwhile." After a short rest, the two continued their journey. A few days later, they came to a quiet town hidden in the mountains. The town is nestled in the mountains and beside the water. On both sides of the bluestone paths are wooden houses scattered in an orderly manner. The roofs are covered with moss, revealing an ancient atmosphere. This is truly a paradise on earth. Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but exclaim, his eyes lingering on every corner of the town. Nuo Lin also took a deep breath of fresh air and said with a smile, "Indeed, far away from the hustle and bustle of the world, this seems to be a corner forgotten by time." The two decided to stay in the town for a few days to relax. They first came to a tea house, sat by the window, sipped the local tea, and enjoyed the rare tranquility. "Boss, your tea is really good. What kind of water do you use to make it?" Nuo Lin asked curiously. The boss is a kind old man. He smiled and explained, "This is made from the spring water in the hills behind the town. The water is sweet and perfect for making tea." Xiang Tianlu heard this and suggested, "In this case, why don't we go to the back mountain and have a look? Maybe we can find something wonderful." Nuo Lin nodded in agreement, and the two of them paid the bill, left the tea house, and headed towards the back mountain. Along the way, they passed through lush woods, with birds singing and insects chirping in their ears, and the air was filled with the fragrance of soil and flowers. When we arrived at the back mountain, we found a clear spring. The water was crystal clear and gurgling. Various wild flowers grew around it, which was a beautiful sight. They sat by the spring, quietly enjoying this gift from nature. In the evening, they returned to the town and decided to go to the market to buy some local specialties as souvenirs. The market was bustling with people, and there were stalls selling handicrafts, special snacks, and medicinal herbs. Look, there are hand-woven baskets for sale over there. They look quite delicate, Xiang Tianlu said, pointing to a stall. Nuo Lin walked over, picked up a basket, and examined it carefully. It's really good and quite practical. It can be used to hold things. The stall owner is a middle-aged woman. She introduced enthusiastically. This is a unique craft in our town. It is woven with bamboo from the mountains. It is both strong and beautiful. Nuo Lin nodded with satisfaction and bought 2 baskets. Then they came to a stall selling special snacks. The fragrant roasted sweet potatoes and fried cakes made people salivate. "Give me 2 roasted sweet potatoes and a portion of fried cakes," Nuo Lin said to the stall owner. The stall owner packed the food and handed it to them quickly. "Take care. Come back next time." The two of them ate as they walked, occasionally letting out exclamations of satisfaction. Afterwards, they came to a stall selling medicinal herbs. Various herbs were displayed on the stall, some of which were tied into bundles after being dried, and some were packed in exquisite bottles. The stall owner is an old man with white hair and beard, and his eyes reveal the wisdom and calmness of time. Seeing that Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were interested in the medicinal herbs, he smiled and began to introduce them. "Are you 2 connoisseurs? These are all herbs that I personally picked on a mountain and carefully prepared." The old man spoke with a bit of pride. Nuo Lin picked up a small bottle of dark brown powder and asked curiously, "What is this bottle? It looks quite special." "This is Ganoderma lucidum powder from the deep mountains. It has the effect of strengthening the body and prolonging life," the old man explained patiently, and at the same time poured out a few golden pills from another bottle. "This is the Gyuan pill made from a variety of precious herbs. It is very beneficial for restoring physical strength and enhancing internal strength." Xiang Tianlu's eyes lit up when he heard this. "Gyuan pill? It sounds like it would be quite beneficial to our cultivation." The old man nodded and said with a smile, "That's why this Gu Yuan Dan is in short supply in our town, and many travelers passing by will come by." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and decided to buy some each. Nuo Lin chose Lingji powder and several bottles of Yuan Dan, while Xiang Tianlu was interested in another herbal drink called Qingxinlu, which is said to have the effect of clearing the heart, improving eyesight, and refreshing the mind. After the transaction was completed, the two continued to stroll around the market. Not far away, a melodious piano sound attracted their attention. They followed the sound and saw a young man in a green shirt sitting on an ancient bridge, his fingers dancing on the lyre, playing a fresh and unworldly melody. What a great song, High Mountains and Flowing Water. It is a song that only exists in heaven and is rarely heard in the world. Xiang Tianlu couldn't help but admire. Nuo Lin also nodded slightly and said, "Indeed, this young man's piano skills are extraordinary. I'm afraid he learned from a famous teacher." When the song ended, the young man stood up, smiled at the audience around him, then put away his piano and prepared to leave. Nuo Lin took a few steps forward on Shangtian Road and started chatting with the young man. "Your Excellency's piano skills are superb and admirable. May I ask your name?" Nuo Lin asked politely. The young man responded, "I am Lu Yuni, but a zither player, not worth mentioning." "Are you two also music lovers?" Xiang Tianlu smiled and said, "Although we too are not familiar with music, we can hear the artistic conception of your piano, which is rare." Upon hearing this, Lu Yuni smiled modestly and gently and said, "I see. It is my honor to be recognized by both of you. Since you two have some insights into Temperament 02, Why don't you stay a little longer and let me play another piece for you? How about that? Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu smiled at each other and agreed happily. They sat down on the ancient bridge again, and the audience gradually gathered around. All of them seemed to be attracted by Lu Yunyi's piano skills. Lu Yunyi adjusted the strings of the zither again, and with a light touch of his fingertips, a song, Fisherman's Song at Dusk, slowly sounded above the ancient bridge. The sound of the piano is melodious, like the rippling waves on the lake under the setting sun, and like the laughter of returning fishing boats, full of tranquility and harmony. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu closed their eyes and immersed themselves in the artistic conception created by the music. They seemed to see the setting sun, a small boat slowly returning to the lake, fishermen singing cheerful songs, and the warm scene of family reunion. When the song ended, there was applause and praise all around. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu also opened their eyes, with admiration shining in their eyes. "It's really amazing," Nuo Lin praised. "Brother Lu's piano skills have gone beyond technical skills and reached the level of artistic conception." Xiang Tianlu also nodded and agreed. "Yes, listening to Brother Lu's music is like being in a beautiful painting, which makes people feel relaxed and happy." Lu Yunyi smiled slightly and said, "Thank you both for your compliments. In fact, I play the piano not only to show my skills, but also to express my inner feelings and insights. Music is the bridge between me and the world." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu both showed admiration when they heard this. They know that it is not easy to understand music so deeply and integrated into life. Afterwards, the three of them talked about their lives and experiences. Lu Yunyi told them that he had a strong interest in music since he was a child, but his family was poor, so he sought guidance from famous teachers. So he taught himself, and through constant exploration and practice, he finally reached his current level. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were both deeply moved after hearing about Lu Yunyi's experience. They know that behind every success lies countless efforts and sweat. As it got darker, the crowd in the market gradually dispersed. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood up to say goodbye and agreed with Lu Yunyi to meet again if they had the chance. After leaving the ancient bridge, they walked back along the path to the market. The town is quiet and peaceful in the night, with only a few lanterns swaying gently in the breeze. They walked in the moonlight, feeling the unique charm and atmosphere of the small town. The two continued on their way. The night was as dark as ink, and the moonlight was obscured by thick clouds. Only sparse starlight occasionally penetrated, casting mottled light and shadows on the deep road. Ahead, a strange forest shrouded in ancient legends quietly awaits their arrival, like a silent giant hiding countless unknown secrets. "This forest looks a little unusual," Xiang Tianlu whispered, his eyes sharp, trying to catch something in the darkness. Nuo Lin nodded, holding tightly in his hand an amulet he had bought from the market, a piece of jade with intricate totems carved on it, which was said to ward off evil. Indeed, there is an indescribable atmosphere in the air, which makes people alert. As they went deeper and deeper, the trees around them became taller and taller, with dense branches and leaves, almost blocking out the sky, leaving only a thin ray of light wandering on the ground. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the leaves rustled, as if countless whispers were echoing in my ears creepy. "Be careful," Nuo Lin suddenly shouted. He felt an inexplicable force surging in the dark, as if something was approaching quietly. Before he could finish his words, a dark shadow passed through the treetops at an astonishing speed and rushed straight towards the two of them. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu reacted almost at the same time. They retreated violently and drew the short blades at their waists, ready to deal with unknown threats. In the darkness, the pair of eyes flashed with a faint green light, like two burning will-o'-the-wisp flames, staring at them closely. Soon after, more black shadows came from all directions. They were silent and surrounded Zhao and the other two like ghosts in the night. "What are these?" Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly. He had never seen such strange things. Nuo Lin did not answer, His attention was entirely focused on the perception of his surroundings. Suddenly, he moved to the side, and the short blade in his hand turned into a silver lightning, cutting through the darkness and hitting a black shadow who was trying to launch a sneak attack. However, the black shadow seemed to have no substance. After being hit, it only paused slightly, then turned into a ball of black mist and merged into the night again. They don't seem to be afraid of physical attacks, Nuo Lin said in a deep voice, his tone revealing solemnity. Xiang Tianlu felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he heard this. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and prepared to launch a powerful counterattack. At this moment, a strange wave came from the depths of the forest. The dark shadows that were originally ready to move seemed to have received some kind of call, and they retreated and disappeared into the night. It seems that we are safe for the time being. Nuo Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his eyes showing both relief and confusion. He nodded to Tianlu, but his eyes were still scanning the surroundings. However, the power hidden in this forest is much more complicated than we imagined. We have to be more careful. As the two continued to move forward, the road beneath their feet became increasingly rugged, and every step seemed to be stepping on the dust of history. In the forest, ancient trees stood tall, their branches and leaves interwoven into an impenetrable net, completely isolating the moonlight and starlight, leaving only a depressing darkness. This forest seems to have its own will. Xiang Tianlu whispered, his voice sounding particularly heavy in the silence, as if even the air was responding to his uneasiness. Nuo Lin nodded, and the jade amulet in his hand glowed slightly in the darkness, as if fighting against some kind of power around him. We have to find a way out quickly. This place feels increasingly wrong. Just as they quickened their pace, a low roar came from the front, like the breath of an ancient giant beast, shaking every inch of the land. Then, the ground began to shake, and thick tree roots broke out of the soil and quickly coiled around them like twisted pythons. "Tree demon!" Nuo Lin shouted, and his body exploded instantly, like an arrow shot from a bow, dodging the whistling tree roots. At the same time, the short blade in his hand drew silver tracks in the air, trying to cut off the tree roots that were entangled with the road to heaven. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He was agile and dodged left and right. At the same time, he drew out another short blade from his waist and fought side by side with Nuo Lin. The two short blades intertwined in the air to create a silver light curtain, cutting off the tree roots. However, the tree demon did not seem to be afraid of their attack, but became even more angry. More tree roots came from all directions. Some even turned into huge amounts of vines, lashing at them with whistling sounds. "This is not a solution," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice faint amid the roar of the trees. He nodded to Tianlu, a look of determination flashing in his eyes. He took a deep breath, gathered all his strength, and then suddenly jumped onto a thick tree trunk. The short blade in his hand drew a perfect arc in the air and pierced directly into the center of the tree trunk. Boom! With a loud bang, the tree trunk suddenly exploded, and a powerful force surged out from it, shaking away the surrounding roots and vines. The moment the tree trunk exploded, the flying wood chips were like sharp blades, drawing cold rays of light in the darkness. Nuo Lin took the opportunity to leap up, his figure like a ghost, shuttling among the flying wood chips, swinging the short blade in his hand continuously, cutting off the tree roots that tried to entangle them again. "Xiang Tianlu, hurry!" Nuo Lin shouted, his voice full of urgency. He knew that this was just a test by the tree demon, and the real attack was yet to come. Xiang Tianlu's eyes became more determined when he heard this. He held the short blade tightly in both hands, his body like a fallen leaf in the gale, drifting with the wind yet remaining steady. With the help of the bouncing power of the tree trunk, he drew graceful arcs in the air. Every time he landed, there was a dull impact, crushing the surrounding tree roots. The tree demon seemed to be enraged by the stubbornness of the two men, and it let out an even deeper and more terrifying roar. The entire forest seemed to be shaking at the roar. More tree roots and vines came from all directions, interweaving in the air to form an impenetrable net, attempting to completely trap the two people. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back. They knew that at the moment there was no way back. The two of them took a deep breath at the same time, gathered all their strength, and prepared for the final battle. "Let's go together," Nuolin shouted, and his figure was like a wild horse that had broken free from its reins, rushing towards the core of the tree demon. The short blade in his hand drew silver lightning in the air, and every swing was accompanied by a crisp metallic collision sound, cutting off the tree roots and vines. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. His body was like that of a nimble cheetah, and he moved freely among the tree demon's attacks. His short blade drew graceful arcs in the air. Each swing was precise and powerful, pushing back the tree roots and vines that tried to approach them. The attacks of the two were like a violent storm, which overwhelmed the tree demon. However, the tree demon has been practicing for thousands of years after all, and its power cannot be easily shaken by the two of them. During a fierce attack, Nuolin was accidentally entangled by a huge amount of vines, and his body suddenly became slow. "Nuolin," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his eyes full of anxiety. He knew that if Nuolin was trapped by the tree demon, both of them would be in dire straits. At this moment, Nuolin suddenly exerted force, swung the short blade in his hand violently, and cut off the vine. At the same time, with the help of this power, he rushed towards the core of the tree demon like an arrow. "Towards Tianlu, attack together," Nuolin shouted, his voice full of determination and courage. Xiang Tianlu heard this and immediately understood Nuolin's intention. He flashed and appeared on the other side of the tree demon, forming a pincer attack with Nuolin. The two men exerted force at the same time, and the short blades in their hands were like two silver lightning bolts, piercing straight into the core of the tree demon. Boom! With a loud bang, the tree demon's body suddenly exploded, and a powerful force surged out of it, knocking the two people flying. The two were blown away by huge amounts of impact force and fell heavily to the ground, with dust flying everywhere and the air around them seemed to solidify. Nuolin struggled to get up from the ground, with a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth, but his eyes were still as sharp as a knife, and he did not retreat at all. "Xiang Tianlu, are you okay?" Nuolin asked with concern, enduring the pain. Xiang Tianlu stood up shakily and coughed up a mouthful of blood, but a resolute smile appeared on his face. "I'm fine, let's continue." At that moment, the tree demon's explosion did not end. Its limbs and fragments flew in the air and turned into countless sharp blades, attacking the two people. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, swinging their short blades at the same time, knocking down the fragments. Although this tree demon is dead, its power is still there. We must be careful when dealing with it. Nuolin shouted, his voice echoing in the turbulent air. He nodded to Tianlu, with an unyielding fire burning in his eyes. He took a deep breath, and his figure shuttled through the fragments of the tree demon like a ghost. Every swing of the knife was precise and ruthless, chopping into pieces the fragments that tried to approach them. However, the fragments of the tree demon seemed endless. They intertwined in the air to form an impenetrable net, enveloping the two people. Nuolin and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back. They knew that at the moment, it was a matter of life and death. "Xiang Tianlu, let's rush out together," Nuolin shouted, and his figure rushed to the edge of the debris net like an arrow from a string. "Good money." The short blade in his hand drew silver tracks in the air, knocking the fragments away. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, his figure like a cheetah, moving flexibly among the debris. His short blade swung like lightning, and every swing was accompanied by a crisp metal collision sound, and the fragments were cut into pieces. The two men were like two gusts of wind, dashing left and right in the tree demon's web of debris. Every time they swung their swords, a gust of wind was stirred up blowing the surrounding debris into all directions. The figures of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were looming in the debris. Their breathing was heavy and powerful, and every time they swung their swords, they gathered all their strength. Xiang Tianlu, watch out to the left, Nuo Lin shouted, and his body suddenly turned sideways. The short blade in his hand drew a silver trajectory like lightning, knocking away a sharp fragment flying towards Xiang Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu moved upon hearing the sound. He turned his body to the side and swung the short blade in his hand to cut off the other fragment. There was a determined light in his eyes, and every time he swung his sword, it seemed as if he was going to tear apart the darkness. However, the fragments of the tree demon seemed endless. They intertwined in the air to form a denser net, trapping the two tightly. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's faces turned solemn. They knew that if they couldn't break out of the debris net as soon as possible, their strength would be exhausted, and they would eventually become fragments of the tree demon. Nuo Lin, we have to find a way to break this web of debris, Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Nuo Lin nodded, his eyes gleaming with determination. He took a deep breath and suddenly jumped up like a tiger descending from the mountain, rushing towards the debris net. His short blade drew silver tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by a gust of wind that blew the surrounding debris into all directions. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu also exerted his strength suddenly. His body was like a cheetah, moving flexibly among the debris. His short blade swung like lightning, and every swing was precise and powerful, cutting off the fragments that tried to approach them. The figures of the two people were like two gusts of wind in the debris net, constantly impacting this cage of death. Every swing of their swords seemed to tear apart the darkness, and every breath they took seemed to be fighting against the death god. Finally, with the unremitting efforts of the two, cracks began to appear in the debris net. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seized the opportunity. They retreated violently, and at the same time swung the short blades in their hands, knocking away the fragments that tried to stop them. "Get out!" Nuo Lin shouted, and his figure rushed to the edge of the debris net like an arrow. Xiang Tianlu followed closely behind, their figures looming in the debris, but every time they swung their swords, they gathered all their strength. Finally, the two rushed out of the debris net and retreated rapidly away from the remains of the tree demon. After the two rushed out of the debris net, they did not stop at all, but used the momentum to continue galloping through the dense forest. Their clothes were already soaked with sweat, and their wounds were aching slightly from the intense exercise, but their eyes became more determined, as if there was an invisible force supporting them. "Nuo Lin, we have to leave here quickly. Although the tree demon is dead, there may be other unknown dangers hidden in this forest." Xiang Tianlu was breathing heavily, but his tone revealed an unquestionable determination. Nuo Lin nodded, knowing full well that what Xiang Tianlu said was true. The two continued to move forward, and the dead branches and leaves under their feet were crushed into pieces, making a rustling sound that was particularly harsh in this silent forest. Suddenly, a low roar came from the front, as if some huge monster was approaching quickly. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's expressions instantly became solemn. They quickly stopped and looked around vigilantly. "Is it an earthquake?" Nuo Lin asked with a frown, an ominous premonition rising in his heart. Xiang Tianlu shook his head, his eyes fixed on the dense forest ahead. "No, it looks more like some kind of creature is moving. We have to be careful." The two approached the dense forest cautiously, taking every step with extreme caution. Suddenly, huge amounts of figures rushed out from the dense forest and headed straight towards the two of them. The figure was extremely fast, like a flash of black lightning, and instantly appeared in front of the two people. The figure suddenly enlarged in front of the two people. It turned out to be a necromancer in a black robe. His face was hidden under the shadow of the hood, revealing only a pair of eyes that flashed with a faint green light, as if they could see through the fear in people's hearts. "Umph," Two mere mortals dare to trespass into my territory? The necromancer's voice was hoarse and cold, like a chill wind penetrating the bone marrow, making people shudder. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. Without saying anything, they could already see determination and unyielding spirit in each other's eyes. They quickly adjusted their breathing, concentrated the remaining strength in their bodies to the limit, and prepared to face this sudden battle. The poisonous necromancer sneered and waved his hands lightly. Suddenly, the air around him seemed to solidify, and countless tiny black poisonous mists rushed in from all directions, like an invisible net trying to trap the two. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, swinging the short blades in their hands at the same time. Every swing accurately cut through the poisonous fog that tried to entangle them. However, the poisonous fog seemed endless and regenerated at an alarming speed, and soon formed a new offensive. This is not a solution. We have to find his true form. Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the poisonous fog with a hint of anxiety. Nodding to Tianlu, he took a deep breath and moved through the poisonous fog like a ghost, trying to find the trace of the necromancer. However, the necromancer's movement speed was equally astonishing. He cleverly avoided Xiang Tianlu's attacks every time, while releasing more poisonous fog, making the battlefield even more chaotic. Seeing this, Nuo Lin made up his mind and decided to take the initiative. He exerted force suddenly, and his body rushed straight to the center of the poisonous fog like an arrow shot from a bow. The short blade in his hand drew silver tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by a gust of wind that temporarily dispelled the surrounding poison. The necromancer obviously didn't expect Nuo Lin to be so bold. He snorted coldly, quickly formed seals with his hands, and a black energy wave burst out from his palms, hitting Nuo Lin directly. Nuo Lin moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the energy wave, but his left arm was hit by the aftermath and instantly turned dark, and an intense pain came over him. But he endured the pain and swung the short blade in his hand even more violently, vowing to force the necromancer out of the cover of the poisonous fog. Xiang Tianlu was not to be outdone. He used his susceptive perception of the environment and finally discovered a tiny flaw in the necromancer. He leaped up like a cheetah hunting its prey, and the short blade in his hand turned into a silver lightning bolt, piercing the necromancer's heart. The poisonous necromancer was horrified. He quickly mobilized all his strength to form a black shield to block Xiang Tianlu's fatal blow. The black shield and the silver lightning collided in the air, making a deafening roar, as if the heaven and earth were shaking. The moment Xiang Tianlu's short blade touched the shield, brilliant sparks burst out, but the shield was extremely tough and only trembled slightly without breaking. Mortal, how dare you challenge my power? The voice of the poisonous necromancer sounded behind the shield, with a hint of anger and disdain. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He knew very well that this shield was extraordinary, but the belief in his heart prevented him from retreating. He took another deep breath, concentrated all his strength on the short blade, and prepared to launch a more violent attack. However, at this moment, No, Lin suddenly shouted, Xiang Tianlu, be careful behind you. Xiang Tianlu was shocked. He turned back suddenly and saw a black, poisonous mist coming at him silently like a venomous snake. The speed was so fast that it was astonishing. His heart trembled, but his hands moved without hesitation, and the short blade drew a graceful arc in the air, splitting the poisonous fog in two. However, the poisonous fog did not dissipate. Instead, it quickly reorganized like a living thing and attacked Xiang Tianlu again. Xiang Tianlu dodged the attack narrowly, but an ominous premonition arose in his heart. There's something strange about this poisonous fog. It can regenerate continuously. Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of anxiety in his voice. Nuo Lin felt a sinking feeling in his heart when he heard this. He knew very well that if they could not break the shield as soon as possible and find the necromancer's true body, both of them would be in danger. At this moment, The necromancer's voice sounded again. "Ha! You have no way to escape. My poison will devour everything of yours." Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and read determination and courage in each other's eyes. They knew that at this moment, only by trusting each other and working together could they defeat the enemy before them. Nuo Lin exerted force suddenly, and his figure rushed towards the necromancer like a hurricane. The short blade in his hand drew silver tracks in the air. Every swing was accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, trying to break the indestructible shield. Xiang Tianlu used his susceptive perception of the environment to constantly shuttle through the poisonous fog, looking for the necromancer's flaws. Every move he made was as swift and precise as a cheetah hunting its prey, trying to deliver a fatal blow to the poison master. The attacks of the two were continuous like a violent storm, but the necromancer's shield was as solid as a rock, only trembling slightly, without any signs of cracking. "We can't go on like this. We have to find his true form," Nuo Lin shouted, with a hint of urgency in his voice. Nodding to Tianlu, he took a deep breath and concentrated all his strength into his eyes, trying to penetrate the black, poisonous fog and find the true location of the necromancer. At this moment, he suddenly discovered that there was a faint light flickering in the depths of the poisonous fog. Although the light was faint, it was particularly eye-catching in the darkness. Xiang Tianlu's heart moved. The faint light seemed like a beacon in the darkness, guiding him in the direction of progress. He rushed towards the light, his figure appearing and disappearing in the poisonous fog like a ghost, and every breath was accompanied by susceptive perception of the surrounding environment. "Nuo Lin, I found his real body. It's over there," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice echoing in the poisonous fog with a hint of excitement. Nuo Lin was delighted when he heard this. He immediately adjusted the direction of his attack and rushed towards the necromancer's body like a tiger descending from a mountain. The short blade in his hand drew silver lightning in the air, and every swing was accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, as if it was going to tear the poisonous creature apart. The necromancer's face changed drastically when he saw this. He didn't expect that these two mortals would be so difficult to deal with. Not only did they break his poison fog trap, but they also found his real body. He roared and quickly formed seals with his hands, trying to mobilize more strength to resist the attacks of the two. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were already approaching him. Nuo Lin's short blade swung continuously like a violent storm, each time narrowly avoiding the necromancer's defense and striking directly at his vital points. Xiang Tianlu used his susceptive perception of the environment to constantly move around the necromancer, looking for the best time to attack. The poisonous necromancer was forced to retreat again and again, and his shield began to crack under the fierce attack of the two. He became anxious and suddenly opened his mouth, spitting out a cloud of black, poisonous mist, trying to trap the two again. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu had already been prepared. They dodged the poisonous fog easily and continued to move forward. "You can't escape," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice full of determination and courage. The necromancer had a ferocious look on his face. He knew he was in a desperate situation. He gritted his teeth, mobilized all his strength, and launched a final counterattack against the two men. He was seen waving his hands quickly in the air, and black energy waves attacked the two of them like a violent storm. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu retreated violently, swinging their short blades in an attempt to block the attack of these energy waves. However, these energy waves were extremely fierce, and every collision produced a deafening roar, as if they were going to tear the world apart. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu were shocked to the point that their blood was boiling, but they did not flinch. They continued to swing the short blades in their hands and fought a desperate battle with the poisonous necromancer. In this fierce battle, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's clothes were already soaked with sweat, and their wounds were aching slightly due to the intense exercise. But their eyes became more determined, as if there was an invisible force supporting them. Each attack of the necromancer was like a raging storm. The black energy waves intertwined in the air into a web of death, attempting to completely devour Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. 0-0. However, the two men were like rocks in the wind and rain, steadfast and unwavering, the short blades in their hands gleaming with an unyielding glow under the light. Xiang Tianlu, let's fight side by side. We must not let him succeed. Nuo Lin's voice rang out amid the roar, with an unquestionable firmness. Nodding to Tianlu, his eyes sparkled with wisdom and courage. His figure was like a ghost, and every dodge was just right, avoiding the necromancer's attacks while constantly approaching its body. Nuo Lin, wait for the right moment, and let's attack together, Xiang Tianlu shouted, with a hint of determination in his voice. 0. Nuo Lin's heart trembled when he heard this. He immediately adjusted his breathing and concentrated all his strength on the short blade. His short blade drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, like a silver lightning, heading straight for the necromancer's vital point. However, the group just joined was just an ordinary one. He snorted coldly, quickly forming seals with his hands in the air, and a black shield appeared in front of him again, blocking Nuo Lin's fatal blow. A mere mortal dares to challenge my power. The voice of the poisonous necromancer sounded behind the shield, with a hint of disdain and anger. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other and read a firmer belief in each other's eyes. They knew that at this moment, only by going all out could they defeat this powerful enemy. Xiang Tianlu leaped up again, as swift as a cheetah hunting its prey. Every move he made was just right to avoid the necromancer's attack, while constantly looking for the best time to attack. Finally, in a fierce collision, a crack appeared on the necromancer's shield. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu seized the opportunity and swung their short blades at the same time, launching a fatal blow to the necromancer's body. Two silver lightning bolts met in the air, instantly penetrating the necromancer's black shield and heading straight for its body. The necromancer let out a shrill scream, and his body began to shrink rapidly, as if being devoured by an invisible force. No, I won't lose, the necromancer roared, with a hint of despair and unwillingness in his voice. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not stop. They continued to swing the short blades in their hands. Each attack was as fierce as a storm, forcing the poisonous necromancer to retreat step by step. Amid the necromancer's desperate roar, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu's attacks became more and more fierce, like two silver storms, raging in the dim space. The web of death formed by the poisonous fog and energy waves gradually became fragmented under their fierce attack, as if it would collapse at any time. Xiang Tianlu, we can't give him any chance to breathe. Nuo Lin's voice echoed in the turbulent air. His eyes were as sharp as an eagle's, fixed tightly on the necromancer's shrinking body. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and he accelerated again, like a cheetah running through a dense forest. Every jump accurately avoided the necromancer's attack. At the same time, the short blade drew silver tracks in the air, and every swing was accompanied by a sharp sound of wind, as if to tear the space apart. The necromancer was in a desperate situation at this moment. His eyes were filled with fear and unwillingness. He desperately mobilized the remaining strength in his body, trying to resist the fierce attacks of Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu. However, his attack was as fragile as paper in front of the two men and was easily torn apart. You will regret it. The necromancer's voice had become hoarse and weak. His body had become riddled with holes under the attacks of the two, as if it would collapse at any time. However, Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu did not stop. They knew that this was the critical moment to decide victory or defeat. They continued to swing the short blades in their hands. Each attack was as powerful as thunder, forcing the poisonous necromancer to have nowhere to escape. In this fierce battle, the entire space seemed to be torn apart. The black poisonous fog and the silver lightning intertwined together, forming a shocking picture. Every collision made a deafening roar, as if it was going to destroy the entire world. Finally, after a violent collision, The necromancer's body could no longer bear it and began to collapse rapidly. A glimmer of despair flashed in his eyes, and then he fell into complete darkness. No! The necromancer let out a final scream, but his voice was quickly drowned out by the roar. His body began to shrink rapidly, and eventually turned into a ball of black mist and dissipated into the air. With the disappearance of the necromancer, the extremely oppressive atmosphere was finally released. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood opposite each other, and their breathing could be clearly heard. The poisonous fog and energy fluctuations in the space gradually subsided, returning to its former tranquility, but the air was still filled with an indescribable murderous aura. It's finally over. Nuo Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice carrying a hint of fatigue, but more of relief and relief. Xiang Tianlu nodded slightly, looking deeply at the place where the poisonous necromancer disappeared, with a hint of complex emotions flashing in his eyes. Yes, but I don't know how long this peace can last. The two smiled at each other. No need to say much. They knew each other's intentions. They know that in this vast world, dangers and challenges are always around, and today's victory is just a stop on a long journey. Let's go, Xiang Tianlu. We still have a long way to go. Nuo Lin patted Xiang Tianlu's shoulder with a firm tone, as if he was cheering himself up and giving Xiang Tianlu strength. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath, nodded, and his eyes became firm again. The two of them, one in front and one behind, set out on the road to move forward. Along the way, the surrounding scenery kept changing. Sometimes it was a barren desert, sometimes it was a dense forest, or sometimes it was towering mountains. Every step is full of unknowns and dangers, but Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu are fearless. They only have the belief to move forward. Nuo Lin, have you ever thought about where we will end up? Xiang Tianlu suddenly spoke, breaking the silence. His voice sounded particularly clear in the empty environment. Nuo Lin walked without stopping, looking into the distance with a determined gaze. I don't know, but I believe that as long as we keep going, there will always be an answer. Xiang Tianlu smiled faintly when he heard this. He understood that Nuo Lin's determination and courage were the key to their success today. Just as the two were about to climb over a mountain, a strange wave suddenly came from the front. It was a power they had never felt before, both mysterious and powerful. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stopped involuntarily and looked at each other, their eyes revealing vigilance and curiosity. That strange wave, like an undercurrent in the deep sea, is invisible but still makes people feel awe. What kind of power is this? Xiang Tianlu asked in a low voice. His voice echoed in the silent valley, as if even the wind stopped. Nuo Lin shook his head, frowned, and looked through the layers of mountains, trying to capture the source of that power. I'm not sure, but I can feel that it is very ancient, very powerful, and even carries a hint of an aura that doesn't belong to this world. As they slowly moved forward, the surrounding scenery began to change subtly. Among the originally barren rocks, there's a hint of green quietly spreading, and the withered yellow grass seems to be given life and is full of vitality. There is an indescribable fragrance in the air, fresh and mysterious, which lifts people's spirits. Look, over there. Xiang Yinlu suddenly pointed to a place not far away. They saw a faint light shining from the valley, like the brightest star in the night sky, leading them forward. The two looked at each other, and they understood the shock and curiosity in each other's hearts without saying a word. The faint light seemed like a call from ancient times or a temptation from an unknown world, causing them to speed up their pace involuntarily. In the valley, the light becomes more and more dazzling, as if some ancient power is quietly awakening, blending with the surrounding nature and yet transcending it. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stepped into this strange land. The ground beneath their feet could faintly feel pulsating, as if breathing like a living thing. Every step they took was in accordance with some unknown rhythm. 2.3 this? Where is this place? Xiang Tianlu's voice trembled slightly, and his eyes were filled with both awe and desire. He seemed to be able to sense that there was a secret hidden here that was enough to subvert all their cognition. Nuo Lin did not answer, but just held the short blade tightly in his hand and looked around vigilantly. The air here became extremely heavy. Even breathing became difficult. But it was this kind of oppression that made the blood in his body boil even more, and his fighting instinct was ready to move. Suddenly, a strong wind blew up, blowing up yellow sand all over the sky and engulfing the two people. There seemed to be countless whispers in the sound of the wind, ancient and distant, as if thousands of dead souls were telling the unknown past. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu looked at each other. A trace of determination flashed in their eyes. They knew that the real test was about to come. Amidst the wind and sand, a black shadow suddenly emerged, as fast as lightning, and went straight for Nuo Lin's vitals. Nuo Lin moved to the side of his body, and the short blade drew a dazzling arc in the air, brushing past the black shadow and sparking a string of sparks. The black shadow missed its target and immediately transformed into several duplications, which gathered from all directions, each emitting a frightening aura. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and his body suddenly jumped up like an arrow from a bow, rushing straight towards the nearest black shadow. The short blade seemed to have life in his hands. Every swing brought with it a force like a tsunami, tearing apart those illusory figures. However, these shadows seemed endless. Every time one was eliminated, more would emerge from the wind and sand surrounding the two. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu stood back to back, waving their short blades to form two impenetrable barriers to block the attacks that followed them like shadows. "This is not a solution. We must find the source." Nuo Lin's voice sounded particularly firm amidst the wind. His eyes were as sharp as torches, trying to penetrate the thick fog and find the power that controlled everything. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and the two of them were in tune with each other. They exerted force at the same time, and the short blades intertwined in the air to form a silver net, temporarily forcing back the surrounding black shadows. 02 taking advantage of this opportunity. They retreated violently and rushed towards the place where the light was the brightest. As they approached, the light became brighter and brighter, and the surrounding scenery began to change dramatically. The sandstorm gradually subsided, replaced by a quiet and peaceful oasis full of greenery and vitality, in stark contrast to the previous desolation. In the oasis, exotic flowers and plants sway in the wind, emitting a faint fragrance that seems to be able to wash away the dust in people's hearts. The sunlight shines through the sparse clouds and falls on this mysterious land, covering this vibrant world with a golden veil. "Here, it's like another world." Xiang Tianlu stopped and looked around, his eyes full of amazement. He had never seen such pure and powerful vitality, as if every leaf and every flower was telling the miracle of life. Nuo Lin also let down his guard and sheathed his short blade. He took a deep breath of fresh air and felt the surge of energy in his body. Yes, it's definitely different here, but the more beautiful a place is, the greater the danger it hides. We cannot take this lightly. The two continued to move forward, passing through a dense jungle and coming to an open area. Before my eyes, an ancient altar stood quietly, engraved with intricate patterns and emitting a faint fluorescence, as if connected to the vitality of this oasis. In the center of the altar, huge amounts of crystal flashed brightly, which was the source that attracted them here before. "Look, that's what we were looking for." Nuo Lin pointed at the crystal, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. He felt that this crystal contained some ancient and powerful power, and it was this power that was calling them. He walked slowly towards the heavenly road and reached out to touch the surface of the crystal. A warm and gentle energy passed from his fingertips into his body, making him feel unprecedented comfort and tranquility. What kind of power is this? Why is it so pure and powerful? Nuo Lin shook his head, his eyes solemn. "I don't know, but I can feel that this force is different from anything we have encountered before. It seems waiting for something. At this moment, the ground around the altar suddenly began to shake, as if some huge monster was waking up. The two men stepped back quickly and looked around vigilantly. The ground beneath the altar slowly cracked open, and a powerful aura gushed out, instilling awe on people. "Be careful," New All-In warned in a low voice, while tightening the short blade in his hand, ready to deal with possible dangers. As the ground shook violently, a deafening roar came from deep underground, causing pain in the eardrums of both men. Then, a huge monster covered with black scales and with eyes like deep black holes suddenly rushed out from the crack. It was the legendary divine leopard. The god-destroying leopard was as big as a hill, with strong and powerful limbs, and every step it took seemed to crush the earth. Its eyes sparkled with a faint green light, as if it could see into people's hearts and look directly into their souls. The fangs in its mouth are as sharp as swords, and the dripping saliva corrodes the surrounding land, making a hissing sound. God-killing leopard. New All-In's face suddenly changed. He had read about this monster in ancient books and knew that it was extremely powerful and could not be dealt with by ordinary means. Xiang Tianlu also tightly grasped the short blade, his eyes fixed on the god-destroying leopard. Feeling the powerful sense of oppression emanating from the opponent, his breathing became heavy. "We have to be careful. This monster is very powerful," New All-In said in a deep voice. The power in his body began to surge, preparing for the upcoming battle. The god-destroying leopard seemed to sense the hostility of the two people. It let out an even louder roar, and its body was like a black lightning, pouncing towards the two people. New All-In moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack of the god-destroying leopard. The short blade in his hand instantly turned into a silver light and chopped fiercely towards the neck of the god-destroying leopard. However, the reaction speed of the god-destroying leopard was beyond imagination. It twisted its body and dodged the attack. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the god-destroying leopard like an arrow. The short blade in his hand drew brilliant tracks in the air. Each strike contained amazing power, trying to find a flaw of the god-destroying leopard. However, the god-destroying leopard's defense was as solid as a copper wall and iron wall. Although Xiang Tianlu's attack was fierce, it could hardly leave any mark on it. On the contrary, the god-destroying leopard's counterattack was as fierce as a violent storm. Every time it swung its claws, it had the power to tear the air apart, forcing the two men to concentrate fully on dealing with it. "This won't work. We have to find its weakness," New All-In shouted loudly. He dodged the attack of the god-destroying leopard while observing its movements and expressions. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged again. This time, he no longer attacked blindly, but looked for the flaws and weaknesses of the god-destroying leopard. At this moment, the god-destroying leopard suddenly paused, seeming to be hesitant. New All-In was quick-witted and quick-handed, and he caught the flaw at this moment. He let out a low shout, and his figure suddenly rose up like a ghost. The short blade drew a silver lightning in the air and went straight for the left eye of the god-destroying leopard. Roar! The god-destroying leopard let out an earth-shattering roar. It didn't expect New All-In to be so bold. It suddenly turned its body to the side and narrowly avoided the fatal blow. However, New All-In's short blade still left a deep scratch on his cheek, and the black scales were cut like paper under the sharpness of the short blade. Blood gushed out from the wound of the god-destroying leopard, staining half of its cheek red. The monster seemed to be enraged. The green light in its eyes became even more blazing, and its body rose up like a violent gust of wind, rushing towards New All-In. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he leaped up like a rock, spreading its wings. The short blade in his hand drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, trying to block the attack of the god-destroying leopard. However, the speed and strength of the god-destroying leopard were beyond imagination. It turned its body in the air and dodged Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, it swung out with one claw, with the force of tearing the air straight towards Xiang Tianlu's chest. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. His face was pale and sweat was rolling down his forehead like beads from a broken string. He knew very well that the gap in strength between himself and the god-destroying leopard was too great, and if he was not careful, he might die on the spot. We can't stay passive like this. We must take the initiative. Nuo Lin shouted loudly, and his figure moved around the god-destroying leopard like a swimming dragon, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged again. This time, he no longer attacked blindly, but looked for the flaws and weaknesses of the god-destroying leopard. He noticed that when the god-destroying leopard attacked, its abdomen seemed to be wide open, and this was his only chance. Nuo Lin attracted its attention. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, and he rushed towards the belly of the god-destroying leopard like an arrow. Upon hearing this, Nuo Lin leaped up, and the short blade in his hand drew silver tracks in the air, attacking the eyes and limbs of the god-destroying leopard. Although his attacks were fierce, he left some strength in each strike, as if he was deliberately luring the god-destroying leopard. Sure enough, the god-destroying leopard was attracted by Nuo Lin's attack. It roared, and its body suddenly rose up like a hurricane, pouncing towards Nuo Lin. However, at this moment, Xiang Tianlu had already arrived under its abdomen, and the short blade in his hand flashed with a cold light and stabbed fiercely towards its abdomen. Roar! The roar of the god-destroying leopard shook the earth. Its huge body drew a streak of black lightning in the air, carrying an unstoppable force straight up to the sky. However, Xiang Tianlu's eyes were extremely firm, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. At the moment when the sharp claws of the god-destroying leopard were about to touch Xiang Tianlu, his body strangely turned to the side and slid several feet away like a swimming fish. At the same time, the short blade in his hand drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, like a meteor across the night sky, and pierced straight into the belly of the god-destroying leopard. Bang! The short blade collided with the scales of the god-destroying leopard, making a metallic sound. Although the short blade failed to penetrate its scales, the blow caused the god-destroying leopard to feel great pain. It roared angrily and paused in the air. At this moment, Nuo Lin seized the opportunity. He appeared above the head of the god-destroying leopard like a ghost, holding the short blade in both hands and smashing it towards the god-destroying leopard's head like a gap of cloth. Bang! With a loud bang, the head of the god-destroying leopard was dented by Nuo Lin's blow, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. However, the vitality of this monster was extremely tenacious. After a brief dizziness, it stood up again with a roar. The vitality of this monster is too strong. We must fight quickly and decisively. Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He knew very well that if they continued to delay, their physical strength would be exhausted, and then they would no longer have a chance to defeat this god-destroying leopard. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, took another deep breath, and the power in his body surged even more violently. His figure rose up like a hurricane, and the short blade in his hand drew brilliant tracks in the air, as dazzling as stars in the sky. Roar! The god-destroying leopard roared again. It seemed that it was also angered by Xiang Tianlu's attack. Its body suddenly rose up like a hurricane and fought with Xiang Tianlu. The two men and the beast engaged in a fierce battle in this open area. The short blade collided with the scales, making a metallic sound. The sharp claws of the god-destroying leopard brushed past the bodies of the two men, leaving a trail of blood. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood and battle. Xiang Tianlu, be careful of its tail, Nuo Lin warned loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the god-destroying leopard's tail lashed towards Xiang Tianlu like lightning. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. However, the trees behind him were smashed to pieces by the god-destroying leopard's tail, and wood chips flew everywhere. This guy is too cunning. Xiang Tianlu roared angrily. He took a deep breath again, and the power in his body surged even more violently. He leaped up like a rock spreading its wings, and the short blade in his hand drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, piercing straight into the eyes of the god-destroying leopard. Roar! The roar of the god-destroying leopard sounded again. This time, its voice was filled with despair and anger. Xiang Tianlu's short blade cut through the sky like a meteor, with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for his eyes. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the god-destroying leopard. It did not expect Xiang Tianlu to be so determined and willing to fight with his life. However, at this critical moment of life and death, its instinct allowed it to react the fastest. Its body turned rapidly in the air, and its sharp claws swung out like lightning, trying to block Xiang Tianlu's attack. Dang! The short blade collided with the sharp claws, making a deafening metal collision sound. Sparks flew, and the power of the two reached its peak at this moment. Xiang Tianlu only felt a huge force coming, and his body flew backwards involuntarily and fell heavily to the ground. Xiang Tianlu. Nuolin's face changed drastically when he saw this. He didn't expect Xiang Tianlu to be injured. His figure was like a black lightning. He rushed to Xiang Tianlu in an instant and helped him up. "I'm fine." Xiang Tianlu endured the pain and shook his head. He knew very well that this was not the time to rest. Only by getting rid of the god-destroying leopard as soon as possible could they leave this dangerous place safely. Nuolin nodded. He understood what Xiang Tianlu meant. He leapt up again and rushed towards the god-destroying leopard like a tiger descending from a mountain. The short blade in his hand drew silver tracks in the air and smashed towards the god-destroying leopard like dense raindrops. The god-destroying leopard roared continuously, constantly waving its claws and tail, trying to resist Nuolin's attack. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he leaped up like a rock spreading its wings. The short blade in his hand drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, trying to block the attack of the god-destroying leopard. However, the speed and strength of the god-destroying leopard were beyond imagination. It turned its body in the air and dodged Xiang Tianlu's attack. At the same time, it swung out with one claw, with the force of tearing the air, straight towards Xiang Tianlu's chest. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. His face was pale and sweat was rolling down his forehead like beads from a broken string. He knew very well that the gap in strength between himself and the god-destroying leopard was too great, and if he was not careful, he might die on the spot. "We can't stay passive like this. We must take the initiative," Nuolin shouted loudly, and his figure moved around the god-destroying leopard like a swimming dragon, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, took a deep breath, and the power in his body surged again. This time, he no longer attacked blindly, but looked for the flaws and weaknesses of the god-destroying leopard. He noticed that when the god-destroying leopard attacked, its abdomen seemed to be wide open, and this was his only chance. Nuolin attracted its attention. Xiang Tianlu shouted loudly, and he rushed towards the belly of the god-destroying leopard like an arrow. Upon hearing this, Nuolin leaped up, and the short blade in his hand drew silver tracks in the air, attacking the eyes and limbs of the god-destroying leopard. Although his attacks were fierce, he left some strength in each strike, as if he was deliberately luring the god-destroying leopard. Sure enough, the god-destroying leopard was attracted by Nuolin's attack. It roared, and its body suddenly rose up like a hurricane, pouncing towards Nuolin. However, at this moment, Xiang Tianlu had already arrived under its abdomen, and the short blade in his hand flashed with a cold light and stabbed fiercely towards its abdomen. Roar! The roar of the god-destroying leopard shook the earth. Its huge body drew a streak of black lightning in the air, carrying an unstoppable force straight up to the sky. However, Xiang Tianlu's eyes were extremely firm, as if he had seen the dawn of victory. At the moment when the sharp claws of the god-destroying leopard were about to touch Xiang Tianlu, His body strangely turned to the side and slid several feet away like a swimming fish. At the same time, the short blade in his hand drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, like a meteor across the night sky, and pierced straight into the belly of the god-destroying leopard. Bang! The short blade collided with the scales of the god-destroying leopard, making a metallic sound. Although the short blade failed to penetrate its scales, the blow caused the god-destroying leopard to feel great pain. It roared angrily and paused in the air. At this moment, Nuo Lin seized the opportunity. He appeared above the head of the god-destroying leopard like a ghost, holding the short blade in both hands and smashing it towards the god-destroying leopard's head like a gap of cloth. Bang! With a loud bang, the head of the god-destroying leopard was dented by Nuo Lin's blow, and blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. However, the vitality of this monster was extremely tenacious. After a brief dizziness, it stood up again with a roar. The vitality of this monster is too strong. We must fight quickly and decisively. Nuo Lin's face was solemn. He knew very well that if they continued to delay, their physical strength would be exhausted, and then they would no longer have a chance to defeat this god-destroying leopard. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, took another deep breath, and the power in his body surged even more violently. His figure rose up like a hurricane, and the short blade in his hand drew brilliant tracks in the air, as dazzling as stars in the sky. Roar! The god-destroying leopard roared again. It seemed that it was also angered by Xiang Tianlu's attack. Its body suddenly rose up like a hurricane and fought with Xiang Tianlu. The two men and the beast engaged in a fierce battle in this open area. The short blade collided with the scales, making a metallic sound. The sharp claws of the god-destroying leopard brushed past the bodies of the two men, leaving a trail of blood. The air was filled with the strong smell of blood and battle. Xiang Tianlu, be careful of its tail, Nuo Lin warned loudly. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the god-destroying leopard's tail lashed towards Xiang Tianlu like lightning. Xiang Tianlu moved his body to the side and narrowly avoided the attack. However, the trees behind him were smashed to pieces by the god-destroying leopard's tail, and wood chips flew everywhere. This guy is too cunning. Xiang Tianlu roared angrily. He took a deep breath again, and the power in his body surged even more violently. He leaped up like a rock spreading its wings, and the short blade in his hand drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, piercing straight into the eyes of the god-destroying leopard. Roar! The roar of the god-destroying leopard sounded again. This time, its voice was filled with despair and anger. Xiang Tianlu's short blade cut through the sky like a meteor, with an unstoppable momentum, heading straight for his eyes. A hint of fear flashed in the eyes of the god-destroying leopard. It did not expect Xiang Tianlu to be so determined and willing to fight with his life. However, at this critical moment of life and death, its instinct allowed it to react the fastest. Its body turned rapidly in the air, and its sharp claws swung out like lightning, trying to block Xiang Tianlu's attack. Dang! The short blade collided with the sharp claws, making a deafening metal collision sound. Sparks flew, and the power of the two reached its peak at this moment. Xiang Tianlu only felt a huge force coming, and his body flew backwards involuntarily and fell heavily to the ground. Xiang Tianlu. Nuo Lin's face changed drastically when he saw this. He didn't expect Xiang Tianlu to be injured. His figure was like a black lightning. He rushed to Xiang Tianlu in an instant and helped him up. I'm fine. Xiang Tianlu endured the pain and shook his head. He knew very well that this was not the time to rest. Only by getting rid of the god-destroying leopard as soon as possible could they leave this dangerous place safely. Nuo Lin nodded. He understood what Xiang Tianlu meant. He leapt up again and rushed towards the god-destroying leopard like a tiger descending from mountain. The short blade in his hand drew silver tracks in the air and smashed towards the god-destroying leopard like dense raindrops. The god-destroying leopard roared continuously, constantly waving its claws and tail, trying to resist Nuo Lin's attack. However, Nuo Lin's attacks were continuous like a violent storm, leaving it overwhelmed. Roar, Li Hao Hao! The god-destroying leopard roared again, and its voice was filled with despair. It knew that if it continued like this, it would be killed by Nuo Lin sooner or later. So, it made 10 bold decisions and fought to the death. It suddenly leaped up and smashed towards Nuo Lin like a meteorite. At the same time, a black flame spurted out of its mouth, carrying a scorching high temperature, trying to devour Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin's face changed drastically. He didn't expect that the god-destroying leopard actually had such a powerful attack ring. However, at this critical moment of life and death, he did not back down. He turned in the air and cleverly avoided the attack of the god-destroying leopard. At the same time, the short blade in his hand drew a brilliant trajectory in the air and pierced into the heart of the god-destroying leopard like lightning. Bang! The short blade accurately pierced the heart of the god-destroying leopard, and blood gushed out like a fountain. The god-killing leopard paused in the air, then fell like a kite with a broken string. As the huge body of the god-destroying leopard fell to the ground with a loud bang, the surroundings seemed to become quiet, with only the occasional bird calls from the distant mountains and forests breaking the silence. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other and saw the relief and exhaustion of surviving the disaster in each other's eyes. They slowly walked towards the body of the god-destroying leopard, and only breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that it was no longer alive. We have to leave here quickly and find a safe place to rest. Xiang Tianlu wiped the sweat from his forehead, his voice a little hoarse. Nuo Lin nodded in agreement, and the two of them quickly dealt with the battlefield, making sure that no traces were left that might attract other beasts, and then continued along the previously planned route. Soon, they came to the edge of a dilapidated village. The afterglow of the setting sun shines on the mottled earth walls, giving this abandoned village a golden and desolate hue. Most of the houses in the village have collapsed, leaving only broken walls and overgrown weeds, as if telling the story of past prosperity and today's desolation. Why is there no one here? Nuo Lin looked around, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. Although the village is dilapidated, judging from the scale of the remaining buildings, it should have been a settlement of considerable size. But now, except for the occasional fallen leaves blown by the wind and the sound of wind coming from afar, the whole village is dead silent, as if even time has stopped here. Xiang Tianlu frowned. He could feel an unusual breath in the air. It was neither the pure breath of death, nor the feeling of any living creature lurking in it. This feeling made him curious and alert. We have to be careful. There may be some unknown danger hidden here, Xiang Tianlu whispered, while tightly gripping the short blade in his hand, ready to deal with any emergency that might arise. The two men walked through the village carefully, taking every step with extreme caution. The light of the setting sun gradually faded, and night fell quietly, adding a bit of eeriness and horror to this abandoned village. The wind blew through the dilapidated roof, making a whimpering sound, as if it was the whisper of some unknown creature. In the center of the village, they found an ancient ancestral hall that seemed relatively intact. There were vague totems carved on the lintel, exuding a mysterious and ancient atmosphere. In front of the ancestral hall, a huge amount of stone tablet is half buried in the soil, engraved with traces of erosion over the years, and some ancient words and patterns can be vaguely recognized. This ancestral hall seems a little unusual. Nuo Lin pointed at the stone tablet, with a gleam of exploration in his eyes. Nodding to Tianlu, they decided to enter the ancestral hall to see if they could find some answers about the village and the unusual atmosphere. Pushing open the heavy wooden door, the interior of the ancestral hall was dim and dark, with only the faint moonlight filtering through the crack in the door barely illuminating the front. The air was filled with a faint, musty smell and an indescribable ancient atmosphere. The two of them stepped into the ancestral hall, unconsciously slowing down their steps, as if they were afraid of disturbing the souls that had been sleeping here for a long time. Xiang Tianlu took out a small firestone from his waist and rubbed it gently. The faint firelight instantly illuminated his face and dispelled the darkness around him. In the light of the fire, the interior of the ancestral hall appeared even more ancient and solemn. The surrounding walls were covered with faded murals. Although the pictures were blurry, it was still vaguely recognizable that they depicted some ancient myths and sacrificial scenes. Look at these murals. They seem to be telling the history of an ancient tribe. New All-In approached a relatively complete mural and studied it carefully by the light of the fire. Are these patterns similar to those on the stone tablet outside? Xiang Tianlu also came over, and the two of them leaned head against each other to analyze the information on the mural. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, and the candlelight in the ancestral hall flickered, as if something was stirring in the darkness. They immediately became alert, stood back to back, weapons tightly held in their hands, ready to deal with any possible danger. This is not just an ordinary ancestral hall. Xiang Tianlu's voice was low and firm. He looked around, trying to find the source of the uneasiness. We have to be careful. There might be some mechanism or trap. Just as they were about to explore further, a slight noise was heard from a corner of the ancestral hall, like the sound of something heavy being slowly moved. The two looked at each other and knew in their hearts that no matter what it was, they had to face it. They slowly approached the source of the sound, each step filled with tension and anticipation. Finally, they came to an altar covered by a heavy curtain. The curtain is embroidered with complex patterns that echo the totems on the stone tablets and walls. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath and suddenly pulled open the curtain, revealing an ancient stone statue on the altar. The statue had a majestic face, and its eyes seemed to penetrate time and space, staring directly at them. In its hand, it actually held a gem that sparkled with a strange light. What is this? New All-In opened his mouth in surprise. He had never seen such a dazzling gem before, and even in the most prosperous cities, he had never heard of such a treasure. It seems that we have found the secret hidden in this village. Xiang Tianlu's tone was filled with a hint of excitement, but he also remained vigilant. This gem may be the source of that unusual aura. We have to be careful with it. We don't know if it carries some kind of power or curse. Just as the two were staring at the gem that was shining with strange light, trying to unravel the secret behind it, a cold wind suddenly blew in the ancestral hall, as if an indescribable force was quietly awakening. The wind howled, carrying with it an ancient and desolate charm, and every corner of the ancestral hall seemed to tremble under the influence of this force. Something's wrong, Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice. His eyes became as sharp as an eagle, staring at the entrance of the ancestral hall. At this moment, a huge monster suddenly rushed out from the darkness. Its wings covered the sky and the sun. Its feathers were as black as night, but they flickered with a faint blue light, like a will-o'-the-wisp in the abyss. This is a powerful monster, the black ghost bird. Its eyes are like two burning stars, flashing with coldness and murderous light. It emits a deafening cry that seems to tear apart the space and shocks people. The black ghost bird flapped its wings, and the air in the ancestral hall seemed to be sucked out in an instant. The powerful suction force made it almost impossible for the two to stand still. New All-In's face changed drastically. He quickly swung the sword in his hand. The sword light was like a dragon, trying to resist this terrifying force. However, the speed of the black ghost bird was far beyond his imagination. Its claws were as fast as lightning and grabbed his chest in an instant. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he flashed and appeared in front of New All-In like a flash of lightning. The firestone in his hand suddenly burst into a dazzling flame, forming a hot barrier to block the attack of the black ghost bird. The flames collided with the claws of the black ghost bird, making a harsh metal collision sound, and the stars were scattered everywhere. The power of this beast is so terrifying. Xiang Tianlu's face was solemn. He knew very well that he and New All-In were facing a life-and-death battle. The black ghost bird let out an angry cry and flapped its wings again. The entire ancestral hall seemed to tremble under this force. It turned around and pounced towards the two people like a black whirlwind, its claws flashing with cold light like two sharp blades. New Lin did not dare to delay. He retreated violently and swung his sword at the same time. The sword light was like a dragon, going straight to the vital point of the black ghost bird. However, the black ghost bird was extremely agile and easily dodged the attack. It spread its wings and flapped towards New Lin again. The feathers on its wings were like sharp blades, making a whistling sound. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu suddenly jumped up, and the firestone in his hand drew a dazzling trajectory in the air and slammed towards the black ghost bird. The firestone exploded in the air, forming a sea of blazing fire that enveloped the black ghost bird. However, the black ghost bird seemed to be fearless at all. It flapped its wings, and the sea of fire was torn apart in an instant, and its figure appeared in front of the two again. This guy's defense is too strong. New Lin's face turned pale. He had never seen such a powerful monster. Xiang Tianlu took a deep breath. He knew he had to go all out. He held the firestone tightly in both hands, and the power in his body surged as if it was going to burst him. He roared and threw the firestone into the air. At the same time, his body suddenly jumped up and rushed towards the black ghost bird like a meteor. Xiang Tianlu's figure was as fast as lightning, drawing a perfect arc in the air and heading straight for the Xiangui bird. There was an unyielding flame burning in his eyes, as if he wanted to completely devour the monster in the darkness. "You beast, today is your end." Xiang Tianlu roared angrily, his voice echoing in the ancestral hall, deafening like thunder. The black ghost bird flapped its wings wildly, trying to block Xiang Tianlu's attack. However, Xiang Tianlu was as agile as a ghost. He turned his body and cleverly dodged the wings of the black ghost bird while punching its chest. This punch condensed all of Xiang Tianlu's strength, as if it was going to tear the air apart. The black ghost bird suffered a heavy blow, letting out a shrill cry and involuntarily taking a few steps back. However, the black ghost bird was a powerful monster after all. It quickly adjusted its body shape and lay down on the Xiangtian road again. The claws flashed with cold light, like two sharp daggers, heading straight for the vital point of Tianlu. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, and he moved his body to the side, cleverly avoiding the attack of the black ghost bird. At the same time, he kicked out and hit the wings of the black ghost bird. The kick was so powerful that it sent the black ghost bird flying backwards and crashing into the wall of the ancestral hall. Great! New Lin was so excited watching from the side that he couldn't help but cheer loudly. At the same time, he also swung his sword and rushed towards the Xiangui bird, trying to join forces with Xiang Tianlu to kill it. The black ghost bird crashed into the wall and created a huge amount of hole, with feathers flying everywhere. However, it had no intention of retreating. Instead, it roared even more angrily and rushed towards the two again. Xiang Tianlu and New Lin looked at each other and saw the determination in each other's eyes. They knew that the battle had reached the most critical moment. Xiang Tianlu punched the black ghost bird again, and the wind from his fist was whistling and as dense as a violent storm. New Lin was not to be outdone. He swung his sword. The sword light was like a dragon, interweaving with Xiang Tianlu's fist wind, forming a series of dazzling trajectories. The black ghost bird dodged left and right under the attacks of the two men, but was still unable to break free from their entanglement. There was fear and despair in its eyes, as if it had foreseen its own end. "Today, you will definitely die." Xiang Tianlu roared again, and he suddenly jumped up and pounced on the Xiangui bird like a tiger descending from the mountain. Xiang Tianlu's body was as fast as lightning. He crossed the distance of several feet in an instant and started a close combat with the Xiangui bird. Each of his punches and kicks contained the power to shatter mountains and rivers. The air exploded in the shadows of his fists and feet, making bursts of roars. The black ghost bird flapped its wings wildly, and every flap brought about a cold storm, trying to draw Xiang Tianlu in. However, Xiang Tianlu was like a rock in the wind, standing firmly on the ground. No matter how fierce the storm was, it could not shake him at all. "You beast, prepare to die," Xiang Tianlu shouted angrily, and then he leaped up again and pounced on the Dongdian bird like a dragon emerging from the sea. His fist burst into brilliant light in the air, as if it was going to tear the entire space apart. The black ghost bird screamed in fear. It felt the strong, murderous intent emanating from Xiang Tianlu, and an unprecedented fear surged in its heart. However, it is a powerful monster after all, and even in desperate situations, it still maintains the will to fight. Zero request flowers. The claws of the black ghost bird flashed with cold light, like two silver lightning bolts, heading straight for the vital point of the heavenly road. However, Xiang Tianlu seemed to have already seen through its intention, and he cleverly dodged the attack by turning his body to the side. At the same time, his other fist struck the flank of the black ghost bird like thunder. Bang! With a loud bang, the flank of the black ghost bird was smashed to pieces by Xiang Tianlu's punch. Feathers flew, and blood splattered everywhere. It roared in pain and rolled several times in the air before it managed to stabilize itself. "Nuo-Lin, take action!" Xiang Tianlu took the opportunity to shout, reminding Nuo-Lin to take the opportunity to launch an attack. Upon hearing this, Nuo-Lin swung his sword, and the sword light was like a dragon, going straight for the neck of the black ghost bird. This sword condensed all his strength and will, as if he was going to chop off the monster's head with one blow. The black ghost bird felt the sharp sword intent coming from behind it and was greatly shocked. It flapped its wings with all its might, trying to avoid a fatal attack. However, Nuo-Lin's sword was as fast as lightning and instantly cut its neck. The neck of the black ghost bird was cut by Nuo-Lin's sword, and a stream of warm blood gushed out, dyeing its black feathers red and splashing on the ancient stone walls of the ancestral hall, adding an ominous color to this solemn place. The black ghost bird let out a desperate and shrill cry, and the sound echoed in the ancestral hall, as if it could penetrate the deepest fear in people's hearts. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu's eyes flashed with ruthlessness. Without any hesitation, he suddenly jumped up again and rushed towards the black ghost bird like a wild horse. His fists were accompanied by the sound of wind and thunder, and every time he swung his fists it seemed to shake the heaven and earth. A suffocating feeling of oppression permeated the air. Although the black ghost bird was seriously injured, its instinct for survival allowed it to unleash its final potential. It flapped its wings vigorously, creating a gust of wind, trying to blow Xiang Tianlu away. However, Xiang Tianlu stood firmly in place like a rock. No matter howling winds were, his figure did not move at all. "Today, you will never escape," Xiang Tianlu roared, his voice echoing in the ancestral hall, deafening like thunder. He swung his fist again, and this time, he aimed at the heart of the black ghost bird and killed it with a circle punch. A trace of despair flashed across the eyes of the black ghost bird. It knew that it had no way out. It tried its best, its claws flashing with cold light, and pounced toward Xiang Tianlu, trying to make a final struggle before death. However, Xiang Tianlu seemed to have seen through its intentions long ago. He moved his body to the side, cleverly dodging the attack of the black ghost bird. At the same time, his other fist slammed into the heart of the black ghost bird like a raging wave. Bang! With a loud bang, the body of the black ghost bird flew backwards like a kite with a broken string and hit the wall of the ancestral hall heavily. At that moment, the entire ancestral hall seemed to tremble, and a heart-pounding silence filled the air. The body of the black ghost bird fell weakly to the ground, its feathers scattered, and blood dyed the surrounding ground red. Its eyes gradually lost their luster and finally dimmed completely. The fire of life was completely extinguished at this moment. As the black ghost bird fell, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo-Lin smiled at each other. Although they were exhausted, the light of 74-0 in their eyes revealed the joy and pride that were difficult to conceal. They knew that this battle was not only an affirmation of their own strength, but but also an important milestone on the road to unknown secrets. Brother Xiang, we all seem to have improved a lot. Nuo Lin wiped the blood off the sword, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Xiang Tianlu nodded in agreement, feeling the power surging in his body. He smiled and said, "Yes, fighting is the best way to hone yourself. We have to take this time to recover and then move on." The two of them sat in meditation on the spot, and with the help of the dim light in the ancestral hall, they began to regulate their breathing and recover. Time passed quietly, and when the first ray of morning light penetrated the cracks in the ancestral hall and shone on them, the two had recovered and were full of energy. After leaving the ancestral hall, they set out on the journey to their next destination. The scenery along the way was picturesque, with magnificent mountains and gurgling rivers, as if nature was cheering for their victory. Soon, a quaint town came into view, with smoke rising from the chimneys, contrasting beautifully with the green mountains in the distance. "Look, there's a town ahead. Let's go there to replenish supplies and relax at the same time," Xiang Tianlu suggested. Nuo Lin readily agreed, and the two quickened their pace, and soon stepped into the cobblestone road of the town. Although the town is small, it has everything needed for a comfortable stay. There are many shops on both sides of the street, and it is very bustling. There are shops selling special snacks, handicrafts, tea houses, and taverns, which are bustling with people and full of the breath of life. "Let's find a place to eat first. I'm hungry." Nuo Lin touched his stomach and said with a smile. Xiang Tianlu pointed to an inn in front of him with a sign that said Old Brand. "Let's go there. It looks good." As you enter the inn, the aroma of food hits your nose. They found a seat by the window and ordered some local specialties. Soon, the steaming dishes were served, which were delicious and mouth-watering. "This dish is absolutely amazing. Brother Xiang, you should try this mountain and water tofu. It melts in your mouth and is extremely delicious," Nuo Lin praised while eating. Xiang Tianlu picked up a piece of tofu, took a bite, and praised it highly. "It is really delicious. It is worth the trip." After dinner, the two strolled around the town and were attracted by various novel handicrafts from time to time. They stopped in front of a shop called Gaiansai. The store is filled with a variety of antiques and accessories, each of which exudes a unique historical charm. "Brother Xiang, look at this jade pendant. The pattern on it seems similar to the one we saw on the ancestral hall murals before," Nuo Lin said, pointing to an exquisitely carved jade pendant. Xiang Tianlu took the jade pendant and examined it carefully. Indeed, the totem on it seems to be related to the secret of the ancestral hall. Buying it may serve as a clue for our exploration. After some bargaining, they finally bought the jade pendant at a reasonable price. Afterwards, they bought some dry food and necessities in the town and prepared to continue their adventure. The two walked out of Gaiansai with bags in their hands and returned with full loads. The sunlight shines through the clouds and onto the bluestone road, adding a touch of warmth and tranquility to the town. "Brother Xiang, do you think this jade pendant can really guide us to find the legendary treasure?" Nuo Lin asked as they walked, with curiosity and expectation in his eyes. Xiang Tianlu gently stroked the jade pendant in his hand. The totem carved on it seemed to glimmer in the sun. "Who knows? But since it is similar to the pattern on the ancestral hall mural, it must have its meaning. As long as we follow the clues, we will find the answer." Just as they were discussing the possible uses of the jade pendant, suddenly, a loud noise came from not far away. I saw a group of young people in gorgeous clothes surrounding a vendor selling candied haws, seemingly arguing about something. "Hey, old man, why are your candied haws so expensive? You said it's a secret recipe passed down from generation to generation. I think it's just a lie." A burly young man with a face full of flesh shouted loudly, followed by several equally aggressive companions. The peddler was a thin old man with gray hair and a wrinkled face. He was obviously frightened by the sudden dispute. He said in a trembling voice, "Sir, my candied haws are indeed made with a secret recipe passed down from my ancestors, and the price has always been the same and has never changed." "Never changed? So you mean we bullied you? Brothers, show him some color." The burly young man gave an order, and his companions behind him immediately rubbed their hands and prepared to take action. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other and saw dissatisfaction and sense of justice in each other's eyes. They stepped forward quickly and stood between the hawker and the group of young people. "Stop," Xiang Tianlu said in a deep voice. His voice was not loud, but it carried a majesty that could not be ignored. The burly young man was stunned and turned to look at Xiang Tianlu with a flash of disdain in his eyes. Where did this wild boy come from, daring to meddle in our affairs? Nuo Lin smiled slightly, gently put the package in her hand on the ground, and said calmly but firmly, "We just want to say that buying things requires mutual consent. Forcing others is not a gentleman's behavior." "Gentlemen? Haha, are there still gentlemen these days? I think you two are looking for death." The burly young man laughed in anger and waved his hand to signal his companions to take action. However, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin did not back down. They moved their bodies like two 4.7 breezes and instantly dodged the attacks of those young men. At the same time, their fists fell mercilessly on the opponents. Bang! 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 With a few dull thuds, the young men were knocked to the ground one after another, screaming in pain. Seeing this, the burly young man's face changed drastically and he wanted to run away. But Xiang Tianlu grabbed him by the collar. "Want to run? Not that easy," Xiang Tianlu said coldly. The burly young man was grabbed tightly by the collar by Xiang Tianlu. His face turned red, and his eyes were full of fear and unwillingness. He struggled, trying to break free from Xiang Tianlu's restraints, but Xiang Tianlu's hands were like iron clamps, motionless. Do you know who I am? You dare to treat me like this? Don't you want to live?" The burly young man shouted fiercely, trying to use his identity to threaten Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin. Xiang Tianlu sneered, his eyes revealing disdain. "We don't care who you are. If you do something wrong, you will pay the price." At the moment, the people around gathered around, pointing and talking about the burly young man and his companions. Some people sympathized with the hawker's plight. Some praised Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin for their righteous actions, and some worried that they would get into trouble because of this. "Sir, why do you have to make things difficult for an old man? Business requires honesty and fairness. If you do this, won't you ruin the morals of the town?" An old man with simple clothes and a kind face stood up and said earnestly. The burly young man's expression became even uglier when he heard this. He knew that he could no longer act arrogantly in front of everyone, so he had to lower his head and apologize to the vendor. "Old man, I'm sorry. It's my fault. I shouldn't bully you, your candied haws. Can I buy a few strings?" Seeing this, the vendor waved his hands and said, No. As long as you stop bullying others, I will be satisfied." Xiang Tianlu loosened the collar of the burly young man and gave him a cold look. "Remember this lesson and don't bully others again." The burly young man nodded in agreement and left the scene with his companions in disgrace. Seeing this, the people around applauded and cheered for Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin. The vendor was filled with gratitude and took a few strings of candied haws from the stall and handed them to Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin. "Thank you so much, two benefactors. Please accept these strings of candied haws." Xiang Tianlu took the candied haws and smiled. "You're welcome. We just can't stand the behavior of the strong bullying the weak. You should pack up quickly and continue your business." The two said goodbye to the peddlers and the crowds that sold them for their journey. The sunlight shines on them, covering them with a layer of golden glow. The candied haws in their hands exuded an enticing aroma, making them feel happier. "Brother Xiang, this is such a satisfying experience. Not only did we help the vendors, but we also taught those arrogant young people a lesson." Nuo Lin ate candied haws as he walked, a satisfied smile on his face. The two continued walking along the bluestone road, the sweetness of the candied haws slowly melting on their tongues, as if even the air was filled with warmth and joy. "Nuo Lin, do you feel that sometimes doing the right thing is more satisfying than getting any treasure?" Xiang Tianlu said as he walked, with a thoughtful gleam in his eyes. Nuo Lin nodded and agreed. "That's true, Brother Xiang. The feeling of seeing others smile because of our help is incomparable to any wealth. I think this is also one of the meanings of our adventure. As they talked, the two came to the edge of the town, and a lush forest came into view. The sunlight shines through the gaps in the leaves, casting mottled shadows, adding a sense of mystery and tranquility to the forest. Look, that forest, why don't we go in and take a look? Maybe we can find something new. Xiang Tianlu suggested, with an adventurous gleam in his eyes. Nuo Lin readily agreed, and the two of them stepped into the woods. The paths in the woods are winding, with lush trees and colorful wildflowers on both sides. Occasionally, you can hear the clear chirping of birds, as if the whole world has come alive. Brother Xiang, do you think there are any beasts in this woods? Nuo Lin suddenly asked, with a hint of nervousness and curiosity on his face. Xiang Tianlu smiled and patted Nuo Lin on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm here. Even if beast really exists, we can handle it. The two continued to move forward, and suddenly, a burst of hurried footsteps came from not far away. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw a young man in coarse clothes and with a panicked look on his face running from the other end of the path. Help! There's a beast! Run! The young man shouted as he ran, his voice full of fear. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin looked at each other and immediately understood the situation. They quickly stood in front of the young man, ready to deal with the beast. Don't be afraid. Tell us, where is beast? Xiang Tianlu asked in a deep voice. His voice was firm and powerful, as if it could bring a sense of security to people. The young man pointed to a bush in front of him and said, Right there I saw its eyes. They were green and scary. Upon hearing this, Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin immediately approached the bushes cautiously. They held their breath and carefully observed the movements around them. Suddenly, a huge wild boar rushed out from the bushes and ran straight towards the young man. Be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted, and rushed towards the wild boar like an arrow. He grabbed the wild boar's tusks and swung it hard, sending the wild boar several meters away. Nuo Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. The scene before him was beyond his expectations, but he did not hesitate at all. His body exploded like a cheetah, following Xiang Tianlu and rushing towards the violent wild boar. The air was filled with a strong smell of blood and sweat, a precursor to battle. Brother Xiang, be careful of its impact, Nuo Lin shouted, twisting his body in the air and avoiding a violent impact from the wild boar at an incredible angle. The fallen leaves and dead branches under his feet were crushed and splashed out. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly, and his hands are like iron pliers, tightly clamping the wild boar's fangs. His muscles bulged on the surface of his skin, as if every inch of his skin contained infinite power. He exerted force suddenly, and lifted the wild boar's huge body up, then slammed it to the ground, causing dust to fly and the ground to shake. Roar! The wild boar let out a shrill howl and kicked its four hooves wildly, trying to break free from Xiang Tianlu's restraints. But Xiang Tianlu's arms are like a solid wall and did not move at all. Nuo Lin secretly admired this, but he knew that the battle had just begun. He quickly moved around the wild boar's flank, looking for an opportunity to attack. Suddenly, the wild boar struggled violently, broke free from Xiang Tianlu's grip for a moment, and turned to pounce on Nuo Lin. Nuo Lin moved his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the wild boar's sharp edge. At the same time, he clenched his right hand into a fist, gathering all his strength, and blasted it towards the wild boar's flank like a meteorite. The fist wind whistled, the air was torn apart, and a sharp whistling sound was made. Bang! The collision between fist and flesh made a dull sound. The wild boar roared even crazier in pain, but Nuo Lin's blow also made it stagger and slow down. Brother Xiang, let's go together, Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the woods, full of fighting passion and determination. Xiang Tianlu's eyes lit up when he heard that, and he pounced forward again, forming a pincer attack with Nuo Lin. The two of them moved in perfect harmony, as if they had rehearsed their movements countless times beforehand. Xiang Tianlu's punches were as powerful as a dragon, and each blow carried the momentum of a tsunami. Nuo Lin's body was agile and like a ghost, constantly looking for the wild boar's flaws. Under the siege of the two, the wild boar gradually showed signs of fatigue. Every time it charged, it seemed to be powerless, and every roar revealed its despair. Finally, after a powerful knee strike from Xiang Tianlu, the wild boar's huge body fell to the ground, unable to move anymore. Nuo Lin and Xiang Tianlu breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They smiled at each other, their eyes full of joy of fighting and trust in each other. Nuo Lin, you've made such rapid progress that I almost can't keep up. Xiang Tianlu patted Nuo Lin's shoulder with some appreciation in his tone. Nuo Lin smiled slightly, with a gleam of confidence in his eyes. Thank you for the compliment, Brother Xiang. If you hadn't restrained the wild boar, I would have found it difficult to find its flaw. As the two spoke, the wild boar's huge body had completely lost its life and lay quietly on the forest path, surrounded by scattered branches and dirt, a mess. Xiang Tianlu looked into the distance, frowning slightly. We should not stay here for long. We have to leave quickly to avoid causing other unnecessary troubles. Nuo Lin nodded in agreement, and the two of them quickly tidied their clothes and prepared to continue on their way. However, at this moment, a faint sound of flowing water came from not far away, clear and melodious, like the music of nature, which sounded particularly beautiful in this tense atmosphere. Listen, that's the sound of water. Nuo Lin said softly, with a hint of surprise in his voice, as if the sound of water had become their best guide in this wilderness. Xiang Tianlu's eyes lit up when he heard this. That's right, we also need to replenish water and wash the blood off our bodies. The two walked in the direction of the sound of water, and soon they saw a clear stream. The water was gurgling among the rocks, making a pleasant sound. On the river bank, wildflowers are blooming, colorful butterflies are flying, and the scene is full of vitality. What a great place! Xiang Tianlu exclaimed. He walked to the river first, squatted down, scooped up a handful of clear water, and washed his face happily. Nuo Lin followed closely and joined the cleaning. The river water was cold and clear, washing away their fatigue and blood stains and refreshing their spirits. Brother Xiang, what do you think we will find in the end of this expedition? Nuo Lin suddenly asked, his eyes looking into the distance, full of expectation and longing. Xiang Tianlu pondered for a moment and shook his head. I don't know, but no matter what the result is, the experience along the way is enough for us to remember. Moreover, I believe that as long as we keep moving forward, there will always be unexpected gains. Hearing this, Nuo Lin nodded, with a determined light flashing in his eyes. After they finished cleaning, they set out on their journey again. The stream flowed slowly behind them, as if seeing them off, or as if telling an unknown legend. As they went deeper into the woods, the surrounding scenery gradually became strange and mysterious. The tall trees block out the sun, and the sunlight can only shine through the gaps between the leaves, casting mottled shadows. The air is filled with the fresh scent of soil and leaves, and occasionally the sound of birds singing in the distance can be heard, adding a bit of vitality to this silent forest. Brother Xiang, do you feel that this forest seems to be getting deeper and deeper? Nuo Lin suddenly stopped and looked around with a vigilant look on his face. Xiang Tianlu also stopped and looked around, frowning slightly. Indeed, and I always feel that something is watching us in the dark. The two men's heartbeats accelerated involuntarily. They held their weapons tightly and walked forward carefully. Just then, a gust of wind blew, and the leaves rustled, as if something was moving in the dark. Be careful, Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and his body suddenly jumped up and rushed toward the swaying leaf like a cheetah. However, when he rushed closer, he found that there was no one there, only a few fallen leaves floating in the wind. Am I overly suspicious? Xiang Tianlu murmured to himself, but his eyes were still scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Nuo Lin also came over and patted Xiang Tianlu on the shoulder. Don't be too nervous, Brother Xiang. As long as we remain vigilant, nothing can stop us from moving forward. Xiang Tianlu nodded. Although he still had doubts in his heart, he gradually relaxed his tense nerves under Nuo Lin's comfort. The two continued to move forward, following the winding path deeper into the woods, taking every step with extreme caution. At this moment, a sudden sound of waves broke the tranquility of the forest. They looked in the direction of the sound and saw that the small river ahead suddenly became turbulent, with black foam rolling on the surface of the water, as if something was struggling underwater. Look! Nuo Lin pointed at the water, and his face changed suddenly. Xiang Tianlu's eyes focused, and he quickly drew the long sword from his waist, ready to deal with any emergency. A huge amount of black shadow slowly emerged from the water. It was a creature that looked like a mermaid, but its body was covered with black scales, and its eyes were like torches emitting a cold light. "River monster!" Xiang Tianlu exclaimed in a low voice. He didn't expect to encounter such a strange creature in such a remote place. The river monster opened its bloody mouth, let out a deafening roar, and then pounced on the two men. It was extremely fast, like an arrow shot from a bow, and it arrived in front of the two people in an instant. "Be careful!" Nuo Lin shouted, and he turned his body to the side, narrowly avoiding the claws of the river monster. At the same time, he clenched his right fist, gathered all his strength, and struck the river monster's flank. The fist wind whistled, and the air was torn apart, but the scales of the river monster were as hard as steel. Nuo Lin's attack only made it pause slightly, and then it pounced on it again. Seeing this, Xiang Tianlu's eyes became stern. He jumped up suddenly, and his long sword was like a dragon, drawing a dazzling blade light and going straight for the river monster's neck. However, the river monster seemed to be able to predict his movements and easily avoided the attack by moving its body to the side. The two men engaged in a fierce battle with the river monster. Nuo Lin was agile, moving through the woods like a ghost, constantly looking for the river monster's flaws, while Xiang Tianlu's sword skills were sharp, and each strike carried the momentum of a tsunami, trying to kill the river monster in one fell swoop. But the river monster was extremely cunning. It used the cover of the water flow to constantly change the direction and angle of attack, making it difficult for the two to figure it out. Moreover, its power was extremely strong, and every attack was enough to make the two of them feel terrified. "This is not a solution," Nuo Lin shouted, his voice echoing in the woods, full of anxiety and helplessness. When Xiang Tianlu heard this, his eyes fixed, and he took a deep breath, as if he had made some decision. He retreated suddenly and stood side by side with Nuo Lin. They smiled at each other with a determined light in their eyes. "Nuo Lin, let's join forces," Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, his voice full of determination and confidence. "Okay," Nuo Lin shouted. All the muscles in his body tensed, as if he could burst out with amazing power at any time. He stood side by side with Xiang Tianlu, and the auras of the two were perfectly integrated at this moment, forming a pressure that could not be ignored. The river monster seemed to have sensed the changes in the two people. It stopped swimming and stared at them with its eyes. Its black scales flashed a strange light in the sun. The air seemed to freeze at this moment, with only the heavy breathing of the river monster and the gradually accelerating heartbeats of the two people echoing among the woods. "Let's go together," Xiang Tianlu shouted in a low voice, and his body rushed towards the river monster like an arrow from a bow. His long sword drew a brilliant trajectory in the air, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind, and went straight to the vital point of the river monster. Nuo Lin did not hesitate at all. He moved swiftly and appeared on the other side of the river monster like a ghost. His fists were like two bolts of lightning, constantly bombarding the scales of the river monster. Although every attack was bounced off by the scales, the river monster's movements became slow. The river monster let out a deafening roar, and it was finally enraged by the attacks of the two people. It opened its bloody mouth and spit out a cloud of black mist, trying to cover the two people. But Xiang Tianlu was prepared. He swung his sword to disperse the fog, and at the same time retreated violently to avoid the river monster's attack. Nuo-Lin took the opportunity to get close to the river monster, and his fists bombarded the river monster's head like a rainstorm, and each attack was accompanied by a sound of breaking through the air. The river monster's eyes began to become blurry, and it was obvious that it could no longer withstand Nuo-Lin's fierce attack. The river monster's huge body began to tremble violently under Nuo-Lin's heavy punches. Every impact made it let out a low whine, as if the mountains were shaking. Even the surrounding trees were shaken, and the leaves fell, covering the ground with traces of battle. "Hold on a little longer, Brother Xiang." Nuo-Lin's voice was hoarse, but extremely firm. Sweat slid down his forehead and mixed with the dirt, but there was only unyielding spirit in his eyes. Hearing this, Xiang Tianlu curled up a cold smile. He knew very well that this moment was the key to decide the outcome. He suddenly rose up again, like a dragon soaring into the sky, and his long sword drew a gorgeous arc in the air, with a whistling sound, and hit the river monster directly at the vital point. The river monster seemed to be aware of the danger as well. It twisted its body with all its might, trying to avoid the fatal blow. But Xiang Tianlu's attack was like a dragon emerging from the sea. Its speed and power were beyond imagination. The moment the long sword made contact, sparks flew, scales flew, and the pungent smell of blood instantly filled the air. Roar! The river monster let out its last mournful cry. Its eyes gradually lost their light, and its huge body slowly fell down, splashing water. The river's surface returned to calm again, leaving behind a shocking touch of blood red. The two smiled at each other. Although they were exhausted, their eyes were shining with indescribable excitement and sense of accomplishment. They knew that this battle was not only a test of their own strength, but also a deepening of their trust in each other. "Let's go and see what secrets are hidden in the cave," Xiang Tianlu suggested, with a hint of irrepressible curiosity in his voice. Nuo-Lin nodded, and the two of them walked cautiously towards the cave entrance that was flashing with strange light. The entrance of the cave is covered with moss, looking ancient and mysterious, as if it leads to an unknown era. As they got closer, the light at the cave entrance seemed brighter, as if an invisible force was attracting them. Suddenly, a cold wind blew out from the cave entrance, bringing with it a chill and dampness that made people feel chilly. "Be careful, the aura in here is unusual," Xiang Tianlu reminded in a low voice. His eyes became alert, and he clenched his long sword again, ready to deal with possible dangers at any time. Nuo-Lin also became serious. He took a deep breath, as if he wanted to absorb all the courage into his body. The two looked at each other with determination in their eyes. Then they stepped into the cave without hesitation and disappeared in the light. It was pitch black inside the cave, with only the strange light guiding their direction. The two men moved forward cautiously. The stones under their feet made slight noises from time to time, and the echoes reverberated in the narrow space, adding a bit of weirdness. "This place seems like a maze." Nuo-Lin's voice rang out in the darkness. He stretched out his hand and tried to touch the wall of the cave to determine the direction. Xiang Tianlu nodded, and with the faint light, he observed the patterns on the cave wall, trying to find a pattern. "Follow me closely and don't fall behind." His words were short and powerful, revealing his unquestionable firmness. As they went deeper, the scene inside the cave gradually became strange. Glowing moss grows on the stone wall, like stars, illuminating the way forward. A faint fragrance began to permeate the air, which lifted people's spirits, as if all the fatigue disappeared at this moment. This is... Nuo-Lin suddenly stopped, his eyes deeply attracted by the scene in front of him. A huge amount of water pool appeared in front of them. In the center of the pool, a blooming lotus emitted a soft light, illuminating the entire space, and a fragrance came from the lotus. This is the legendary spiritual lotus." Xiang Tianlu's voice was full of shock. His eyes were fixed on the lotus in the center of the pool, with an incredible light flashing in his eyes. Nuo-Lin was also stunned. He had never seen such a magical sight. The lotus seemed to have life. Every petal was swaying gently, emitting a soft and mysterious light. He couldn't help but take a step forward, wanting to observe the spiritual lotus more closely. However, at this moment, something strange happened. The water in the pool suddenly boiled, and a powerful energy wave emanated from it. Then, a figure slowly rose from the pool. It was a woman in colorful clothes and with a beautiful face, but her eyes were as cold and ruthless as ice, and she exuded a powerful demonic aura. "Flower demon!" Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he reacted instantly. This was the flower demon guarding the spiritual lotus, and its strength should not be underestimated. He quickly drew out his long sword, concentrated all his strength on the tip of the sword, and prepared for battle. Nuo Lin also realized the danger. He flashed and hid beside Xiang Tianlu. He clenched his fists and tensed his muscles, ready to attack at any time. The flower demon looked at the two of them with a cold smile on her face. Her voice was as clear as a silver bell, but with a hint of chill. "How dare you, mortal, trespass here and snatch my spiritual lotus? You are courting death." Xiang Tianlu's eyes shone when he heard this. He whispered to Nuo Lin, "Be careful. This flower demon is very powerful. We must go all out." Nuo Lin nodded, and his eyes became firm. The two looked at each other and reached a tacit understanding in an instant. Then, they attacked. Xiang Tianlu's figure was like a ghost, and his long sword drew brilliant tracks in the air. Every strike was accompanied by a sharp gust of wind, aiming directly at the flower demon's vital points. Nuo Lin was like a raging beast, punching the flower demon continuously with his fists, and each attack was enough to crack the rocks. However, the flower demon was extremely cunning. Her body was as light as a feather falling in the wind, and she easily avoided the attacks of the two. At the same time, she waved her hands, and countless petals flew out from her sleeves, turning into sharp blades and attacking the two of them. He shouted loudly to Tianlu, swung his long sword, and chopped off the flying petals. Nuo Lin dodged the attack of the petals by moving his body to the side, and took the opportunity to get close to the flower demon, bombarding her with his fists like a rainstorm. But the flower demon seemed to have no sense of pain. She flashed again and avoided Nuo Lin's attack. At the same time, she swung her hand back and a powerful energy wave came out from her palm and hit Tianlu directly. Xiang Tianlu retreated violently and narrowly avoided the attack. However, at this moment, the flower demon attacked again. She clasped her hands together, and a huge amount of energy light ball condensed in her palms and suddenly smashed towards the two of them. "Be careful," Xiang Tianlu shouted. He quickly drew out his long sword, concentrated all his strength on the tip of the sword, and then swung it violently. A dazzling sword light came out from the long sword and collided with the energy light ball. Boom! With a loud bang, the energy ball was split apart by the sword light, but Xiang Tianlu was also shocked by this powerful force and took several steps back. His face turned pale. Nuo Lin took the opportunity to launch a counterattack. He rushed towards the flower demon like lightning and punched her repeatedly in an attempt to subdue her. However, the flower demon was extremely powerful. Not only did she dodge Nuo Lin's attack, she also waved her hand back, and a powerful energy wave attacked the two of them again. The two were forced to engage in a fierce battle once again, and the sounds of their fierce fighting and the flower demon's cruel laughter echoed in the cave. The battle intensified in the narrow cave, and it seemed as if even the space was shaking. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin, one attacking and one defending, cooperated well, but they were still unable to suppress the flower demon's violent offensive. "You mortals, how can you know how powerful I, the flower demon, am?" The flower demon sneered repeatedly. Her figure was like a ghost. Every movement was accompanied by the flying of petals. Under her control, those petals were like sharp blades, cutting through the air and attacking the two people. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were determined. He knew very well that he could not retreat at this moment. He retreated violently, avoiding the attack of the petals, and at the same time, his long sword drew a dazzling trajectory in the air, trying to get close to the flower demon and give her a fatal blow. However, the flower demon seemed to see through his intention and flashed again, easily avoiding his attack. It's not that easy to hurt me." There was a hint of sarcasm in the flower demon's voice. She waved her hands, and more petals flew out from her sleeves, turning into a sea of sharp blades, sweeping towards the two of them. Nuo Lin shouted loudly upon seeing this. His body was like a ferocious beast, and his fists kept hitting the flying petals, scattering them one after another. However, there were too many petals, and he was unable to resist them all. "Brother Xiang, be careful," Nuo Lin shouted, and he moved his body to the side, dodging several dangerous petals. At the same time, he took the opportunity to rush towards the flower demon, trying to fight her in close combat. However, the flower demon seemed to see through his intention. She dodged Nuo Lin's attack again and swung her hand back. A powerful energy wave came out from her palm and hit Nuo Lin directly. Nuo Lin retreated violently, narrowly avoiding the attack. However, just as he steadied himself, the flower demon attacked again. She clasped her hands together, and a huge amount of energy light ball condensed in her palms, and then suddenly smashed towards the two of them. "Brother Xiang, let's go together," Nuo Lin shouted, and he rushed towards the flower demon like lightning, punching her continuously with his fists, trying to break her defense. Xiang Tianlu also quickly drew out his long sword, concentrated all his strength on the tip of the sword, and then swung it violently. A bright sword light emitted from the long sword and collided with the energy-gathering light ball. Boom! With a loud noise, the energy ball was split apart by the sword light, but the two men were also shocked by this powerful force and took several steps back, their faces turning pale. However, they did not back down, but became more determined to defeat the flower demon. "Flower demon, don't be so arrogant," Xiang Tianlu shouted, and he jumped up again. His long sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, aiming directly at the flower demon's vital points. Nuo Lin followed closely behind, punching the flower demon continuously with his fists, trying to find her weakness. Seeing this, the flower demon sneered and dodged the attacks of the two people again. At the same time, she waved her hands, and more petals flew out from her sleeves, turning into a sea of sharp blades, sweeping towards the two people. The petals were as sharp as knives, impenetrable. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo Lin were surrounded by them, as if they were caught in an endless storm. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were as sharp as torches. He knew very well that this was a matter of life and death, and every trace of hesitation could be fatal. "Zero, request flowers." He retreated violently, using the momentum to roll in the air, his long sword drawing silver lightning in the air. Every swing carried the force of a tsunami, trying to carve out a way out in the Nuo Lin, don't give her a chance to breathe. Xiang Tianlu's voice was particularly loud amid the swaying petals. He knew very well that only if the two of them worked together could they defeat this seemingly invincible flower demon. Nuo Lin heard this, and a hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. His body was like a cheetah, shuttling between the petals. Every leap was extremely precise, and his fists were like two small mountains, slamming into the air, causing sonic booms and scattering the surrounding petals. He knew very well that at this moment, he was no longer the warrior who only used brute force, but a brave warrior fighting side by side with Xiang Tianlu. When the flower demon saw this, her expression changed slightly. She had never seen such tenacious opponents. These two mortals could actually persist in her sea of petals for so long. She snorted coldly and quickly formed seals with her hands. An even more powerful energy wave surged out from her palms. The petals that had originally been scattered seemed to be summoned and gathered again into an even more ferocious torrent, rushing towards the two of them. "Brother Xiang, be careful," Nuo Lin shouted again. He turned his body to the side and narrowly avoided the fatal blow from the petals. At the same time, he punched out with both fists, making the air around them buzz, trying to buy Xiang Tianlu a chance to catch his breath. Xiang Tianlu's body turned sharply in the air, and his long sword drew a perfect arc in the air, like the brightest meteor in the night sky, hitting the flower demon's chest directly. However, the flower demon seemed to have predicted his action and flashed again, easily avoiding the attack. "You guys are really good." The flower demon's voice was filled with a hint of admiration, but more of disdain. "But this cannot change your fate." Before she finished her words, the flower demon formed seals with her hands again, and an even more terrifying energy condensed in her palms. The entire cave seemed to be trembling under the pressure of this energy. When Xiang Tianlu saw that his attack missed, he was secretly shocked but not discouraged. His figure was like a ghost, taking advantage of the fleeting gaps between the petals, and he rolled several times in a row, shortening the distance between him and the flower demon. The long sword danced in the air, and every strike was like a dragon emerging from the sea, with a sound of breaking through the air, going straight to the flower demon's vital points. "Don't underestimate us," Xiang Tianlu roared, his voice mixed with indomitable spirit and anger. His eyes seemed to be burning with flames, and he vowed to fight his way out of this field of flowers of death. Nuo Lin was not to be outdone. He seemed to have transformed into a violent storm on the battlefield, swinging his fists with incredible speed and power. Every impact was accompanied by the sound of air bursting, turning the surrounding petals into powder. He was agile and sometimes jumped up and sometimes dived, forming a perfect offensive and defensive formation with Xiang Tianlu, one in front and one behind. "Let's fight together. She is not invincible," Nuo Lin shouted. His voice was full of determination and faith. It inspired Xiang Tianlu and injected endless motivation into himself. Facing the fierce attack from the two, the flower demon finally showed a solemn look on her face. She no longer dodged easily, but chose to confront head-on. The speed at which she formed seals with her hands was extremely fast, as if the air was filled with the magical fluctuations she released. The petals gathered together again, but this time they were no longer a simple means of attack. Instead, they turned into sharp blades, each one powerful enough to cut through steel, and swept towards the two of them. "Is this all you've got?" The flower demon sneered. There was a hint of contempt in her voice, but her eyes flashed with a seriousness that should not be underestimated. Xiang Tianlu moved to the side of his body, and the long sword cut in at an incredible angle, brushing past a flying petal. He then used the force of the sword to counter it, and his body drew a strange arc in the air, almost passing by the flower demon's cheek. The reflection of the long sword flashed in her pupils. "It's not that easy," Xiang Tianlu growled. His sword skills became more and more ferocious. Every swing was mixed with the determination to burn the boats and cross the river. It intertwined with Nuo Lin's fists to form an airtight attack net. Nuo Lin seized the opportunity, jumped up, gathered all his strength in his fists, and punched the flower demon's head. Thunder roared in the air, as if even the space was torn apart by this blow. The flower demon's face changed drastically. She quickly formed a seal, and her body was instantly covered with a thick layer of petal armor, blocking Nuo Lin's fatal attack. However, the impact of the blow still caused her body to sway slightly, and the ground beneath her feet also shook. "You really surprised me." The flower demon's voice became low and dangerous, but the game ends here. "Let me show you true despair." As the words fell, a dazzling light bloomed around the flower demon. The petals in the entire cave seemed to respond to her call. All floated up and swirled around her, forming an indescribable hurricane, whose power was enough to swallow everything. Xiang Tianlu's eyes were as sharp as torches, and his figure shuttled through the hurricane of petals, like a small boat struggling in the raging sea. But he never gave up. Every time he swung his sword, it seemed to cut through the void, leaving behind silver tracks, which are the testimony of his determination and courage. Today is your doomsday. Xiang Tianlu's voice echoed in the hurricane, with an unyielding will, as if it could penetrate all obstacles and strike deep into the flower demon's heart. Nuo-Lin was also unwilling to fall behind. His figure was like a ghost, and he swung his fists, creating gusts of wind. Each blow contained the power of a landslide, crushing the petal hurricanes that tried to approach. His eyes were burning with fighting spirit, as if he wanted to completely set the cave on fire. Seeing this, the flower demon's face became even gloomier. She hummed softly, and the light around her became brighter and brighter, as if it would illuminate the entire cave. Under her control, the suspended petal hurricanes were like thousands of sharp swords, stabbing towards Xiang, Tianlu, and Nuo-Lin with a whistling sound. A mere trifle. Xiang Tianlu snorted coldly and retreated violently again. His long sword drew brilliant tracks in the air, cutting off the petal hurricane. Every time he swung his sword, it seemed to resonate with the heaven and earth, releasing endless power. Nuo-Lin was also fearless. He moved flexibly in the petal hurricane like a cheetah. His fists were like two small mountains. Every attack was accompanied by the sound of air bursting, and the flower hurricanes were shattered one after another. However, the flower demon's strength is extraordinary after all. The hurricane of her petals becomes more and more violent, as if it will swallow up the entire cave. Although Xiang Tianlu and Nuo-Lin were brave, they gradually felt that they were unable to cope with the situation. "We can't go on like this. We must find her weakness," Xiang Tianlu shouted, his voice carrying a hint of urgency, but also making him more determined to fight. Nuo-Lin heard this. A hint of ruthlessness flashed in his eyes. He suddenly jumped up, gathered all his strength in his fists, and blasted towards the flower demon's head. He used almost all his strength in this attack, as if he wanted to shatter the entire world. The flower fairy's face changed drastically when she saw this, and she hurriedly mobilized the hurricane of petals to resist. However, Nuo-Lin's attack was too fierce. The petal hurricanes were scattered under his fist wind. His fists were like two meteors, blasting towards the flower demon with endless power. Bang! With a loud bang, the flower demon's body was hit by Nuo-Lin's fists, and the whole person flew backwards like a kite with a broken string. The light around her dimmed instantly, and the hurricane of suspended petals also dissipated. Upon seeing this, Xiang Tianlu flashed and swung his long sword like lightning, striking the flower demon in the vitals. In this strike, he gathered all his strength and will, as if he wanted to cut off all obstacles. The flower demon let out a shrill scream. Her body was pierced by Xiang Tianlu's long sword, and blood splattered everywhere. There was reluctance and despair in her eyes, but she could no longer stop the slip of life. As the flower demon fell, the entire cave seemed to come to a standstill. The body of the flower demon slowly fell down, like a withered flower, losing its former vitality and glory. Xiang Tianlu and Nuo-Lin looked at each other and saw fatigue and relief in each other's eyes. They paid a lot in this battle, but in the end, they still won. They walked to the flower demon's body, squatted down, checked it, and confirmed that the flower demon had completely lost its life breath 0.8. He stood up, dusted himself off, and said to Nuo-Lin, "Let's go and find a safe place to rest." Nuo-Lin nodded, and the two walked deeper into the cave, looking for a place to stay. After some searching, they finally found a hidden cave which was dry and sheltered from the wind, making it a good place to rest. They walked into the small cave and blocked the entrance with stones to prevent other dangerous creatures from entering. Then, they each found a corner to sit down and began to recuperate from their injuries. Xiang Tianlu had many wounds on his body, but with his strong will and profound cultivation, he began to circulate the vital energy in his body to repair his damaged body. Nuo-Lin did the same. He sat cross-legged, put his hands together, closed his eyes, and began to recover his consumed energy.
Hello, everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500 plus novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.